Chapter 1165. The kind of pain that made people feel the same way yesterday in his mouth was actually not worth mentioning. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something glorious. If I had not worked too hard in the past, I would not have only 4 years left. Xiao Chun paused for a while, and his gaze fell on the startling wind zither beside Yu Bingyun. He had many questions to ask as well. What's with this startling wind zither? With your strength you should not be able to activate it, right? The merfolk race's Yao Yan had sacrificed 8 great perfection Emperor Wu's lives to give her the strength to activate a primordial emperor treasure. Xiao Chun did not believe that the lunar palace would be so bold, sacrificing so many Emperor Wus to help Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun gave it a try and struggled to her feet. Then she picked up the startling wind zither and said, "Playing one note costs me a portion of my lifespan. When I played earlier I used up 10 years of my lifespan." Xiao Chen's pupils constricted in some incredulity. "Don't be nervous." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the longevity art have extremely long lifespans. With the heavenly origin pill you gave me, even if I do not become Emperor Wu, I will still have a long lifespan of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. However, even so, using up 10 years of her lifespan on a whim still made him feel heartache. "Actually, as long as I do not play the complete song, it will not harm my foundation. However, without the complete song, I cannot bring out the might of the startling wind zither. I need to cultivate the longevity art to the 9th layer before I can be confident of playing the complete song." With just one note, Yu Bingyun could force 2 half-step Emperor Wus to retreat, forcing them to defend passively. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation. If it was the complete song, what kind of glory would this transcendent divine weapon show? "Oh, by the way, what were you looking at earlier? You were so engrossed in it." Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "Come with me." The two moved with great difficulty. In this world where gravity doubled, they walked forward step by step. This scene looked very funny. When Yu Bingyun walked over and saw the painting on the wall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The painting was very simple. There was only a person, a sword, and a pair of eyes that no one dared to look directly at. There were not many traces of the swordsman in the painting, only a simple silhouette. However, the sword intent of the person in the painting still surged boundlessly even after 50,000 years. With just a few glances, Yu Bingyun felt an unparalleled sharp sword intent enter her sea of consciousness, instantly coming to life and materializing a boundlessly profound sword technique. This sword technique was tyrannical and unyielding. Every strike could pierce the sky and tear space. As his silhouette flickered, he exuded a surging blood-boiling fighting spirit, causing others to feel as if their blood was burning as well. When Yu Bingyun finished materializing this sword technique, a strange expression flashed on her face. She said, "This is a medial-grade profound sword technique. Its might is unfathomable, extremely profound." Xiao Chen nodded. There were dozens of paintings on the walls, all of which contained the blood sword sovereign's sword moves. Every single one of them was a mid-grade profound sword technique. Even after more than 50,000 years, these sword intents still hadn't disappeared. This only served to highlight how powerful these sword intents were. Unfortunately, there is no way to record the profound martial techniques here. You and I are not swordsmen, it's such a pity. Yu Bingyun shook her head slightly and sighed. The value of medial-grade profound martial techniques went without saying. In Yu Bingyun's memories, the entire lunar palace only had 10-odd medial-grade profound martial techniques. There were too few choices. None of them were suitable for her. It wasn't that the weapons were different, it was that their wills were conflicting. In the Kunlun realm, the number of cultivators who used swords was probably the highest. There were so many medial-grade profound sword moves here. If he brought it out, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? Perhaps even Emperor Wu would fight over it. Xiao Chun smiled mysteriously and said, "That's not all. Take a look at your will and see if it has improved." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she closed her eyes. After a while, she revealed a joyful expression on her face. She opened her eyes and said, "My will of water improved by minor perfection. What's going on? This is too wondrous." Xiao Chun glanced at the wall and said, "I just discovered it. The sword intent in this wall has the ability to temper the will. However, it is rather simple this time. If you want to temper it later, you will need to endure some danger. Let these sword intents enter deeper into your sea of consciousness, fighting with your will. If you lose, the moment your will breaks, it will be extremely unbearable. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was startled. Let the sword intents enter the depths of the sea of consciousness? If you are not careful, you might end up becoming an idiot. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to take some risks. Xiao Chen felt that this risk was worth taking. Aside from tempering the will, the strong sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind had a greater use for tempering Xiao Chen's saber soul. Xiao Chen's saber soul had already reached 50% comprehension and was extremely difficult to raise. He absolutely could not miss out on this fortuitous encounter before him. Thinking of something, Xiao Chen handed the life and death art in his hand over and said, "Take a look at this life and death art first." Yu Bingyun received the life and death art with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let her read the life and death art that he obtained after so much difficulty. "What about you? After all, I can't go out for now. I'll just cultivate here in peace for a while. With such gravity, there will definitely be great benefits to cultivating, be it my movement technique, cultivation, or physical body." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily optimistic. In that case, I'll take a look at this life and death art first. After you finish cultivating, I'll explain it to you and discuss the mysteries of the life and death art together." In the following days, Yu Bingyun read quietly, and Xiao Chen started cultivating bitterly. Xiao Chen arranged his time very strictly for cultivation. In the morning, he would practice his movement technique. With this 100-fold gravity, the effects on his movement technique were the most obvious. In the afternoon, he would observe the murals and temper his saber soul. In the afternoon, he would temper his physical body and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. At night, he would consume essence stones, allowing his cultivation to advance rapidly, heading toward the peak of great perfection, blue-robed emperor. Time slowly went by. Soon, the two had spent a week in this place where the blood sword sovereign once cultivated. During this week, the two had been rather fulfilled. They did not feel bored or frustrated. On the other hand, Bing Xuejian, Fei Lingyi, and the remaining 4 consummation blue-robed emperors did not have it easy. They were already incredibly frustrated, their patience wearing thin. However, they did not have the courage to jump down themselves. There were too many unpredictable things, making Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi very apprehensive. "This won't do. We cannot afford to waste time here," Fei Lingyi said indifferently. Bing Xuejian retorted coldly, "I already told you to go down and take a look. You have the jadeite, so you can retreat safely." Jin Liangqi and the other 3 consummation blue-robed emperors also looked at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi had the strongest individual combat prowess here. He was the most suitable to go down. Fei Lingyi retorted angrily, "Don't even think about it. Below us is the source of the gravity. If I go down, something unexpected might happen." Bing Xuejian smiled coldly and said, "I thought you had some good ideas. Unexpectedly, you are still a coward. What I said is equivalent to not saying anything." Fei Lingyi glanced at the pitch-black deep abyss and said, "Who says I don't have any ideas? Of those 5 coffins, aren't there still 2 that have not been opened? Toss 2 down and let these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters scout the way for us. At the very least, we will be able to obtain some information from the sounds." When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew very well how horrifying the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. When the few of them worked together, they spent a lot of effort before completely killing the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters that Xiao Chen released. Furthermore, these blood-sucking monsters clearly had a stronger resistance to gravity than humans. If they released 2, it would definitely be more than enough to deal with Xiao Chen. Even if they could not obtain the life and death art, they could prevent Xiao Chen from obtaining it. Bing Xuejian swept his gaze over Jin Liangqi and the others indifferently. He said, "The few of you go and bring those 2 coffins over." Although Jin Liangqi and the others were not happy about this, they had no choice but to obey. They still had to rely on Bing Xuejian to deal with Fei Lingyi. Soon, the 2 coffins were brought over. Bing Xuejian glanced at the deep abyss and said, "Brat, you gave me a gift earlier. Now I will give you a big gift as well." Bing Xuejian opened the 2 coffins. Then he sent out a palm strike and pushed the coffins down. Bang! 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 Two loud sounds came from below. The group of people stood at the edge of the deep abyss and did their best to look down, wanting to know what was happening below. The sonic booms immediately startled Xiao Chun, who cultivated the Thunder Dragon Steps. Now that Xiao Chun executed the Thunder Dragon Steps, he could jump 300 meters freely in this place where the gravity was 100 times stronger. His movement technique had clearly improved, and he could summon out 12 lightning dragons to increase his speed. Be careful! Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he took 10 steps in the air, leaving behind a lightning dragon image with each step. After 10 steps, Xiao Chun arrived beside Yu Bingyun. The remnant dragon image in the air instantly entered his body. This allowed Xiao Chun's explosive power to increase further. Then, he quickly carried Yu Bingyun away. Pa! 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 Amid loud sounds, the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters landed where Yu Bingyun had been. Unexpectedly, these two blood-sucking monsters did not lie on the ground. Instead, they were standing. They were in a much better state than when Xiao Chun first fell into this place. However, when Xiao Chun saw these three blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters, he did not show any fear. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at a good time. I happen to need to test the results of my cultivation during this period. Don't make a move. Leave it to me alone." A strong fighting spirit flickered in Xiao Chun's eyes as he gestured for Yu Bingyun not to make a move, letting him do it alone. "Can you do it?" Yu Bingyun found this slightly strange. The difficulty of dealing with these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters was clear for all to see. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not deal with them quickly. Xiao Chun stepped forward and said calmly, "If we were outside, I would not be very confident. However, here I am 99% confident." Chapter 1166. Thunder Dragon Steps. Moving his feet, Xiao Chun flickered with crackling sparks. With each step, he left behind a dragon-shaped figure as he charged forward. When the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters smelled Xiao Chun's flourishing qi and blood, their eyes flickered with a red light. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Despite the hundredfold gravity, the blood-sucking monsters moved frantically, clashing with Xiao Chun's attacks. In close combat, Xiao Chun's fists, palms, and claws moved rapidly. In one moment, he executed the deity race's myriad heaven divine fist. In the next moment, he executed the 1,000-year flame which he comprehended himself. In the next moment, he turned into a sharp dragon claw. Xiao Chun's figure flickered as the attacks of the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters moved as fast as the wind. None of their attacks could hit him. In an environment with 100-fold gravity, Xiao Chun's movement technique and physical body had a natural advantage. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not touch him at all. After several dozen moves, Xiao Chun sent out the 1,000-year flame with one palm strike and 1,000-year death with the other. The two completely different states appeared to be in perfect balance in Xiao Chun's hands, waiting for the moment to erupt. When it was time to erupt, one side was surging with a fiery bright moon. The other side was covered with flowers and a scarlet moon. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not resist at all. They exploded into pieces and flew away. However, the blood-sucking monster's strength had never come from explosive power or combat prowess. Instead, it came from their unparalleled recovery ability. Just as their shattered bodies were about to fall from the air, they quickly merged back together with a whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the blood-sucking monsters landed, they could already move freely on the ground. The aura they exuded was even more frightening. Is it really unkillable? With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chun's left hand. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness started to circulate, spreading throughout his entire body. After driving the flawless saber Dao, Xiao Chun's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. A sharp saber intent spread out from his body without restraint. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters glanced at Xiao Chun and roared before rushing over. Its adaptability was unexpectedly strong. Compared to before, the speed of the blood-sucking monster was clearly much faster. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly, wanting to make a move. She needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiao Chun. When the two quasi-emperor-level blood-sucking monsters completely adapted to the gravity here, no matter how capable Xiao Chun was, he would not be a match for them. Yu Bingyun, just as the two blood-sucking monsters approached, Xiao Chun slowly spat out a word and instantly drew his lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! Whoosh! The saber soul that he had been storing up for a long time erupted at this moment. Yu Bingyun was astonished. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's heart was already infinitely close to 60% comprehension. All sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed amid the magnificent saber light. This was Xiao Chen's strongest profound martial technique, Instant of Glory. A profound martial technique that could condense all the saber techniques into it. Only one saber strike, Eternal Glory. Before the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could react, the light infused with the lightning saber soul instantly tore them into pieces and fixed them in a painting. The fresh blood added a trace of ice-cold killing intent to this boundlessly resplendent painting. It was not over yet. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun perfectly merged his state of death and saber soul into eternity. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and entered that beautiful painting. The death saber soul worked together with the four-season saber technique and started a frenzied massacre. Xiao Chun minced the two blood-sucking monsters that had been torn into pieces again, cutting off all signs of life. Kase! Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, and the sound of glass shattering rang out. This glorious painting shattered with the sound of shattering. Its flourishing splendor faded away, no longer glorious. The two emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters turned into ashes and vanished, unable to recover. A strange light flickered in Yu Bingyun's eyes. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike seemed to have touched upon the borders of the state of space. The instant Xiao Chun used the saber, he materialized hundreds of mysterious phenomena, forming a painting that fixed space in place. It was precisely because the space was fixed that the blood-sucking monster, which had extremely strong regenerative abilities, did not reform immediately after it was shattered. Xiao Chun, what was that move of yours called? Yu Bingyun asked quickly, unable to hold back her curiosity. The state of space was something that even Emperor Wu found hard to comprehend. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun touched upon its borders. Xiao Chun answered honestly, Instant of Glory. What about it? Nothing. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she regretted it. This matter definitely touched on Xiao Chen's secrets. How could she ask so directly? If Yu Bingyun continued asking, she would touch on the other party's core secrets. Hence she quickly stopped asking. However, she could not get rid of the curiosity in her heart. Xiao Chun looked at Yu Bingyun's appearance, wanting to ask but not daring to. He could not help finding it funny. He said, I comprehended this move myself. It can unleash the states of all my martial techniques in an instant. I just discovered it as well. As my strength increased, this move touched upon the boundaries of the state of space. It is not me who touched upon the borders of the state of space. I am still very far from it. Yu Bingyun showed a slightly embarrassed expression. She had not expected Xiao Chun to see through her and tell her the secret honestly. Yu Bingyun quickly changed the topic. What should we do now? These two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters must have been thrown down by them. Xiao Chun smiled casually. There's no need to worry. We can afford to waste time. Just stay here and cultivate in peace. If they dare to come down, even if it is Bing Shuejian and Fei Lingyi, I will not let them return alive. At the end of Xiao Chen's words, the tyrannical aura that he unintentionally exuded made everyone's heart tremble, not daring to doubt it. Above the deep chasm, the people paying attention to the commotion below heard the sound of sabers. The unique roars of the blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters did not appear again. Without a doubt, his expression became very ugly. The result went without saying. Based on the sounds alone, Xiao Chen's saber technique finished off the two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters. Just like that, Bing Shuejian and Fei Lingyi, who had been hesitant and had run out of patience, made their own decisions. They absolutely could not jump into this deep chasm. Otherwise, they might really end up dying at the hands of this junior Xiao Chun. Since they could not jump down, they could only wait here. To the half-step Emperor Wu, they simply could not afford to waste any more time. In the end, there was only one option left. Leave. Bing Xuejian snorted coldly and looked down deeply. Then he turned around and left decisively. Fei Lingyi's eyes flickered. Clearly, he had not expected that this life and death art would end up in the hands of a junior. Fei Lingyi stomped his feet and left helplessly in the end. Jin Liangqi and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Should they stay or leave? They could not make a choice. After discussing for a while without any results, Jin Liangqi said, "Let's wait a while more. They are half-step Emperor Wu. Time is very precious. We are all consummation blue-robed emperors. Wasting 1 or 2 months here is not a problem." "Good. We'll wait for another 2 months. I don't believe that this fellow will not come out. At that time, the instant they appear, we will attack at the same time. Do not give them any chance to resist, lest something unexpected happens." "Haha. What could possibly happen? We are 4 peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Dealing with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors will be easy." "In that case, it's settled." The 2 half-step Emperor Wu left feeling depressed. Now only 4 consummation blue-robed emperors remained above the deep chasm, continuing to wait for Xiao Qian to appear. However, these 4 did not know that when Xiao Qian truly showed his strength, how could they deal with him? Whoosh! 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 At the bottom of the deep chasm, Xiao Qian took 7 steps in the air. With each step he rose 100 meters. When he rose 700 meters, he felt the pull of gravity becoming too strong, so he turned around and fell. Not far away, Yu Bingyun put down the life and death art. She smiled and said, "Not bad. You improved significantly from 3 days ago. If you go out, your movement technique will improve by at least 20%. Xiao Qian estimated the height of the deep chasm to be about 5 kilometers. If it were any other place, he could instantly fly up in one breath. However, the gravity here was 100 times stronger than outside. Xiao Qian used his full power and could only climb 700 meters. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Qian asked, "How is the life and death art? Is this secret technique reliable?" This was the greatest harvest of this trip. Xiao Qian had high hopes for it. Whether he could condense the heart of an emperor or not depended on the life and death art in Yu Bingyun's hands. "I only read a third of it. The words in it are too cryptic and difficult to pronounce. However, it is most likely correct. The life and death art can indeed allow one to condense the heart of an emperor in advance," Yu Bingyun answered honestly. Given her talent, comprehension ability, and experience, since she said that, it really could not be wrong. Xiao Qian could not help but be in a good mood. What he feared the most was wasting too much time on the consummation blue-robed emperor stage, missing the opportunity to advance to martial emperor. Now, it looked like as long as he had this life and death art, he should not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor within 2 years. After that, he would spend another 2 years to prepare and clear his great tribulation of wind and fire in one go, opening the emperor's door. Although the plan was ingenious, the risks involved were indescribable. Spending only 2 years to prepare was still too short. If one was not careful during the great tribulation of wind and fire, they would most likely die, consigned to eternal damnation. Regular consummation blue-robed emperors would find it hard to make up their minds even after preparing for 100 years. Even outstanding talents would need at least 5 years to prepare before they were confident of clearing their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, no matter what, this was good news. Without the life and death art, Xiao Qian estimated that he would have to spend at least 3 years on the great perfection blue-robed emperor stage, perhaps even 4. At that time, the time left for him would be practically 0. Xiao Qian withdrew his gaze and went to a new wall painting. Then, he started to use the sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind 50,000 years ago to temper his saber soul. Now that half a month had passed, Xiao Qian's 50% comprehended saber soul was already infinitely close to 60% comprehended. After all, the blood sword sovereign's half-step Emperor Wu's sword soul was only 70% comprehended. However, Fei Lingyi's sword soul was only 60% comprehended. Right now, Xiao Qian was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but his saber soul was already so profound. This showed how horrifying it was. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene, she shook her head. After she tried it once, she did not use the sword intent to temper herself again. Not to mention the pain, it was extremely dangerous. It felt like her soul was dancing on the edge of a saber. Chapter 1167. Only Xiao Qian had the courage and perseverance to use this sword intent to temper himself. The days went by unhurriedly. After another month, Xiao Qian's saber soul finally broke through 50% comprehension, reaching 60% comprehension. Rumor said that when one's saber soul reached 100% comprehension, the gaze of one's gaze could turn into a tangible blade, killing with one look. Now that Xiao Qian's saber soul reached 60% comprehension, the most obvious change was the strength of his aura. Yu Bingyun estimated that even a consummation blue-robed emperor would feel their soul tremble when standing before Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's movement technique also improved rapidly. He completely cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps to great perfection. In one breath he could take 18 steps. Each step left behind a dragon-shaped afterimage that lingered for a long time. Xiao Qian's body became like a dragon, crackling with electric light. The tyrannical nature of this movement technique was completely manifested. When fighting with an enemy, it could infinitely boost Xiao Qian's aura, perfectly complementing his various saber techniques. With the aid of the essence stones, Xiao Qian's cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 1.5 months, he was already not far from the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Xiao Qian, who had improved significantly in all aspects, felt very proud of himself. Just as he was about to charge into the deep abyss, he received some bad news. After 1.5 months, Yu Bingyun finally finished reading The Life and Death Art. After reading it, she dealt Xiao Qian a heavy blow. By cultivating the Life and Death Art to the 9th layer, Yu Bingyun could help the blue-robed emperor condense a heart of an emperor in advance. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Qian needed 2 things to assist him: the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit. This was not strange. Several special martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the world required some natural treasures to be cultivated. Unfortunately, these 2 natural treasures had already gone extinct 10,000 years ago. Without the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit, one could not cultivate the Life and Death Art, not even the 1st layer. Yu Bingyun closed the Life and Death Art and said, "I originally thought that without these 2 natural treasures, cultivation would just be slightly more difficult. After reading it, I realized that without the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit, it would be impossible to properly cultivate. I recall that there should be some flowers of life in the human demon sea, which is the Blood Sword Sovereign's hometown. However, the Death Fruit is truly extinct. It has already been 10,000 years since a Death Fruit has appeared. Many Ghost Race great emperors have been searching for a Death Fruit at an astronomical price. If it existed, it would have appeared long ago." What kind of place was the human demon sea? After Yu Bingyun explained, Xiao Qian learned that the people living there were mostly demon mixed-bloods like the Blood Sword Sovereign or fiendish demon mixed-bloods. It was extremely far from the heavenly starry ocean and the Black Sea. After receiving the Life and Death Art from Yu Bingyun, Xiao Qian started pondering it. His expression appeared somewhat depressed. Unexpectedly, the treasure that he had obtained after so much difficulty ended up like this. He was truly somewhat dissatisfied. "Xiao Qian, I can help you find the Death Fruit." Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, seemed to have made up her mind. "You have the Death Fruit? It is not me who has it. Back then, the Thunder King killed a Ghost Race great emperor. There was a Death Fruit among the spoils of war. When you cultivate to peak great perfection, the blue-robed emperor, I will bring you to the place where the Thunder King's inheritance is." Xiao Qian rejoiced in his heart. He had found the Death Fruit that Yu Bingyun said was extinct. In that case, all he had to do was go to the human demon sea and obtain the Flower of Life. Then, he could still cultivate the Life and Death Art. There was still hope. Don't be too happy yet. The human demon sea is not as simple as you think. It is hard to say whether you can obtain the Flower of Life or not, Ao Jiao said somewhat worriedly. "What's wrong? You've been to the human demon sea before?" "What nonsense! The Thunder King's inheritance is in the human demon sea. How could I not have been there before?" Xiao Qian's heart wavered slightly. Ao Jiao had always been unwilling to go and obtain the Thunder King's inheritance. Aside from some special reason, could it be that the Thunder King's inheritance was in the human demon sea? Seeing that Ao Jiao was unwilling to say more, Xiao Qian did not pursue the matter. In the remaining few days, Xiao Chun studied the life and death art. Under the pressure of the gravity, his movement technique improved again. He felt that he could already leap out of the deep abyss, so he planned to bring Yu Bingyun away. Let's go. Xiao Chun woke up Yu Bingyun, who was still cultivating, and explained his intentions. A look of reluctance flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. At the same time, she said apologetically, "It seems like I still need some time to adapt before I can go out. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly." Before Yu Bingyun understood what Xiao Chun meant, Xiao Chun hugged her tightly. Then they broke through the restrictions of the 100-fold gravity and soared into the air, heading for the top of the deep abyss. Suddenly, Yu Bingyun cried out softly in Xiao Chun's embrace. In her fluster, she instinctively wanted to struggle free. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He only hugged her tightly, not letting her struggle free. Xiao Chun had to adapt to his physical body for 1.5 months. After cultivating bitterly, he finally had the confidence to go up after much difficulty. If he waited for Yu Bingyun to go up on her own, she would have to spend at least 1 month. Clearly, this was unacceptable to Xiao Chun. "Don't move. We're going up soon." After the initial struggle, Yu Bingyun blushed slightly. She felt that her emotions were somewhat strange, so she tried to hide it and smiled. "Fortunately, you did not carry me up this time." This was a mockery of how Xiao Chun carried Yu Bingyun away without saying anything in the treasure master's residence. Xiao Chun smiled abashedly. Yu Bingyun was not the aloof holy daughter. She was not one of those overly traditional and aloof girls. This gave Xiao Chun a favorable impression of her. Jin Liangqi's group of 4, who were still sitting cross-legged above the deep abyss, heard the sonic boom. They all opened their eyes and quickly stood up, prepared to attack. The few of them had endured for a long time and had been prepared for a long time. At this moment they heard the wind. When they heard the sound of the wind, all of them showed solemn expressions, surging with killing chi. The aura of a consummation blue-robed emperor suddenly spread out. A strong wind howled, and the 4 strong auras merged together to form a formless mountain range, rising and falling indeterminately as it pressed down on the deep abyss. All they had to do was wait for the instant Xiao Chun came out and suppress him with all their might, instantly killing him. All sorts of profound martial techniques quickly brewed in their bodies. Jin Liangqi stared at the pitch-black deep abyss and said coldly, "After waiting for 1.5 months, you are finally here." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 3 old men, cold and emotionless. Aside from this, there was also some excitement, a fiery anticipation for the life and death art. In their opinion, working together to deal with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors would be a piece of cake. There would not be any pressure. One consummation blue-robed emperor could easily suppress 4 or 5 great perfection blue-robed emperors. For consummation blue-robed emperors working together, if they could not take down 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors, it would be a joke. The wind howled, and the sound of the sonic boom grew increasingly piercing and sharper, making everyone tremble slightly. The 4's hearts pounded intensely as they stared at the deep abyss's entrance, not daring to relax for even a moment. The formless mountain range in the sky above the deep abyss layered over each other, inspiring a terrifying pressure. 1 4. As the sound grew closer, the 4 started counting in their hearts. In less than 10 breaths of time, that white-robed bladesman would leave this world forever. 9. When the 4 counted to 9, a fiery light appeared at the pitch-black entrance. A white figure seemed to be breaking through the final barrier of the deep abyss. Because the white figure moved too fast, the friction caused purple flames to burn. Jin Liangqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately roared, "Kill him!" Jin Liangqi's voice contained a boundless aura and overwhelming killing intent. The formless mountain range bore the brunt of the attack, pressing down on Xiao Chun, who was about to charge out. In the blink of an eye, the entire space began to shake violently. It was a shocking sight to behold. However, as the 4 expected, the scene of Xiao Chun clashing with the mountain range did not happen. The layers of formless mountains fell into the abyss as if they had missed their target. The 4 of them were shocked, unable to react in time. This was all part of their plan. This was part of their plan. The moment Xiao Chun came out, they would first use the vast aura to ruthlessly crush Xiao Chun's sharpness. Then they would follow up with all sorts of killing moves to crush Xiao Chen. However, right now, the mountain range that was certain to hit actually failed to injure Xiao Chen, falling directly into the deep abyss. In that case, there was only one possibility. The white-robed bladesman was too fast. The instant the white-robed bladesman broke through the deep abyss's barrier, his speed multiplied, and he charged over the instant he fell. These four were all consummation blue-robed emperors who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. Their thoughts were as quick as lightning. After thinking quickly, they immediately came to such a conclusion. Retreat. The four's expressions changed at the same time, and they pushed off the ground and quickly retreated. You think you can retreat? A cold snort rang out in the air. Then, the white figure carrying a delicate girl charged over. Thunder dragon steps, electric light shaking the heavens, body like a dragon. Amid the electric light, the horrifying aura of Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul burst out ferociously. Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun with his left hand and held his saber with the other. He looked like a powerful killing god as he stepped on boundless electric light, moving as fast as a meteor. Xiao Chen's figure turned illusory. As electric light shot out, he swung his saber with each step. After 12 steps, he swung his saber 12 times. With the will of thunder infused with the 60% comprehended saber soul, and the great perfection thunder dragon steps, Xiao Chen was unstoppable. Every time he swung his saber, he would knock back a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it felt like he swung his saber 12 times at the same time. Jin Liangqi and the other three each suffered 3 saber strikes. Blood flowed out of their wounds as electric light flashed. Their numbed bodies were in extreme pain. The four looked severely injured, but in reality they were not fatally injured. Xiao Chen's 12 saber strikes focused on speed. They were not as mighty as martial techniques. Xiao Chen did not want to kill these four in one go. Instead, he wanted to disrupt the other party's formation and dampen their momentum. The true killing move was yet to come. After Jin Liangqi and the other three landed, they roared ferociously and immediately prepared to counterattack. However, Xiao Chen did not give these four a chance to make a comeback. If he left any openings, his 1.5 months of bitter cultivation would have been wasted. Chapter 1168. One saber of only me, instant eternal. 1,000 mysterious phenomena, 10,000 lights, this moment of glory, the mountains and rivers like a painting. In the next breath, Xiao Chen executed his strongest profound martial technique, instant of glory. Immediately, the mysterious phenomena of all sorts of martial techniques burst out with this saber strike. Peach blossoms drifted for 50 kilometers around, flowers hung high in the sky on a summer day, leaves fell in the autumn wind, a fiery bright moon soared into the sky, and many blue dragons flew everywhere, wagging their tails. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared in an instant, forming a glorious painting that froze the space. Jin Liangqi and the other three in the painting seemed to be locked in place, unable to move or even blink. Kasie! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the glorious painting immediately shattered like glass. Kasie! Kasie! Jin Liangqi and the other three fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Horror filled their eyes. In that instant they suffered 3 heavy blows. The painting froze, and the various mysterious phenomena baptized them. This was not the most fatal blow. Given their cultivation as consummation blue-robed emperors, this kind of damage was not enough to deal any serious damage. The most horrifying thing was the second blow. When the painting shattered, it felt like space had shattered. Although this was far from true space shattering, the principle was roughly the same. The moment the painting shattered, they felt like their bodies were about to be torn into all sorts of shreds. Although his tough physical body was still intact, his internal organs had been torn apart, leaving horrifying cracks. The third layer was the damage caused by the backlash of their own martial skills being interrupted. With these 3 severe injuries, they had completely lost their combat prowess. Even if a martial monarch came, they would just be meat on the chopping block. You're on your own, Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked coldly at the 4 on the ground like stray dogs. Then he let go of Yu Bingyun. Then he soared into the air, preparing to leave this place. Soon Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi would receive the news. He needed to leave Blackwater Island quickly. Yu Bingyun, who followed closely behind, felt dazed, like she was in a dream. There had never been a bladesman that Xiao Chun admired from the bottom of her heart. His tyrannical and magnificent saber techniques, his straightforward style, his cold as ice, but he did not become addicted to killing. His heart had never changed. Jin Liangqi and the others remained silent for a long time. As they watched Xiao Chun and Yu Bingyun leave, their emotions became extremely complicated. This youth will definitely leave his name in history, becoming a giant bladesman of his generation. How terrifying. He actually didn't kill us. He probably didn't even look at us and didn't see us old fellows as a threat. Jin Liangqi laughed self-mockingly. He also felt that the experience just now was like a dream. However, it was a nightmare. If he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't want to experience it again. The Blood Sword Sovereign's residence was already a complete mess. It had completely collapsed. Fortunately, the various restrictions were no longer there. Xiao Chun used brute force to open up a hole and break out of the ground. After taking a deep breath of the fresh air that he had not breathed in for a long time, Xiao Chun waved his hand and summoned out his Flood Dragon War Chariot. Yu Bingyun exclaimed in shock. Flood Dragon War Chariot. Isn't this the war chariot of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ling Xiaofan? Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Get on then. It is surnamed Xiao now." Yu Bingyun smiled. Clearly, she had asked a pointless question. For some reason, this Flood Dragon War Chariot ended up in Xiao Chun's hands. The 4 flood dragons did their best to pull the war chariot. Soon they tore through the dark clouds in the sky, heading forward quickly. Everything was dark under the dark clouds, not seeing sunlight all year round. However, the dark clouds shone with golden light. The sea of clouds glowed like an immortal realm. "Where are you going?" "I'll make a trip to Dark City first before heading to the Human Demon Sea," Xiao Chun said. Xiao Chun wanted to meet Batu in Dark City, to see if he could find that corpse and perfect his dragon-seeking art further. After that, he wanted to rush to the Human Demon Sea, to the place that Ao Jiao said hid the Thunder King's treasures. Then, he would take the opportunity to find the Flower of Life. When Yu Bingyun heard about Xiao Chun's itinerary, she started laughing softly. This baffled Xiao Chun, so he asked, "What are you laughing at? It looks like we will have to travel together for a while. Your itinerary is the same as mine. My final stop on this trip is also the Human Demon Sea." Yu Bingyun's expression made it impossible to tell if she was lying, or if she said this on purpose to travel together with Xiao Chun. "Don't find it strange. My main purpose on this trip is experiential training. I told you at the start and did not lie to you. The matter of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was just something I did in passing. Even if I did not make a move, I would have dealt with that matter perfectly." Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chun asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that there is more to Fei Lingyi's attempt to advance the Heavenly Cloud Sword into a transcendent divine weapon?" "I will not tell you more about the inside story. It is not something important. Right now I just want to sleep comfortably. You don't mind driving the carriage alone, right?" Yu Bingyun smiled gently. Without giving Xiao Chun a chance to reply, she entered the war chariot and pulled the curtains up. Then she headed for the comfortable bed and lay down alone. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly, unable to say anything. He could not possibly go in and disturb her when she was sleeping. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the Flood Dragon War Chariot sped through the cloud sea at lightning speed. At this moment on Blackwater Island, Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian, who had received the news, rushed over. However, they only saw Jin Liangqi and the other 3 recovering from their injuries. They immediately trembled in anger. They wished that they could rush over to Xiao Chun and tear him to shreds. The storm of the life and death art came to an end. However, the story of the white-robed bladesman on Blackwater Island spread for a long time. He snatched the life and death art from the jaws of 2 half-step Emperor Wu, snatching the life and death art. However, the one who did all this was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Later, when Xiao Chun's identity spread, everyone was even more shocked. Unexpectedly, such a bladesman was actually a descendant of the famous Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushan Palace. After leaving Blackwater Island, Xiao Chun put away the Flood Dragon War Chariot and walked on the vast sea. He started to use the dragon-seeking art to search for Holy Spirit veins in the Black Sea, which was the most resource-rich. Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good, or rather the Black Sea was rather rich in resources. In the process of rushing to the Black Sea, Xiao Chen discovered several hidden Holy Spirit veins. However, Jiang Tian's words rang in his ears. Xiao Chen could not casually touch the things underground. If he did not do it well, he might attract a ferocious evil dragon and bury himself at the bottom of the sea. Hence, Xiao Chen was extremely careful when he made his move. He only made his move after he was 100% sure that it was an auspicious land. He gave up on most of the discoveries and only took for Holy Spirit veins. Even so, Xiao Chen's actions flabbergasted Yu Bingyun, who was traveling with him. The Lunar Palace had also hired extremely skilled geomasters, so Yu Bingyun had some understanding of this trade. Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking art surpassed that of the geomasters hired by the Lunar Palace. In fact, some of his methods for subduing dragons were even more profound. The dragon-fixing needle and the dragon-revealing mirror allowed him to subdue Holy Spirit veins alone. Just this point alone surpassed those geomasters. In the future, when I manage the Lunar Palace, I will definitely get you to help me search for spirit veins, Yu Bingyun said seriously. Yu Bingyun asked seriously after Xiao Chen stepped into the Black Sea and stopped searching for spirit veins. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Sure. However, the prerequisite is that I can live to that day. Of course, the price for me to make a move will be expensive." Yu Bingyun joked. "The bona fide holy daughter is asking you to search for dragons and fix veins, yet she is putting on such airs. You should be saying that I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable." Right, I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable. Parrot words, there is no sincerity at all. However, I will remember what you said. I will definitely look for you in the future. During this period of interaction, the two had gotten much closer. Yu Bingyun had helped Xiao Chen a lot in subduing dragons. There was also the comprehension of the life and death art. Yu Bingyun was not stingy in sharing her understanding with Xiao Chen, helping him quickly understand this profound secret manual. As the two chatted and laughed, they did not slow down at all, rushing towards Black City. As the two went deeper into the Black Sea, they could clearly feel how extraordinary this place was. Consummation. Blue-robed Emperor Xiao Chen saw one or two half-step Emperor Wu Xiao Chen. Even strong existences on the level of Emperor Wu Xiao Chen occasionally flashed by, coming and going in a hurry. As the core of the entire Black Sea, the Black Sea's atmosphere of experts was clearly much stronger than Black Water cities. The two's destination, Dark City, was the core of the core. Many strong blue-robed emperors gathered there. Most of the outstanding youths of the Black Sea were in this city. Half a day later, the two arrived at Dark Island, which was several times vaster than Dark City. As they stood at the edge of the island, they could see the majestic and tyrannical silhouette of Dark City. According to Yu Bingyun, this was an ancient holy city that could rival Bright Moon City. Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation, hoping that it would bring him some unexpected surprises. Quickening their pace, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun rushed towards the city. The city walls were like a black dragon coiled on the ground. The black bricks looked like dragon scales, giving off a metallic feel and a strong might. When the two arrived at the city gates, they lined up obediently, waiting to enter the city. Among the cultivators in line, Xiao Chen discovered several consummation blue-robed emperors. There was even a half-step Emperor Wu Xiao Chen. This was somewhat flabbergasting. Before the might of Dark City, even a half-step Emperor Wu did not dare to fly in. Whoosh! 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 However, just at this moment, above the heads of the crowd, there were two strong figures flying fearlessly into the city, attracting the attention of the crowd. Where did these youths come from? How come they even dare to barge into Dark City? Someone exclaimed in shock when he discovered that the city guards did not make a move on these people, tacitly acknowledging their actions. Haha, this must be your first time coming to Dark City, right? These are the famous outstanding talents of Dark City. They are either the descendants of great bandits or absolute outstanding talents, incredibly strong. They have the outstanding talent token issued by the city lord's residence, allowing them to enter and leave the city at will. Chapter 1169. However, Xiao Chen, who was in the queue, appeared somewhat distracted. It was like he could not hear anything. The instant the figure in front flashed by, Xiao Chun had clearly seen the appearance of that person. This brought back a distant memory. After so many years, he had not expected to see this old friend in Dark City. What's wrong? Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, could not help asking when she saw Xiao Chun in a rare daze. She looked at the two figures in the sky, who had already left, not understanding what was going on. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I just saw an old friend from the Sky Dome realm." Those two earlier were Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Zhao Feng's grandfather, Zhao Linglong, was a veteran sovereign martial emperor, ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Sima Lingxian has a significant background as well. His adoptive father, Zong Buoxiong, became a sovereign martial emperor after coming out of the road that buried emperors and successfully killed his way into the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Yu Bingyu knew more about the Black Sea than Xiao Chun did. She recognized the two people who just passed by. When Xiao Chun heard Zong Buoxiong's name, he felt excited. Wasn't this Zong Buoxiong the middle-aged greater heavenly martial emperor who gave him a message in Despair City? Back then, Xiao Chun had found it strange that Zong Buoxiong would send him a voice projection for no reason at all. Now that Yu Bingyun said that Zong Buoxiong's adoptive son was Sima Lingxian, Xiao Chun somewhat understood what was going on. If Xiao Chun guessed right, this Zong Buoxiong should know about the grudge between Xiao Chun and Sima Lingxian. Zong Buoxiong probably sent Xiao Chun a voice projection because he did not want Xiao Chun to die at the hands of others, giving his adoptive son a chance to take revenge personally. The past truly made one sigh with emotion. Every time one thought of the passionate era of the Sky Dome realm, one's blood would race. Xiao Chun still remembered how many outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm fought in Dragon Sealing City, fighting for the right to enter the Kunlun realm. However, most of the outstanding talents that truly entered the Kunlun realm were buried in this great realm filled with geniuses. Their names were unknown, and they were nowhere to be seen. However, seeing Sima Lingxian this time far surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. In that instant, Xiao Chun sensed that Sima Lingxian's cultivation had actually reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had taken a sovereign martial emperor as his adoptive father. Everything was like a new game of Go. There were always some unexpected things. Fortunately, as long as the blue-robed emperor had sufficient resources and great talent, he would be able to reach the peak of mastery within a short period of time. If he had become a great perfection blue-robed emperor, only then would Xiao Chun be truly vigilant. Now he only needed to pay a little more attention. Among the younger generation of the Black Sea, where can this Sima Lingxian rank? Xiao Chun asked curiously. This name, which he had long forgotten, once again attracted his attention. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, "How should I put it?" He rose up very quickly. In just 5 or 6 years, with Zong Buoxiong's full support, he defeated many outstanding talents of the Black Sea. Now, he is in the limelight and is known as the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation. However, this first rank is a little vague. This is because the strongest of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, has not appeared in the past few years. Furthermore, Huang Yun was already publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10 years ago. Without defeating Huang Yun, Sima Lingxian would not be able to truly become the strongest. There is also Zhao Feng. 2 years ago, Sima Lingxian only lost to Zhao Feng by half a move. In a true life and death battle, Zhao Feng only had a 50-50 chance of winning. However, no matter what, there is no exaggeration in calling Sima Lingxian one of the strongest outstanding talents of the Black Sea's younger generation. After saying that, Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiao Chun and said, "Could he be the old friend you mentioned? Is he a friend or foe? If he is an enemy, it is best not to meet him to avoid trouble." Friend or foe? Sima Lingxian's father died at Xiao Chun's hands. There was no way to resolve the grudge of killing his father. However, Xiao Chun did not regret killing Sima Hong at all. Some people deserved to be killed to pay the price for what they had done in the past. As for meeting the other party, Xiao Chun did not fear it at all. He could defeat the other party in the Sky Dome realm. He could do the same here. Why aren't you saying anything? What exactly is your relationship with this Sima Lingxian? You still have not told me? Yu Bingyun was curious about the relationship between the two, which was rare for Xiao Chun to be absent-minded, so she pursued the matter. After Xiao Chun entered Dark City, Yu Bingyun continued to press him. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly and said, "He has a grudge with me for killing his father. Back then, his father relied on his cultivation to sweep through a small sect of mine in the Sky Dome realm. For the sake of protecting me, many of my sect's disciples and elders died at his father's hands. Later on, after my strength increased, I met his father in the Sky Dome realm and killed him." Xiao Chun skipped the details and gave a simple explanation of the grudge between him and Sima Lingxian. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she could not help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun had such a grudge with this Sima Lingxian. No wonder she was distracted when she saw him. Batu's home was very easy to find. Dark City was divided into 13 districts. Each district was governed by a great bandit. In every district, the most iconic building was the place where the bandits lived. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea represented the strongest combat prowess of the entire Black Sea, the greatest authority, and the most majestic might. They were the uncrowned masters of the Black Sea, the true kings of the underworld. It was very simple to become a great bandit of the Black Sea. One just had to come to Dark City and defeat a great bandit of the Black Sea, chasing him out of the iconic building. Then one would be the new great bandit of the Black Sea. It was simple and crude, fully displaying the law of the jungle of the Black Sea. While it sounded simple, every great bandit of the Black Sea was at least as strong as Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Furthermore, without the strength of a sovereign martial emperor, one would not be confident of defeating any great bandit easily. In the past 1,000 years, aside from Zhong Buxiong, no one else had succeeded. Batu's grandfather was known as the Flame Rock Sovereign. He was ranked 5th among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, a veteran sovereign martial emperor. It was because Batu asked the Flame Rock Sovereign to speak up for Kim Taeho's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Hence, no one dared to offend him in the Black Sea. As long as the banner of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was hung up, no one would pay attention to the merchant ships of the Black Sea, where pirates roamed. After asking around, the two found out where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. A castle made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks was in the south of the city. This was where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. When the two arrived before the fiery red castle and saw that it was made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks, they felt incredibly shocked. Just a small piece of 10,000-year-old flame rock was worth cities. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign used it to build a vast castle. The castle looked like it was eternally engulfed in flames, burning endlessly. When standing in front of the gates, one could feel the Flame Rock Sovereign's unbridled tyranny. The surroundings were heavily guarded. Xiao Chun stood in front of the gates and reported his identity, asking the guards to help pass a message to Batu's Day. Xiao Chun and Yu Bingyun both looked extraordinary. Their strength was even more startling. The guards did not dare to be slow, quickly reporting the news. Soon Batu's carefree laughter came from the gates. He walked over with large strides. When he saw Xiao Chun, he immediately gave Xiao Chun a bear hug. "Brat, you only came now. I have already waited for you for more than a year. Come in first." "Hey, this is..." Xiao Chun, who only cared about talking to Xiao Chun, did not react immediately when he saw Yu Bingyun. After a while he exclaimed in extreme shock, "Damn! Brother Xiao Chun, you really managed to get the Lunar Palace's holy daughter." Batu's words in front of so many people immediately froze Yu Bingyun's pretty face. This misunderstanding was too big. The misunderstanding was too big. Xiao Chun quickly said, "I think Brother Batu is overreacting." Batu smiled abashedly and quickly apologized. Yu Bingyun ignored him. However, her expression slowly turned warmer, showing no intention of settling scores with him. Come. Since Brother Xiao Chun is here, let's have some fun in Dark City. I'll bring you to the City Lord's residence to apply for an outstanding talent token first. With this outstanding talent token, you can enjoy the privileges that only the older generation Emperor Wu can enjoy. That would be truly satisfying. The City Lord's residence of Dark City was only a faction on the surface. The people there were appointed by the factions represented by the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Given Batu's status, it would be easy for him to apply for an outstanding talent token. When Xiao Chun was in line outside the city gates, he had heard some things about the outstanding talent token. For example, Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian could fly through the city gates because they had the outstanding talent token. However, Xiao Chen's main reason for coming here was the corpse that Batu's group found on the road that buried emperors. The jade strip on that corpse contained the Paradise secret cannon. It was hard to guarantee that there were no other hidden treasures. Xiao Chen was hoping to get lucky. He wanted to go take a look and see if there were any gains. Wait for a while. This time I actually have a request to make of Brother Batu, Xiao Chen said seriously, rejecting Batu's words. Batu slowly withdrew the smile on his face. He asked gravely, "What is it? If I can help, I will definitely do so without hesitation." "Is the corpse that you found on the road that buried emperors still there? What did you find on that corpse? Can you tell me a thing or two?" When Batu heard this, he could not help smiling. There was nothing on that corpse except for the spatial ring on its finger. It was also a pile of trash. "We suffered a great loss. Could it be that the jade strip we gave you is extraordinary?" Since Xiao Chen had already decided to come here, he did not intend to hide anything. He nodded and said, "Bring me to see that pile of trash first." Batu laughed loudly, and a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, "Bring Miss Bingen around the castle. Remember to treat her well." Batu looked like a boorish fellow. However, he was very meticulous. He knew that it was not convenient for others to hear about this, so he sent Yu Bingyun away without anyone noticing. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. She did not care much about her interactions with Xiao Chen over the past few days. Yu Bingyun already knew that Xiao Chen had obtained the inheritance of an ancient dragon seeking secret art. However, Xiao Chen had also told her the truth. This dragon seeking secret art was very difficult for people with ordinary comprehension ability to learn. Chapter 1170. The threshold for comprehension ability was too high. Even if an ordinary geomaster obtained it, it would not be of much use. At most it would broaden their horizons. Xiao Chen followed Batu to his private treasure pavilion in the castle. In one of the old rooms he saw the trash that Batu spoke of. There were broken bells, large lumps of metal, rotten knives, and all sorts of metal balls. There were many of them. At first glance they were indeed trash. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were all dusty treasures, making him somewhat happy. How was this trash? This was a complete dragon subduing platform. However, it had been destroyed and scattered. After repairing and refining some of the parts, he reassembled them. This was a ready-made dragon subduing platform. The bell was the dragon summoning bell. With just a gentle shake, it could automatically summon back the spirit vein that escaped. When dealing with some evil dragons, there was no way to get them to obediently go to the dragon subduing platform. Hence, the dragon summoning bell became a necessity. The rotten knives were the essence of the dragon subduing platform. The dragon head guillotine. There was also the lump of metal. This was the ready-made foundation of the dragon subduing platform. If Xiao Chen had to pool his own money to build it, he would need at least 10 years to prepare. However, these things were worthless in the eyes of a cultivator. They were completely useless. Even a regular geomaster would not recognize these things. Even if they recognized them, they would not know how to use them. They had to be used in conjunction with the Paradise secret cannon. That's all. It is infuriating to talk about it. A group of brothers and I risked our lives to bring back a corpse. Unexpectedly, the ring is filled with a pile of trash. Batu appeared rather depressed when he mentioned this matter. Xiao Chen reluctantly put down the dragon summoning bell. Then he said, "These are not trash. They are all treasures." Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Xiao Chen told Batu about the Paradise secret cannon and the true value of this pile of trash. "I can leave a copy of the Paradise secret cannon for Brother Batu's day. As for these dragon subduing platform parts, I hope that Brother Batu will do me a favor. Name a price and I'll buy them." After Batu heard that, his expression changed. He said, "You are looking down on this brother. Without you making a move, I, Batu, and my friends would have died in the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Furthermore, at that time, Brother Xiao Chen could have made a move to silence us and snatch this corpse away. Don't say anything. You can just take these things as trash." Batu's straightforwardness made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. Not only did Batu not want the Paradise secret cannon's copy, But he even gave all the parts of the dragon-subduing platform to Xiao Chan. After the dragon-subduing platform was completed, Xiao Chan would no longer need to be afraid of those evil dragons while seeking the dragon acupoints. This dragon-subduing platform was extremely important to him. In fact, when he reached the level of Emperor Wu and searched for a royal spirit vein, this dragon-subduing platform would be of great help to him. I won't say too many words of gratitude. In the future, if the Flame Rock Sovereign or Brother Batu need any help, I will definitely be there at your beck and call, Xiao Chan said extremely seriously as he accepted the parts of the dragon-subduing platform. Batu laughed loudly and said, well said, well said. However, there is indeed a problem that is troubling this brother. What problem? Xiao Chan asked, feeling suspicious as he frowned slightly. Speaking of which, what exactly is your relationship with the Holy Daughter? Don't be in a rush to deny it. If it were someone else, they would definitely fall out with her on the spot. Furthermore, Xiao Chan felt somewhat speechless. He thought that Batu would ask something serious, so he quickly interrupted. Don't mention this. Batu raised his eyebrows and chuckled. All right, I won't mention it. I understand. The more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. Xiao Chan smiled helplessly and said, never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. Bring me to get the outstanding talent token then. I plan to stay in Dark City for a while and complete the dragon-subduing platform before leaving. The disassembled dragon-subduing platform had existed for too long. Many things needed to be repaired, which was a rather large project. Furthermore, Xiao Chan needed to purchase many divine materials. With the outstanding talent token, he would be able to obtain a considerable discount when purchasing in Dark City. Furthermore, some divine materials could not be purchased through ordinary channels. With the outstanding talent token, it would be easier to access those special channels. Batu patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. That's easy. Come, I'll bring you to the city lord's residence now. As Xiao Chan strolled around the castle, he could sense the auras of several experts, both in the open and in the dark. There was even a gaze that seemed to belong to a powerhouse on the level of Emperor Wu, watching him from the dark. However, it seemed like that gaze did not have any malicious intent because of Batu's day. Furthermore, it did not pry too much into Xiao Chan. When Xiao Chan arrived at the city lord's residence in the center of Dark City, he relied on Batu's signboard to pass through all sorts of tight security and strong checkpoints. This allowed Xiao Chan to personally experience the strength of being a great pirate of the Black Sea. Along the way, he saw several half-step Emperor Wu experts at the checkpoints, undergoing strict questioning and inspections. When Batu and Xiao Chan arrived at the Zong Affairs office, where the outstanding talent token was processed, they were about to enter. Suddenly, a voice called out to Batu from behind. When Batu heard that, he turned his head back, and his expression changed involuntarily. Damn, this fellow actually came to the Zong Affairs office as well. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there would be some problems with the outstanding talent token? Haha. Brother Batu, are you bringing someone to get the outstanding talent token? Behind the Zong Affairs office, a white-robed young man with a jade-like complexion and a sinister aura walked over unhurriedly with a person behind him. Xiao Chen sized up this person. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Unexpectedly, he was also a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. Boundless sword intent flashed in this person's eyes. His gaze was so sharp that it could tear through the air. Another peak great perfection quasi-emperor outstanding young talent. Xiao Chan felt shocked in his heart. However, when he thought about it, the Black Sea lacked everything but resources, so he felt somewhat at ease. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea controlled the greatest benefits of the Black Sea. In terms of resources, they were probably even stronger than some of the Holy Lands. After all, their headquarters were in the Black Sea. The cultivation of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor happened to rely on the accumulation of resources. Of course, if one's talent was insufficient, no matter how many resources one had, it would be pointless. Being able to use vast resources to raise one's cultivation to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor within a short time was already an incredible feat. This person is called Lu Yun, a descendant of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, Ku Yejian. Ku Yejian ranks 6th among the great bandits, and is a sovereign martial emperor who uses the sword. This person once suffered greatly at my big brother's hands. Xiao Chen knew that Batu's big brother was the most talented outstanding talent of the Flame Rock Sovereign's bloodline. He was also the Flame Rock Sovereign's legitimate successor, someone who would inherit the title of Flame Rock Sovereign in the future. However, Batu had always been busy with cultivation, rarely appearing when he was in closed-door cultivation. Compared to Batu, he was much more low-profile. That Lu Yun sized up Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Not bad. With the cultivation of a great perfection blue-robed emperor, you meet the threshold. However, it is hard to say whether you can get an outstanding talent token or not. However, based on Brother Batu's appearance, it seems like you want to go through the back door." This person had an arrogant expression. After saying that, he left with his head held high. Remember to tell your big brother to come out of closed-door cultivation early. The next Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is about to begin. At that time, I will personally defeat him. The person beside Lu Yun turned his head and glanced at Xiao Chen. A faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and a fierce electric fire burned in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why does this fellow make it seem like he has a grudge against me? If I recall correctly, I have a grudge against him. If I recall correctly, this is the first time Xiao Chen met Lu Yun and Lu Yun. Lu Yun, you sissy. Who said that your uncle is going through the back door? It is just an outstanding talent token. My brother can easily obtain it. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Batu's explosive temper could not endure Lu Yun's aloof temper. Once provoked, Batu would immediately erupt. Lu Yun turned around and did not get angry. He smiled faintly and said, "If you did not go through the back door, you would not have been able to obtain an outstanding talent token. Don't boast and harm your brother. Furthermore, if not for giving face to your big brother, I would have slapped you for what you said earlier." The competition between the descendants of the great bandits was actually so intense. This surprised Xiao Chen, who was at the side, slightly. He felt like he had gotten involved in some grudges. The more Batu spoke, the angrier he became. He cursed, "Damn! Do you dare to bet with me? This brother of mine will definitely obtain an outstanding talent token. Furthermore, his results will be even higher than this person you brought." Lu Yun said coldly, "You are really reckless. Do you know who this person beside me is? He is Xia Yang, the descendant of the legendary Thunderfire Sovereign. He is someone who can make it into the top 5 of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting." So that's the case. When Xiao Chen heard that, he figured out what was going on. It turned out that this fellow was Xia Luo's elder brother. No wonder Xia Yang's face was filled with murderous intent. Xiao Chen had taught Xia Luo's younger brother, and the clan elder, Wang Zhan, a lesson at Blackwater Island. Word of that had probably reached this person's ears. Xia Yang smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lu, there is no need to bother with these two clowns. There is no need to lower yourself to their level. Just smile." Lu Yun nodded and said, "That's true. If these words came from your elder brother, Ba Yan, I might be able to take them seriously. However, when they came from you, Batu, I only need to smile." The two echoed each other, causing Batu's complexion to turn red and white. That kind of arrogance and disdain infuriated him. Xiao Chen stepped forward and patted Batu's shoulder. Then he looked straight at the two and said, "It is just an outstanding talent token. There is no need for the two of you to mock and ridicule me like that. Aren't you being too narrow-minded? You will only make others feel ashamed of you." Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. His eyes became like swords as they pierced towards Xiao Chen. A boundless sword intent burst out from his eyes. Unexpectedly, this fellow's sword soul had reached 50% comprehension, far surpassing that of his peers. Furthermore, Lu Yun's sword intent gained a feeling of spring returning to a withered tree. This made his sword intent even more exuberant, surging boundlessly. If Lu Yun looked at an ordinary person, that person would immediately fall to the ground in fright, trembling and unable to get up. However, Xiao Chen did not fear Lu Yun at all. His saber soul had already reached 60% comprehension, completely suppressing his opponent. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness moved slightly as he looked straight into Lu Yun's eyes. He did not even take half a step back. Chapter 1171. Saber intent spread out from Xiao Chen's body. It was like one could hear sharp clanging sounds in the air, inspiring the urge to cover their ears. Many people came to the City Affairs Hall to handle the outstanding talent token and other matters. When they saw this scene, they could not help but look over. When they saw that someone dared to clash with Lu Yun's aura, they could not help feeling surprised. Lu Yun was very famous in this vast dark city. He was extremely strong, even able to defeat some consummation blue-robed emperors. What a fellow! To think that you really have some skill. Batu, I accept your bet. Lu Yun said indifferently to Batu as he withdrew his gaze. Anticipation lit up in his eyes. Batu sent a voice projection back. Xiaochun, are you confident? I did not recognize that Xiaoyang at first glance. This fellow is also very famous in Dark City. He is not inferior to the descendants of the great bandits of the Black Sea. His outstanding talent token should have reached its time limit, so he is here to reapply for it. If you are not confident, then I admit defeat. I will ask my uncle to help you apply for an outstanding talent token. Xiaochun replied calmly. There is no need. Just go ahead and gamble. Bet as much as you want. I will help you win it all in one go. With Xiaochun's words, Batu immediately calmed down. He smiled and said, Lu Yun, let's make the bet bigger this time. The loser will give the winner 200 essence stones. How about that? 200 essence stones. The moment Batu said that, not only did Lu Yun's expression change slightly, but even the surrounding young cultivators who were watching felt shocked. Essence stones could only be extracted from king spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's cultivation. Without advancing to Emperor Wu, there was no way to purchase essence stones through normal channels. They could only obtain them at auctions. These outstanding talents had the backing of the great bandits and lived in the resource-rich Black Sea. Hence, they could rely on their clans to obtain some essence stones every month. However, they only obtained about 20 essence stones every month. They still had to rely on Holy Spirit veins to cultivate. Batu wanted to bet 200 essence stones in one go. It looked like he had been holding back his anger and wanted to make a big bet. Xiaoyang's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Brother Lu, just agree with him. The guy next to him happens to have some conflicts with me. Let's break his spirit here first. Lu Yun secretly sent a voice transmission to ask if he was really confident. He only had 300 origin essence stones on him, and he had saved them up. Don't worry. My Thunder Fire art has already reached the 10th layer. It is more than enough to defeat him in the test of the outstanding talent token. Xiaoyang guaranteed confidently. Lu Yun had always looked down on Batu, and did not want to lose in front of him. With Xiaoyang's guarantee, he immediately agreed to Batu's request and said loudly, I happen to be lacking origin essence stones. If you want to give them to me, I naturally have no objection. Batu and Lu Yun are at loggerheads. This is going to be a good show. What a big bet. 200 origin essence stones. If I had 200 origin essence stones, my cultivation would increase by 20%. Stop speaking nonsense. Your clan does not have a sovereign martial emperor holding down the fort. Where are you going to get 200 origin essence stones? Even if the elders of your clan found them, they would use them for themselves. Batu and Lu Yun's huge bet immediately attracted the attention of the many youths who came to apply for the outstanding talent token. Aside from the descendants of great bandits who could use their connections to apply for the outstanding talent token, the outstanding talent token was also open to the public. As long as one cleared the checkpoints set by the City Lord's Residence's City Affairs Hall, they would obtain the outstanding talent token as well, allowing one to enjoy many benefits in Black Sea City and a death exemption medallion. With the outstanding talent token, no expert would dare to kill you. At the very least, this was a guarantee in the Black Sea. Aside from this, one could enter many of the peak places in the city unobstructed with the outstanding talent token, and enjoy the most expensive treatment. Not just the local outstanding talents of the Black Sea, but several outstanding talents from other sea regions also came to Dark City to apply for the outstanding talent token. Furthermore, in the Kunlun realm, as long as one was not over 50 years old, one could be considered a youth. Hence, the City Affairs Hall was always filled with people. There were many people who came, but only a few were able to successfully apply for an outstanding talent token. The reason was simple. The checkpoints set by the City Affairs Hall were too difficult. Lu Yun and Xiaoyang took the lead and entered the city affairs hall. Xiao Chun and Ba Tu followed closely behind. After registering according to the city affairs hall's rules, they were led into the testing hall. The vast and majestic testing hall was bustling with people. When Xiao Chun saw this, he found it somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were so many people here to apply for the outstanding talent token. A quick count gave at least 100 people, ranging in age from 20 to 50. Some were strong, some were weak, some were strong, and some were of different races. There were humans, fiend race, ghost race, and even some demon mixed blood cultivators. This was a great eye-opener. Dark City truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering city. Just the test for the outstanding talent token could attract so many outstanding talents. These people were all different. However, the pride they exuded was not as wild and unruly as they usually were. They were all very similar. After being immersed in the Black Sea for a long time, one would develop a baleful aura that was very hard to get rid of. However, this baleful aura would not affect the minds of outstanding talents. Instead, it would be used by them to strengthen their auras. Lu Yun's appearance attracted everyone's attention. This descendant of a great bandit was very famous and in the limelight. In comparison, the descendant of a great bandit like Ba Tu attracted much less attention. After all, this dark city was a place where strength reigned supreme. A place where the strong were worshipped. If Ba Tu's eldest brother were here, the situation would be different. Dong! 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 Dense footsteps resounded. Countless people rushed in from outside the city affairs hall to watch the excitement. This made the young outstanding talents participating in the outstanding talent token feel strange. Although the outstanding talent tokens test did not prohibit spectators, it was rare for such a bustling scene to appear under normal circumstances. There had to be something strange about this. Indeed, after asking around, the crowd learned about the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. They all showed strange expressions. Who is that white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to compete with the Thunderfire Sovereign's descendant. I don't know. I've never seen him before. He looks like he is only a middle-stage great perfection blue-robed emperor. His cultivation is weaker than Xia Yang's. This white-robed bladesman must have a great background. Otherwise Ba Tu would not be so bold. Haha, that might not be the case. I feel that he is just bluffing. He is just a nameless person. It is hard to say whether he can obtain the outstanding talent token or not. How can he compete with Xia Yang? That's right. He will definitely lose. The crowd discussed the matter. Some of the young outstanding talents participating in the test purposely stopped, wanting to let the two fight one-on-one. The two took up the responsibility and went to the first stage of the City Affairs Hall's test. The test of strength. Xiao Chun was no stranger to this test method. It was the same as the one he used in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The 100-meter-tall stone tablet was connected to an Iron Man through an exquisite formation on the ground. The difference was that this time the Metal Man's chest, throat, forehead, and other areas were marked in red. After the old man beside the stone steel explained it to Xiao Chun, he knew that the testing stone steel here was closer to actual combat. The vital parts of the stone steel were reinforced, making it harder for one's strength to penetrate. Just like martial artists, they would definitely put up extra defenses at their vitals. If one was confident, one could attack the vital parts of the metal man. If one's strength could penetrate it, one could light up more gems on the stone steel. If one's strength was insufficient, then one's result would be extremely low. One would be eliminated in the first stage. Most people would not choose to attack the vital parts. They would just use the normal method to test their strength. The City Affairs Hall elder guarding the first stage said expressionlessly, "The first stage is to test your strength. If you want to obtain the outstanding talent token, you have to light up the 6th row of gems at the very least. Lighting up one gem is 1 point. The highest score for this stage is 10 points. Xiao Qin's expression changed involuntarily. In the previous test at the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, the ones who could light up the 6th row of gems were almost all consummation blue-robed emperors. In this place, the minimum requirement to obtain the outstanding talent token was to light up the 6th row of gems. The threshold was extraordinarily high. No wonder Lu Yun said that even a great perfection blue-robed emperor might not be able to obtain the outstanding talent token. As for the subsequent scores, Xiao Qian knew that this test had a total of 3 stages. In the end, the scores would be added up to determine one's ranking among all the outstanding talents taking the test. In this first stage, I will make you fall into despair. Xia Yang was very confident in the test of strength. After the old man finished speaking, he walked over step by step. With every step Xia Yang took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire burned on his body. His aura was startling. Sparks even appeared high in the sky in the vast hall. If not for the restrictions in the hall, the lightning would have burst out. Thunder Fire Art. This is a profound cultivation technique created by the legendary martial emperor, the Thunder Fire Sovereign. Its explosive power is extremely ferocious. I wonder which layer Xia Yang has cultivated it to? As long as he reaches the 7th layer, he will be able to defeat that white-robed bladesman for sure. The legendary martial emperor, the Thunder Fire Sovereign, was very famous. Although the Xia clan was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, no one dared to underestimate the might of this Thunder Fire art. Xia Yang took 10 steps. With every step he took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire appeared on his body. When he finished taking 10 steps, the crowd exclaimed. Amid the layers of lightning-attributed fire, Xia Yang's aura was extremely strong. He was no weaker than a regular consummation blue-robed emperor's. He might even be stronger. Unexpectedly, he cultivated the Thunder Fire art to the 10th layer. This Xia Yang really hit himself deeply. He will probably shock everyone in this outstanding talent summit meeting. There is no hope. Batu's 200 essence stones are probably gone. After charging up his strength, Xia Yang roared and punched the metal humanoid. The light on the testing steel flickered, and rows of gems lit up rapidly. Soon all the gems on the 5th row lit up. The first purple gem on the 6th row lit up, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th gems. The 7th, the 8th, the 9th. This caused an uproar. Xia Yang's punch lit up a total of 9 gems on the 6th row. This was a startling result, surpassing most consummation blue-robed emperors. Chapter 1172. Although Xia Yang had used the 10th layer of the Thunder Fire art and stored up energy for a while, no one could deny his results. However, no one could erase his results. All of this was within the rules. The first stage was a test of strength. Lighting up 9 gems and obtaining 9 points was basically the highest score of the first stage. Xia Yang scattered the 10th layer of Thunder Fire on his body. His complexion turned slightly red, and he looked somewhat weak. Clearly, his cultivation of the 10th layer of the Thunder Fire art was not very stable. However, the joy and pride on his face did not diminish at all. He looked at Xiao Qian arrogantly and laughed loudly. In this stage, I lit up 9 gems on the 6th row. How can you compare to me? To most people, to surpass the 9th gem, one would have to erupt with the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu and light up 10 gems. However, this was clearly impossible. Xia Yang obtained 9 points. There was no way Xiao Qian could compete with him. Xia Yang would definitely win the first stage. White-robed bladesman, what do you have to defeat me? Xia Yang lit up 9 purple gems in one go, appearing very spirited. After cultivating the Thunder Fire art to the 10th layer, Xia Yang's goal was not Xiao Qian, but the outstanding talent summit meeting that would take place in a month. At that time he would shine brightly. Xia Yang treated Xiao Qian before him as an appetizer. At the same time, he would kick his younger brother and vent his anger. At the same time he would slowly spread his fame. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this scene. He said to Batu in an indifferent manner, "Prepare 200 origin essence stones later. Haha, if you can't take it out, don't blame me for making a fool of you in front of everyone and doing some embarrassing things." Batu's face sank slightly, rage building in his heart. However, when he saw Xia Yang obtain 9 points, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. In reality, Batu did not have 200 essence stones. It was only because he trusted Xiao Qian unconditionally that he demanded an exorbitant price. Xia Yang wanted to take revenge on Lu Yun for all the time. He didn't expect that Xia Yang would score 9 points in the first round. If Xia Yang continued to perform well, his total score would probably be able to rank in the top 20 of the overall ranking. Don't be too happy so soon. This is just the first stage. There are still 3 more stages: testing movement techniques, eyesight, and actual combat. There will be plenty of opportunities to overtake them. Batu argued back, but his words seemed to lack confidence. When Lu Yun heard this, he smiled in disdain and said, "Stubborn duck. Continue holding on. Let's see what else you have to say when we reach the final stage." Everyone's gazes focused on Xiao Chun. They all wanted to see what expression this white-robed bladesman would have when he saw Xia Yang's despairing 90 points. But they were disappointed. The expected dismay and surprise did not appear on Xiao Chun's face. His delicate face was still calm. Taking a step forward, Xiao Chun used his hand to touch the Iron Man. The places he touched were all the vital parts of the Iron Man, such as its chest, throat, and the space between its eyebrows. Puff! Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he overestimated himself and wanted to challenge the Iron Man's vital parts? If one could penetrate the reinforced defenses of the Iron Man's vital parts, one would be able to obtain a very high score. However, if one was not strong enough, one would obtain a score far lower than one's own strength. The risk was very high. Practically no one could obtain a high score by challenging the Iron Man's vital parts. Most of them could not even light up the purple gems. Lu Yun smiled coldly and said, "This fellow really wants to win so much that he has gone crazy." Glancing at the stunned Batu, Lu Yun added, "Indeed, he is someone you brought up. His way of thinking is different. However, he does not know that he is a big joke." Batu could not help retorting, "If you can obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts, my brother will definitely be able to do it." Lu Yun smiled conceitedly and said, "Do you think that everyone is a descendant of Ku Yejian? Even if you called your big brother over, he would not be able to obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts. This is something only a peak swordsman can do. You idiot, you don't know anything." Most of the people present agreed with Lu Yun's words. Unless one was a peak swordsman who could focus their attacks on one point, it would be very difficult to break through the reinforced defenses. Although the attacks of a bladesman were tyrannical, they excelled in chopping and chopping. They could not focus their attacks on one point. In history, there had never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts. When everyone saw that Xiao Chun wanted to obtain victory by relying on the vital parts, they all shook their heads slightly. Their eyes filled with disdain. This white-robed bladesman overestimated himself. "Can I use a saber?" Xiao Chun stepped back. Now that he was confident, he asked the administrator of the sect affairs hall. That old administrator smiled and said, "Naturally. If a bladesman does not use a saber, how can he bring out his greatest strength? However, let me give you a piece of advice. In the history of Dark City, there has never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "There will be one soon." When the old administrator heard that, he could not help but smile faintly. His expression did not change. The arrogance of youth was understandable. The old administrator had seen too much in his life and would no longer make a fuss about nothing. How arrogant! Let's see what kind of joke you will make. Xia Yang could not stand Xiao Chen's indifferent attitude, so he mocked him. Whoosh! Right after Xia Yang spoke, everyone in the hall saw an extremely dazzling saber light flash by. The saber light was too bright, forcing everyone to blink involuntarily. As the saber light flashed, there was also a gust of wind. This wind made everyone's long hair flutter gently. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun, who was holding nothing in his hands earlier, had already sheathed his saber. Then he slowly hugged the lunar shadow saber. Did he draw his saber? This saber strike was too fast, so fast that everyone doubted it. It flashed by. They did not see it clearly at all. Naturally, Xiao Chun had drawn his saber. Although not many people saw Xiao Chun draw his saber, there were still some, such as Lu Yun, the old administrator, and Xia Yang, who stood beside Xiao Chun. When Xia Yang saw that the stone steel did not even light up, he could not help laughing loudly. "Not bad, your posture is pretty good." Unfortunately, not a single gem lit up. White-robed bladesman, you will probably become the biggest joke of the year in Dark City. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, Xiao Chen's saber strike was incredibly fast, startling them all. When they heard Xia Yang's words, they realized that it was just a joke. Not a single gem lit up. Although this was somewhat surprising, it was rather normal. Many cultivators who wanted to score points by attacking the vital points had encountered such a situation before. However, Xiao Chun made it seem so mysterious, giving off the air of an expert. In the end, he still ended up with such a result. This was truly a joke. Something's not right. Lu Yun, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly frowned. He discovered that something was wrong. The old administrator behind the stone steel also showed a grave expression, appearing extremely flabbergasted. There was a crisp sound, and a crack appeared on the metal puppet's neck. A resplendent saber light shot out from that crack, looking as dazzling as the sun. Before everyone's incredulous gaze, the metal puppet's head separated from its neck with a cassia. The instant the metal puppet's head flew off, a boundless saber wind surged out from its neck. A strong saber intent hummed along with the wind, reverberating in every corner of the vast hall. The strong and horrifying saber intent made everyone shudder in fear. The wind kept blowing for a long time, causing the noisy hall to slowly quiet down. Only the humming of the wind could be heard. Such a scene attracted several elders and administrators of the sect affairs office to come out from their hiding places. When they saw the headless metal puppet, they were all startled. The metal puppet that had stood in the hall for more than 1,000 years had its head chopped off. The metal puppet's neck was specially reinforced. No cultivator under the age of 50 could chop it off. But now this unbelievable scene had happened in real life. The old administrator behind the stone steel narrowed his eyes and sighed. He had not expected to make such a mistake. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little friend, let this saber wind stop. There's no need. Let this wind continue blowing. I want someone to remember how I defeated him." Amid the boundless strong wind, Xiao Chun hugged the lunar shadow saber and glanced indifferently at Xia Yang, whose mouth was agape. "Let the wind continue blowing. I want someone to know how I defeated him." These words sounded very calm and unperturbed. However, they were like a heavy slap to Xia Yang's face, resounding loudly. Xia Yang thought about how Xia Yang had defeated him after he scored 9 points. He had a proud expression on his face and shouted, "How are you going to defeat me?" Now Xiao Chun used the best action to prove how Xia Yang defeated him. The way Xiao Chun won, the way he won, made Xia Yang's face hurt from the wind. For this stage, our people from the Hall of Sect Affairs had a discussion. Although the gemstone didn't light up, it's still not enough. Although the gems did not light up, the strength that Xiao Chun displayed does not need to be proven. We will give him 10 points for this stage. The wind slowly stopped. As everyone expected, Xiao Chun, who chopped off the metal puppet's head, obtained the rare perfect score. Xiao Chun firmly surpassed Xia Yang, taking first place. After hearing the administrator's conclusion, Ba Tu could not help but laugh. "My apologies, first young Master Lu. My brother made a fool of himself in front of you. Unfortunately, you are not even comparable to a joke. I remember that you only scored 9 points for this stage." Lu Yun was very angry. He had not expected Xiao Chun to use such a decisive method to turn things around. Everyone thought that he would definitely lose in the first round, but he made a huge comeback. "Don't get cocky. There are still 3 more stages. The victor is not decided yet," Lu Yun said coldly. Ba Tu rubbed his chin and smiled. "These words are really familiar. Oh, that's right. Didn't I say it earlier? Haha. How did Brother Lu rebuke me? Every dog had its day." Seeing Lu Yun's deflated appearance, Ba Tu felt very carefree. How many years had it been since Xiao Chun had seen Lu Yun so angry? This gamble was worth it. "Don't get cocky. I will not lose to you in the next 3 stages." Chapter 1173. Xia Yang said coldly to Xiao Chun. Then he stepped forward. The next stage tested movement techniques, which were also based on 10 points. Xia Yang's performance in this stage was not very good. The 10th layer Thunder Fire art allowed his explosive power to far surpass that of the younger generation. However, his movement technique was much weaker. He only managed to get 7 points in this stage, barely passing the passing line. Seeing his opponent's unsatisfactory performance, Xiao Chun was happy and relaxed. He held back some of his strength, using only the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to obtain 8 points. Xiao Chun did not have a specific goal. He just needed to obtain 1 point more than his opponent in each stage. He could not do anything about the first stage. Xiaoyang obtained 9 points. If Xiao Chun did not bring out his full strength, he would not be able to surpass him. In the second stage, Xiao Chun could preserve his strength. Naturally, Xiao Chun chose to do so. Among the cultivators watching, Xiao Chun discovered several strong existences. The auras they gave off were no weaker than Lu Yun's. Xiao Chun did not know what these people were here for. If he could preserve some of his strength, he would do so, not letting others see through him. The third stage tested eyesight. There was no need to mention this stage. Xiao Chun had already cultivated the heavenly eye. If Xiao Chun opened the heavenly eye, even the half-step Emperor Wu would not be a match for him. He did not need to open the heavenly eye to deal with Xiaoyang. Xiao Chun easily obtained 7 points, defeating his opponent's 6 points. It looked like the two were locked in a stalemate. Every time it seemed like Xiaoyang had a chance to defeat Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun surpassed him by 1 point every time. After 3 stages, the gap between the two reached 3 points. Lu Yun's expression turned increasingly unsightly. At the start, Ba Tu, whom Lu Yun looked down on, smiled more widely. The fourth stage tested practical combat. With Xiao Chen's intentional control, Lu Yun finally defeated Xiao Chun, defeating Xiao Chen's 6 points with 7 points. After the 4 stages, Xiao Chun obtained a total of 31 points, and Xiaoyang obtained 29 points. The two's total points successfully entered the top 50 of the Outstanding Talent token. Among the Heaven's Pride tokens, Xiao Chun had engraved the number 30, while Xiaoyang had engraved the number 49. The numbers represented their rankings. It was clear who won and who lost the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. Everyone had already somewhat expected the final outcome from the moment Xiao Chun chopped off the Iron Man's head. However, Xiao Chun still could not accept it. How could a nameless person turn the tables and defeat the Thunderfire Sovereign's descendant, Xiaoyang? Haha. Young man, you are quite ambitious. I wonder how much of your strength you will be able to bring out in the test for the Proud Son of Heaven token. The old deacon who had first tested Xiao Chen's strength had keenly noticed that Xiao Chun had concealed his true strength in the last few tests, so he had secretly transmitted a message to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun did not pay too much attention to it. He hid his strength simply to avoid some trouble. He did not have any other ambitions. He could only say that this old deacon was thinking too much. 200 essence stones. Quickly take them out. The victor had already been decided. Ba Tu immediately led Xiao Chun to demand repayment, not giving Lu Yun any face. Lu Yun's face darkened as he tossed out 200 essence stones. He said coldly, "Let me tell you, my essence stones are not that easy to obtain. Don't run into me at the summit meeting." After saying that, Lu Yun felt that he had lost too much face, so he quickly left. Xiaoyang, who followed closely behind, glanced at Xiao Chun before leaving without saying a word. "Is that so? I think they are easy to obtain. Coincidentally, I lack essence stones. Many thanks, Brother Lu." Ba Tu said loudly to Lu Yun, who had already gone far away, as he accepted the essence stones with a carefree smile on his face. "Come, let's go and have a drink. This was really delightful." Ba Tu directly handed the essence stones to Xiao Chun, not showing any intention of putting them in his pocket. Then, he led Xiao Chun out of the city lord's residence. The commotion slowly died down. However, news of Xiao Chun chopping off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike in the city lord's residence's clan affairs hall, which was unprecedented in history, would definitely spread throughout the entire Dark City in a short time. As a bladesman, Xiao Chun obtained full marks in the first stage of the Outstanding Talent Tokens test, putting him on par with the half-step Emperor Wu. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen's feat in the clan affairs hall was just the beginning. Over the next few days, people continued to obtain the Outstanding Talent token, setting new records one after another. Furthermore, most of these people were not the local outstanding talents of Dark City. They were all outsiders, giving off the feeling that a storm was brewing. The cultivators in Dark City only reacted when the news of the start of the new Outstanding Talent Summit meeting spread. These strong outstanding talents that suddenly appeared were people from other sea domains who came to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The originally restless Dark City immediately turned even more chaotic. Every day there would be fierce battles between outstanding talents, trying to determine who was stronger. Among them, Many of the outsiders had made a name for themselves in a series of fierce battles. This allowed people to know the names of these people in advance. Dark City was very chaotic. However, Xiao Chun did not care about this chaos. He remained in the Flame Rock Fortress and anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Xiao Chun anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Even his cultivation time was squeezed out. With the outstanding talent token, Xiao Chun successfully purchased the divine materials he needed to repair the dragon-subduing platform. At the same time, he saved a large sum of black astral coins, allowing him to experience the great benefits of the outstanding talent token. Yu Bingyun did not go anywhere in Dark City. When she learned that Xiao Chun wanted to repair the dragon-subduing platform, she took the initiative to offer her help. The repair was a huge project. It would be great if someone was willing to help. Xiao Chun did not think too much before agreeing. On this particular day, the repair of the dragon-subduing platform reached its final stage. Ba Tu rushed over to inform Xiao Chun of a piece of news. My first brother, Ba Yan, came out of closed-door cultivation and wants to meet you. Xiao Chun had heard of Ba Tu's first brother, Ba Yan. This person was very strong and ranked among the top of the many outstanding talents in Dark City. Even that Lu Yun once suffered at Ba Yan's hands. Xiao Chun had stayed in this Flame Rock Fortress for a long time. Be it out of courtesy or curiosity, Xiao Chun wanted to meet this person. Xiao Chun stopped what he was doing and followed Ba Tu together with Yu Bingyun. When they arrived at a drill ground in the fortress, they saw Ba Yan exchanging moves with a senior of his clan on the drill ground. A stout man who looked somewhat similar to Ba Tu stood on the drill ground. His entire body surged with energy. Every time he punched, there would be the sound of rocks crashing and flames surging. Every move of this man was extremely ferocious. He walked the path of opening and closing. However, these simple moves had a certain charm to them. After watching for a long time, Xiao Chun discovered the profoundness behind them. Ba Yan cultivated two wills, the will of fire and the will of rock. He cultivated both wills to great perfection. Furthermore, he used an ingenious method to merge them, forming the will of flame rock unique to the Flame Rock Sovereign's bloodline. The will of flame contained a surging, boundless explosive force and the hardness and toughness of rock. Ba Yan's opponent was a consummation blue-robed emperor of the Flame Rock Fortress. Although this was not a battle to the death, the fight was still extremely intense. Although that old man used all his means, he could not make up for it. When Ba Tu saw this, he revealed an expression of worship. This is my first brother. When he came out of closed-door cultivation, he cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer. He is the most talented person in the history of our clan. When my grandfather was this young, he only cultivated the flame rock art to the 9th layer. Yu Bingyun smiled and asked, "What layer are you at now?" Ba Tu smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Can this be a secret? I'm too embarrassed to say." Although Ba Tu did not say it, Xiao Chun could tell that Ba Tu's flame rock art had only reached the peak of the 6th layer, not even breaking through to the 7th layer. Compared to his first brother, Ba Tu was far from comparable. However, this was not because Ba Tu was too weak. Ba Tu's talent was not bad either. Rather, it was because his first brother Ba Yan was too strong, too dazzling. Bang! Rock and flame merged. When Ba Yan punched with a mighty might, he forced the old man back another 10 steps. The battle in the martial arts arena came to an end here and did not continue. Haha! After first young master comes out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely shine brightly at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The descendants of the other great bandits will never imagine that first young master has cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer. The old man who was sparring with Ba Yan said with a smile. The old man said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. Ba Yan looked as carefree as Ba Tuesday. He looked like he was in a good mood, but he appeared more cautious and reserved. Ba Yan's eyes burned with a strong fighting spirit, filled with boundless confidence. However, he did not speak confidently. Our clan's flame rock art is a peak inferior grade cultivation technique among profound cultivation techniques. Being able to cultivate it to the 10th layer is indeed a great advantage. However, it is not good to underestimate others because of this. There are no ordinary people among the descendants of great bandits. After saying that, Ba Yan dismissed the old man. Then he walked over to Xiao Chun excitedly with a smile on his face. "You are the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun that my younger brother mentioned. According to my younger brother, you are very incredible. You even chopped down that Iron Man from the Clan Affairs Hall with one strike. Let's exchange a few moves." Ba Yan's words sounded very provocative. Batu quickly said, "Xiao Chun, don't mind him. My older brother's temper is like this. When he sees an expert, he can't help itching for a fight. After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, he has not improved at all. It's fine. I would like to see Brother Ba Yan's martial techniques as well." Xiao Chun did not dislike such people. In fact, he was somewhat similar to them. When he saw an expert that made his eyes light up, he could not help wanting to spar with them. He wanted to see what he could learn from them and improve himself. Or perhaps he just wanted to find an opponent for himself. If a cultivator kept cultivating behind closed doors, without having experienced hundreds of battles, they would definitely regress. Ba Yan smiled and said, "It looks like we are on the same path. Let's exchange 3 moves then." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking. Let's go." Before Batu's and Yu Bingyun's stunned gazes, the 2 people who had just met immediately went to the drill platform, preparing to fight. A strange look flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. She said, "Why is your elder brother looking for Xiao Chun? Could it be that he wants to spar with him?" Chapter 1174. Batu scratched his head and said, "I'm not sure either. It seems like Big Brother received an invitation and is preparing to bring Xiao Chun along. He should be testing his strength now." As the 2 of them spoke, Xiao Chun and Ba Yan started fighting. Compared to the other cultivators, Ba Yan appeared extremely simple and crude. He did not store up any power, simply raising his hand and punching, blazing fire burning clouds. This move was based on the state of raging fire. The moment Ba Yan moved his feet, a surging sea of fire instantly spread out. What a shocking explosive power! The other party's explosive power slightly surprised Xiao Chun. Furthermore, there was no need for him to accumulate power at all. He could control it as he wished. Not daring to be careless, Xiao Chun's figure flashed as he executed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps. His body became like a dragon as he took 7 steps forward. With every step he took, 1 or 2 wild lightning dragons would shoot out from beneath Xiao Chun's feet, and they would roar towards the sky while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. After he took 7 steps, 12 berserk electric dragons flew out from behind Xiao Chun. At this moment, he instantly drew his lunar shadow saber and clashed with his opponent's punch. The auras of the 2 sides clashed, clashing head-on. The saber light and the fist light clashed, giving off a loud sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, Xiao Chun took 5 steps back, but Ba Yan took 10 steps back. What kind of saber technique is this? It is so fast, yet it can still erupt with such might. Ba Yan appeared somewhat shocked. Xiao Chun raised his saber and stood upright. He said, "Thunder Dragon Chop. I condensed the lightning tribulation saber technique that I comprehended in the past into a saber technique. I only recently comprehended it as well. It looks like it is pretty strong." Using the Thunder Dragon steps as the foundation and the lightning tribulation saber technique from before, this was a new move that Xiao Chun came up with in the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. Without the advancement of the Thunder Dragon steps, this move would not have appeared. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinarily mighty. Interesting. Take another punch from me, conquering the World Fist. This punch also obtained the Will of Rock, not as ferocious and explosive as the Will of Fire. However, the aura that Xiao Chun's fist technique revealed was even more domineering. It was as if he wanted to suppress the mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers with one punch. As Ba Yan soared into the air, the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers appeared under his feet. With this punch, all the mountains and rivers submitted. This move was not as ferocious as before, and the aura it exuded was much weaker. However, the tyrannical aura it radiated gave Xiao Chun even greater pressure. Good timing. This move completely aroused Xiao Chun's competitive spirit. With a loud laugh, he stomped on the ground with one foot. Immediately, a cyan dragon shadow flew out from Xiao Chun's body. The 10,000 heavenly laws in his body all turned into illusory dragons. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 dragons soared into the air, roaring in unison. As Xiao Chan slashed down with his saber, he materialized the subduing dragon profound slash, forming a green saber light that reached the sky. Batu gaped and exclaimed, "Damn! He is trying to destroy the stage." Yu Bingyun also felt some shock. However, she was much calmer than Batu's day. She said indifferently, "Don't worry. It is just a simple exchange. The two of them know their limits and will not bring out their full strength." The punch that contained the might of mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers struck the cyan saber light. Kasie. Cracks appeared on the surface of Ba Yan's fist, and countless specks of dust flew out. Xiao Qin's saber strike had broken Ba Yan's protective rock veritable energy. However, the might of this punch was similarly startling. A clear crack appeared in the saber light where Ba Yan's fist struck. "I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore." When Ba Yan saw his protective veritable energy break, he was startled and quickly retreated. When Xiao Chan looked at Xiao Chen again, he no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen's fist subduing rivers and mountains was extremely powerful. This was the first time Ba Yan met someone in the same generation who could break his defense. Ba Yan already lost in the first move, and his protective rock veritable energy broke in the second move. If they continued fighting, he would have to use his trump card in the third move. However, Ba Yan did not intend to use his trump card so early. The two moves were very efficient, allowing the two to gain a clearer understanding of each other's strength. Although Ba Yan was slightly weaker in this exchange, he still looked as graceful as before. The first move's horrifying eruption could be executed at will. Xiao Chan circulated the Thunder Dragon steps and took 7 steps before he managed to gain a slight advantage with the Thunder Dragon chop. The second move, fist subduing rivers, subduing mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers, was even more tyrannical. This was the first time someone nearly broke Xiao Chen's subduing dragon profound slash. Xiao Chun felt some anticipation for the third move. If he guessed right, the third move should merge the will of fire and the will of rock. Then he would circulate the 10th layer of the flame rock art and execute them together to form a horrifying killing move. Xiao Chun estimated that if he perfectly executed it, it would rival a medial-grade profound martial technique. Unfortunately, Ba Yan suddenly withdrew at the crucial moment. "Not bad. Haha. It looks like Batu was right. You are even stronger than he described." Ba Yan walked over while laughing loudly. He did not hold any grudges because he was weaker than Xiao Chan. Instead, his eyes filled with joy. It looked like this Ba Yan was truly a battle maniac. He was the kind of cultivator who truly indulged in combat and did not care about victory or defeat. "Big brother, how is it? With Xiao Chen's strength, he can accompany you to that gathering, right?" Batu asked with a smile as he walked over with Yu Bingyun. Ba Yan nodded and said, "Naturally, he can. However, brother Xiao Chan has to be willing first." Xiao Chan felt somewhat confused as he asked, "What gathering?" Ba Yan took out an invitation and smiled. "I don't know who initiated it, but it's a small gathering for the successors of the 13 Great Bandits. I received it the moment I came out of closed-door cultivation. It should be someone who wants to test the might of my fist. I don't think I'm a descendant of a great bandit," Xiao Chan said with a frown. He felt that this gathering had nothing to do with him. Ba Yan smiled and said, "How can you not figure it out? Even an uncouth person like me knows that this gathering is a test of strength before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Tell me, does it have anything to do with you?" Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It was the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting again. Xiao Chan had already heard these words several times. However, he had been busy repairing and rebuilding the dragon subduing platform, so he did not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was. Could it be that you still do not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is after being in Dark City for so long? Seeing that Xiao Chan still had a somewhat confused expression, Ba Yan and Batu both showed surprised expressions. Xiao Chan smiled embarrassedly and said, "I really do not know about this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. I came to Dark City for another matter. I am preparing to leave 3 days later." "Batu, tell him about it. I thought that he was here for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting." Batu thought for a while and organized his words. Then he said, The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is jointly held by the factions of the 13 Great Bandits. The purpose of this is to promote competition between the various outstanding talents. It is held once every 5 years and it is like a test. Anyone with an outstanding talent token can register. The competition is intense and cruel. The top 10 will all receive rewards. The top 3 will receive the most valuable rewards. They will all receive varying amounts of essence stones. The first place will receive a medial grade profound martial technique and a chance to enter the dark blood pool to strengthen the physical body. Essence stones? A medial grade profound martial technique. A light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. These 2 items held a fatal attraction to any blue-robed emperor. No wonder the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was so attractive. This also explained why he saw so many cultivators from the foreign seas coming to apply for an outstanding talent token at the city administration hall. What do you think? Do you still think that this small gathering has nothing to do with you? Ba Yan said with a smile. It is very difficult for those who rely on connections to get in. Even if Ba Tu wanted to go, I would not bring him. The ones going this time will definitely be the strongest of the Great Bandits' descendants. Without sufficient strength, you will only be humiliated. Xiao Chan quickly made his decision. He said seriously, "Many thanks, Brother Ba Yan. When are we leaving?" "Good. Let's go now then. After being in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year, my bones have already turned soft. It is time to meet up with those old friends." Ba Yan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he put away the invitation letter and led Xiao Chan away. Before leaving, there were still some finishing touches to the dragon-subduing platform's repairs. So Xiao Chan could only ask Yu Bingyun to help. Fortunately, Yu Bingyun did not reject it, happily accepting it. However, Xiao Chan found it strange. Given Yu Bingyun's strength, she should be able to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. However, she did not seem interested. With Ba Yan leading the way, the 2 flew around the city without any fear. With the outstanding talent token in hand, they completely ignored the rules of Dark City that prohibited flying. Along the way, Ba Yan was very talkative. Perhaps it was because of their bloodline, but the descendants of the Flame Rock Sovereign were rather carefree, not holding back when they spoke. "He, Xiao Chan, what exactly is the relationship between you and the Holy Daughter? Thanks to you, this is the first time the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter has come to our Flame Rock Castle as a guest." Ba Yan was no different from Ba Tu in this aspect. They were both very gossipy. Helpless, Xiao Chan could only give a solemn explanation. However, Ba Yan still did not believe him. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We have arrived. After traveling for a long time, the 2 arrived before a restaurant in the inner city. The restaurant gave off a strange aura. Its frame felt exceptionally sturdy. This is the famous Conflagration restaurant of Dark City. The entire restaurant is made of divine materials. Furthermore, there are restrictions laid on it. Even if a battle breaks out in there, it will not damage the restaurant. It is the favorite place of the Black Sea cultivators. Ba Yan had been to the Conflagration restaurant several times before, so he was familiar with the place. Ba Yan strode in, and the originally noisy hall immediately fell silent. Nearly everyone's gazes focused on him. Damn! This battle maniac came out of closed-door cultivation. Hurry up and leave. After holding it in for more than half a year, I wonder who he will vent his anger on. A moment of panic appeared in the hall. The messy tables immediately opened up a path for Ba Yan. Xiao Chun laughed hoarsely and said, "It looks like you are quite famous in this place." Ba Yan's lips curled up as he said, "How boring. I still miss the first time I came here. Back then, I fought to my heart's content. Now, the Black Sea cultivators are becoming increasingly cowardly." The location of the gathering was on the 2nd floor of the Conflagration restaurant. Someone had already reserved the entire place. Without an invitation, one could not enter. Chapter 1175. After handing over the invitation, the 2 of them walked in smoothly. Compared to the bustling hall, the 2nd floor was much quieter. The 2 did not arrive early. Several young cultivators were already seated in the seats that had been cleared. The instant Xiao Chan stepped onto the 2nd floor, he immediately felt several sharp gazes directed at him. There were many familiar faces here. Lu Yun and Xiaoyang were here. It looked like they had been here for a long time. What surprised Xiao Qian was that Zhang Feng, whom he met at Blackwater Island, was here as well. After not seeing Zhang Feng for some time, Zhang Feng's strength had increased very quickly. He now exuded a dangerous aura. Clearly Zhao Feng noticed Xiao Qian as well. He was similarly surprised. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Several people who saw Xiao Qian started discussing in whispers. Xiao Qian chopped off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike. This news had recently spread like wildfire, inciting a huge debate. A blue-clad bladesman on a seat suddenly smacked the table. A wine cup flew up and spun around quickly. "Hey, white-robed bladesman, you have been in the limelight recently. I'll treat you to a cup of wine." The blue-clad bladesman smiled coldly and gently smacked the wine cup. Immediately, the wine cup flew at Xiao Qian at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. Indeed, it was as Bai Yin said. The people who came were all unruly. If one was weak, one would only be humiliated. The moment Xiao Qian entered the second floor, someone immediately put on a show of strength. The wine cup that flew over from nowhere was very particular. It was not just at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. All the wine in the cup was infused with the blue-clad bladesman's strong saber intent. If Xiao Qian was not careful, he would end up making a fool of himself, regardless of whether he could catch it or not. If Xiao Qian caught it, the wine filled with saber intent would have long since reached a critical point after spinning thousands of times, exploding upon contact. The explosion would have covered Xiao Qian's entire body. Every drop of water was a lethal existence. Xiao Qian could not avoid a sorry state. If Xiao Qian could not catch it, the other party would say that he was not sincere. This show of strength was very powerful. The descendants of the great bandits were all sneering, waiting to see how Xiao Qian would respond. Bai Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and did not make a move. This was a show of strength aimed at Xiao Qian. If Xiao Qian couldn't even pass this small hurdle, it could only prove that he had misjudged and shouldn't have brought Xiao Qian here. Xiao Qian smiled gently. It was unknown when the lunar shadow saber had appeared in his left hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the resplendent saber was unsheathed. Who? The instant Xiao Qian drew his saber, a strong wind containing Xiao Qian's saber intent howled out, lifting everyone's hair. First, Xiao Qian used his strong saber intent to suppress the saber intent in the wine, stopping it from spinning. When the saber was completely drawn, the saber and the wine cup happened to be in a straight line. The wine cup stopped firmly on the tip of the saber. Xiao Qian used his outstanding eyesight, strong saber soul, and fast speed to catch the other party's wine cup. The two looked like good friends that had not met for many years when the blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup. The blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup, and Xiao Qian drew his saber to catch it. Their cooperation was tacit. This tense and exciting scene might sound complicated, but in reality it happened in just an instant, in the blink of an eye. The wine cup stopped spinning on the tip of the saber, and the wine shot out. Xiao Qian raised his head and opened his mouth. The wine flew in a beautiful arc and landed in Xiao Qian's mouth. Not bad. This is indeed good wine. I'll return the cup to you. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber, and the wine cup stopped hovering in the air. Then he wiped the wine off his mouth. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes, and the 60% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness moved with a thought. Then it attached itself to the wine cup and flew towards the blue-clad youth. The empty wine cup that flew over was like an unparalleled saber light, boundlessly sharp and containing a boundless saber intent. According to the etiquette of toasts, Xiao Qian should have offered a cup of wine in return, not an empty cup. Naturally, Xiao Qian knew about etiquette. However, he had another reason for doing so. The blue-clad youth put on a show of strength the first time they met. Honestly speaking, Xiao Qian did not feel much resentment. This was how the world of cultivators was in the first place. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Xiao Qian had long since calmly accepted this. However, he had his own pride. If the other party could catch this empty cup, he would be qualified to receive a toast from him. If the blue-clad youth could not catch it, then he would be sorry. Xiao Qian would not even look at this person in the eye. After Xiao Qian perfectly caught his wine cup with the tip of his saber, the blue-clad youth's expression became much more restrained. When the blue-clad youth saw the empty cup return, his expression turned grave. As the saying went, the layman watched the excitement, while the expert watched the excitement. The two's exchange looked very flashy. All the outstanding talents present knew what kind of danger was contained within these few simple actions. If it were a small perfection blue-robed emperor without much strength, that cup of wine from the blue-clad bladesman would have been sufficient to severely injure him. However, not only did Xiao Chan catch it perfectly, but he even returned an empty cup to the blue-clad youth, testing the blue-clad youth's strength. The situation immediately became interesting. Liu Yang's grandfather is known as the Black Sea Saber Sovereign. He has always been the strongest bladesman of the Black Sea's younger generation. This time he probably met with an expert. I wonder if he can catch the cup? All the outstanding talents turned their gazes to Liu Yang, wanting to see how he would deal with this. This increased the pressure on him. Liu Yang's thoughts raced. Many countermeasures flashed in his mind, but he rejected them all. It was not difficult to catch the empty cup. However, not only did he have to catch it, but he also had to catch it as beautifully as Xiao Chan did, casually catching it. Otherwise, if he put in too much effort, he would end up at a disadvantage in this formless competition. In one breath of time, Liu Yang thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped, catching the empty cup flying over perfectly. Hu Qi! The wine cup spun rapidly in Liu Yang's hand. Every time it spun, it scattered a large portion of the saber intent that Xiao Chan added to it. The wind howled, buzzing. The saber wind that Liu Yang sent out lingered on the second floor. It was like many treasured sabers humming endlessly. The sharp saber intent made everyone's expression turn serious. This empty cup that Xiao Chan returned with was not simple at all. Similarly, Liu Yang's hand that caught the empty cup with one finger was not careless at all. The two of them were evenly matched as they fought back and forth. There is no wine in the cup. It looks like young Master Xiao says that it is good wine, but in reality you look down on this Liu's wine. You are not even willing to return a cup. Never mind, this Liu will offer you another cup. I will make sure that your words are the same, no longer saying one thing and thinking another. In Liu Yang's mouth, the empty wine cup that Xiao Chan used to test the waters became a new excuse. An excuse for him to make another move. Liu Yang spun the wine cup around his finger and smiled faintly. Then he suddenly let go, letting the cup spin in the air. It was like magic. The instant Liu Yang let go, an exquisitely carved white jade wine bottle emanating a cold qi appeared in his right hand. The wine that flowed out was like snow melting on a mountain peak, slowly falling into the wine cup. The temperature of the entire second floor plummeted. As Liu Yang poured the wine, it became increasingly cold. It was so cold that everyone felt their blood freeze. Strands of cold qi rose from the wine cup. An alluring wine fragrance spread out, shattering one's heart and causing them to reveal an intoxicated expression. What wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? It must be a peak quality wine. At the same time, it perfectly matches Liu Yang's will of ice. The wine that he is going to offer is definitely extraordinary. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. The outstanding young talents discussed the unexpected clash between the two bladesmen. Everyone was filled with anticipation. When the wine cup landed on the table, it was filled to the brim. Liu Yang put down the wine bottle and picked up the wine cup, shaking it gently. A clump of snowflakes soared up from the wine. Countless snowflakes bloomed, and an ice phoenix grabbed the wine cup and spread its wings to fly away. This wine is called 1,000-Year Snow. I was fortunate enough to buy 10 bottles in the distant ice sea. I hope that I will not disappoint Brother Xiao this time. Liu Yang's gaze turned cold. The wine cup filled with 1,000-year snow emanated Liu Yang's cold and emotionless saber intent. Then he charged forward together with the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix, which was originally just an image, seemed to come to life with the support of Liu Yang's saber intent. The ice phoenix held the wine cup with its claws. Its eyes were cold and piercing, looking cold-blooded and emotionless. Just this cold gaze alone allowed others to catch a glimpse of Liu Yang's strong saber intent. The sudden appearance of the ice phoenix caused the wine cup to fly over much faster than before. As it spread its wings, it carried a sharp saber intent and a strong pressure. Xiao Chan did not dare to underestimate it. He dodged and pushed off the ground. Then he spread his arms and slowly flew backward. He retreated. Liu Yang's lips curled up in a cocky smile. In the end he still retreated. However, Liu Yang's smile slowly froze. As Xiao Chen retreated, his white robes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. Every strand of his hair and every strand of his fluttering robes gave off a strong saber intent. Ding! 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 As Xiao Chen's hair fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like zither music. As Xiao Chen's robes fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like a heroic war drum. As the zither and drum sounded, Xiao Chen advanced by retreating. He used his strong saber intent to resolve Liu Yang's sharp and unparalleled saber intent on the Ice Phoenix step by step. Xiao Chen spun around and smiled faintly. Then he sat behind a table and casually put down the lunar shadow saber. Then he stretched out his hand to catch the wine cup. Xiao Chen easily caught the wine cup of the Ice Phoenix, which had already exhausted its saber intent. The Ice Phoenix circled around Xiao Chen's head before turning into snowflakes and drifting down. Looking at the wine cup in the wine cup, Xiao Chen picked it up and drained it in one gulp. When the wine entered his throat, it felt incredibly spicy and had a strong aftertaste. It made him feel very carefree and delighted. It is indeed a good wine. Young Master Liu, you lived up to your words. Xiao Chen praised Liu Yang as he put down the wine cup with a slightly flushed face, appearing somewhat tipsy. Liu Yang's heart sank, but his hands did not stop moving. He said coldly, as the saying goes, drink 3 cups when you meet. Since it is good wine, then drink 3 cups in a row. Liu Yang, who was not convinced, filled 3 cups of 1,000-year snow with dazzling movements. Then he sent them to Xiao Chen again. Good timing. Xiao Chen was a wine lover in the first place. This 1,000-year snow suited his taste. He laughed loudly and picked up the empty wine cup. Then, he infused his saber soul into it and knocked it against the table. Bang! Chapter 1176. The 3 incoming ice phoenixes shattered under Xiao Chen's full-force attack. As the snowflakes swirled in the air, Xiao Chen downed 3 cups in a row. Not satisfying enough. Xiao Chen put down the wine cup heavily. He felt his entire body relax like he was drunk but not drunk. The more he drank, the stronger he became. As you wish. Liu Yang's expression turned slightly unsightly. He stood up and his aura erupted. Liu Yang's hands moved so fast that no one could see them clearly. Cup after cup of 1,000-year snow flew out together with the ice phoenixes and snow birds. In the main hall, all the geniuses were a little stunned. They did not expect a simple toast to be so majestic. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiao Chen looked at the dazzling ice phoenixes. His hands moved much faster than Liu Yang's. Cup after cup, Xiao Chen seemed to be truly drunk. He could not help but laugh loudly in the wind and snow. A strong saber intent spread out from his body. As he laughed, his usual calm was gone, replaced by arrogance and indulgence. Pooh! Liu Yang's movements stopped. He discovered that his wine cup was empty. The 1,000-year snow he brought had already been used up. As for Xiao Chen, he had already drunk more than 100 cups. No more wine? It's fine. I have some. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Although young Master Liu and I are not bosom friends, we are both wine lovers. Since you have toasted me 100 cups, I will return 1,000 cups. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and stood up. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. Buzz! 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 The empty cups on every table on the second floor started to tremble under the influence of Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul. However, these cups were not enough. The saber intent spread out, and all the empty wine cups in the hall started to tremble violently. What's going on? The many cultivators in the conflagration restaurant all had horrified expressions. They did not know what was happening. Whoosh! With a thought from Xiao Chen, all the wine cups gathered on the second floor. There were exactly 1,000 cups, no more, no less. All the 1,000-year flame that Xiao Chen collected flew out of the universe ring. He casually waved his hand, and the wine bottle shattered. Golden wine flickered with a golden light as it sprayed out. Not a single drop was spilled, and all of it fell into the wine cup hovering in the air. Buzz! The wine cup shook slightly and clumps of flame soared up. With the support of Xiao Qin's saber soul, they formed a huge golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings and a horrifying saber intent pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. A startled cry rang out as the golden crow slowly flew towards Lu Yang, carrying 1,000 cups of thousand-year flame. When Xiao Chun looked at Lu Yang, this descendant of the Black Sea saber sovereign was already scared silly, his legs trembling slightly. Who among the heroes of the world dared to say that they would not be drunk after 1,000 cups of wine? Since you've toasted me 100 cups, I'll return 1,000. Do you dare to drink? The huge golden crow gave off a dazzling golden light. Xiao Qin's strong 60% comprehended saber soul made the golden crow's aura extremely sharp. Together with the 1,000 cups of thousand-year flame, the golden crow not only suppressed Lu Yang, the descendant of the saber sovereign, but also caused his legs to go soft. Even the descendants of the other great bandits showed stunned expressions. They felt immense pressure, and their hearts pounded heavily. At the same time they felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, the one who mocked Xiao Chun was not them. Just thinking about the 1,000 cups of wine pressing down on them made them tremble in fear. After 100 cups of thousand-year snow entered his stomach, Xiao Chun felt slightly dizzy. He had not drunk so much in a long time. Xiao Chun had not gotten drunk in a long time. He could no longer remember the last time he got drunk. Who cares about his identity as the Blue Dragon King? Who cares about being the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Who cares about being a meteor if he does not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? This time I'll just get drunk. I don't care about anything else. I'll be arrogant and unrestrained. Xiao Qin's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. His strong saber intent worked together with Xiao Qin's. The tyrannical aura that he had kept hidden in his heart for a long time was unleashed without any reservations. Ha 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 ha. In the vast Black Sea where outstanding talents gather, there is not a single person who dares to drink with me. As Xiao Chun held the wine cup, he blushed slightly. When he saw the frightened Lu Yang, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was unrestrained, coupled with his drunkenness, making him feel very happy. The strange movements of the wine cups earlier startled the hundreds of cultivators in the hall of the Conflagration restaurant. This was the place where the fiercest cultivators of the Black Sea gathered. However, when they arrived at the top of the restaurant and peeked at the situation on the second floor, they could not help being startled. Damn it! Who is this? How arrogant! How arrogant! Boundlessly arrogant! This is the first time I feel that this Lu Yang is so pitiful. Who would dare to accept these 1,000 cups of wine? This white-robed bladesman seems to be the person who caused a huge commotion recently. He is the one who chopped off the head of the City Affairs Hall's metal puppet. So it is him. I've heard of him before. I heard that Xia Yang, the descendant of the Thunderfire Sovereign, won in a domineering manner. At that time he really shocked a lot of people. Seeing Xiao Chen's unrestrained manner, the cultivators who were peeking disgust in low voices. Their eyes filled with worship. The strong reigned supreme no matter where it was. On the second floor, Ba Yan blushed with shame. This Xiao Chen brother was probably really drunk, daring to say anything. With one sentence, he offended all the outstanding talents present. However, he is arrogant enough. I like it, Ba Yan said with a grin. When Lu Yang heard Xiao Chen's words, his complexion alternated between red and white. He felt very ashamed. Earlier he had mocked Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen did not return the toast. Now that he had 1,000 cups, Lu Yang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If Lu Yang had to face such a vast saber intent alone, he would not be able to match it. Don't laugh at my Black Sea for having no one. I want Zhao Feng to drink with you. Unexpectedly, the first outstanding talent to step forward was actually Zhang Feng, who had suffered at Xiao Chen's hands once. Xiao Chen's eyes were hazy from drunkenness. When he saw Zhang Feng step forward, he laughed loudly and said, "I'll toast you 100 cups." Whoosh! As Xiao Chen laughed, he waved his hand, and 100 cups of thousand-year flame immediately flew towards Zhang Feng. Every cup of golden wine contained Xiao Chen's strong saber intent. As the 100 cups flew out, they were like hundreds of strands of sharp saber qi. Jiang Feng's face sank. He did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. His figure flashed and his hands moved rapidly. He received cup after cup and placed them in his mouth, directly drinking them. However, after drinking 30 cups, he stumbled and felt dizzy. The strong aftereffects of the 1,000-year flame made him feel tipsy. Pussy-eye. Pussy-eye. After drinking another 10-odd cups, Jiang Feng could no longer hold on. The movements of his hands slowed somewhat, and the cups of 1,000-year flame struck him. His entire body was covered in wounds as he went flying. Only now did the crowd realize how strong the aftereffects of peak-quality wine was. How strong was Xiao Chan, who could still stand stably after drinking 100 cups. I'll drink with you. I, Lu Yuan, will drink with you. However, Xiao Chan stirred up everyone's hot-bloodedness. With Jiang Feng taking the lead, they all stepped forward one after another. All of a sudden, the originally empty second floor was in chaos. All the outstanding talents of the Black Sea got drunk. The 1,000-year flame was a peak-quality wine. Normally, drinking 1 cup would make one dizzy. After drinking dozens of cups, it was impossible not to get drunk. Amid the chaos, some people's eyes turned bloodshot. Feeling angry in their hearts, they drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Chan. The first to attack was Lu Yang, who was being bullied the most miserably. He drew his saber, and his figure flashed as he executed a killing move. Xiao Chan laughed loudly and gently drifted over. He picked up a cup of 1,000-year flame and drained it in one go before dodging. Then his figure moved swiftly and executed Thunder Dragon steps. He took 7 steps and ferociously chopped down the Thunder Dragon chop together with the Lunar Shadow Saber. Bang! Lu Yang, who blocked with his saber, got knocked back by Xiao Chan, crashing into the wall of the restaurant in a sorry state. Xiao Chan held his saber horizontally as he stood on the table. Then he staggered and drank another cup. Smiling in disdain, he said, "You are only SOSO and you still want to sneak attack me? Attack together." When the group of drunk people saw Xiao Chan standing on the table, their blood surged. They could no longer resist charging over. Good timing. Half drunk and half awake, Xiao Chan felt free and unfettered. There was a kind of unbridled feeling that he had never felt before flowing through his veins. After the effects of the alcohol, this unbridled feeling was amplified 100-fold. Xiao Chan laughed loudly 3 times and brandished his lunar shadow saber, charging over. Saber lights and sword images appeared, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The intense battle turned chaotic. Xiao Chan weaved his way through the crowd, drifting away. Such a chaotic battle caused the eyes of the cultivators peeking outside the building to widen. A proper gathering actually turned into such a state. No one had expected it. What was even more unexpected was that the drunk Xiao Chan let go of all his limbs. Even when fighting against so many outstanding talents alone, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen's strong 60% comprehended saber soul even gave him the upper hand in the situation. The thousands of cups of 1,000-year flame in the air had already scattered. The wine cups contained Xiao Chen's saber intent. They did not shatter in this chaotic battle. Instead, they moved about as the battle went on. Xiao Chan went completely berserk, releasing all the pressure. Occasionally, he drank a cup of 1,000-year flame to fight the outstanding talents. 4 hours later, aside from the sturdy main body of the restaurant, the tables, shelves, screens, and all sorts of decorations had all shattered. The floor was a mess. The outstanding talents fell to the ground, unable to get up. It was unknown whether they were completely drunk or knocked out by Xiao Chan. As he swayed, Xiao Chen's white robes were dyed red with blood. Much of it was his blood, but most of it was the blood of the great bandit's descendants. As Xiao Chan stood at the table, he drank the last cup of 1,000-year flame. Then, he looked around with his drunken eyes and discovered that no one was still standing. So he could not help laughing loudly again. However, this laughter contained some desolation, a loneliness that others would find hard to understand. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the world, time flies. The peak of the Emperor's Road is filled with boundless glory. Xiao Chan laughed loudly and fell over. The empty wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. When Ba Yin, who had been hiding at the side when the chaotic battle started, saw this scene, he quickly rushed over. When he saw the mess, he smiled bitterly and said, "I really should not have brought him here. The host of this gathering should be crying now." Even now, Ba Yan had not seen the host of the gathering. This was to his liking. It was best if he did not see him. Ba Yan carried Xiao Chan on his back and prepared to leave this troublesome place. He accidentally chopped down all the outstanding talents. This matter had blown out of proportion. Chapter 1177. Whoosh! Just as Ba Yan carried Xiao Chan on his back and prepared to leave, two figures flashed out of the messy second floor. If Xiao Chan were still here, he would definitely recognize these two people. They were the two figures he saw at the city gates that day. One of them was Zhao Feng, the descendant of the Divine Eye Sovereign, who was ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. The other person was Sima Lingxian, the most famous and dazzling outstanding young talent in the Black Sea. This was especially so after Sima Lingxuan's adoptive father, Zhong Buoxiong, advanced to sovereign martial emperor. Sima Lingxuan's status soared. No one able to compete with him. These two were the organizers of this gathering. They had arrived long ago for the sake of waiting for a certain person. However, they did not show themselves. Who would have thought that the gathering would turn out like this? It was truly unexpected. The person they were waiting for did not show up. Instead, such a person showed up, brandishing a saber and beating up the crowd. Indeed it is you, Sima Lingxian said through clenched teeth as he looked in the direction Xiao Chan and Ba Yan had left in. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Sima Lingxian heard the name of the white-robed bladesman in the city, he had suspected that it was that Xiao Chan. Now that he saw it for himself, he confirmed his guess. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 10 years, Xiao Chan was still so strong. Compared to the Sky Dome Realm's 5-nation youth competition, he was still as elegant as before, inspiring an unparalleled feeling. If news of this scene spread, the name of the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chan would resound throughout the entire Dark City, surpassing Sima Lingxian once again. It would be just like the 5-nation youth competition back then, when Xiao Chan suddenly rose up and completely overshadowed Sima Lingxuan's glory. You are coming to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting as well? Very good. I have waited for this day for a long time. A resolute expression flashed in Sima Lingxuan's eyes as he thought to himself. Only then did he slowly calm down. Zhao Feng, who was at the side, did not notice Sima Lingxuan's strange expression. He looked at the many great bandits lying on the ground snoring loudly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those present were all famous geniuses of the Dark City. To think that an outsider would cause them to be in such a sorry state. Of course, part of the reason was that the strength of these geniuses had greatly decreased after drinking the wine. However, Xiao Qin's strength was undeniable. It could only be described with one word: powerful. At least, Zhao Feng thought that if he met Xiao Qian, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 50%. However, he was still confident that if he ran into Xiao Qian at the Geniuses Summit, he would still be the one to emerge victorious. It's a pity that Huang Yun still hasn't shown up. That guy has been gone for 3 years. I bet he's already forgotten about the Geniuses Summit meeting. Zhao Feng quietly said. That's right, the purpose of this summit was to force Huang Yun out. Even though the descendant of the top pirate of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign, had been gone for 3 years, he still remained a burden in Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxuan's hearts. Sima Lingxian said calmly, "It is indeed unfortunate. However, the unfortunate person is you, Zhao Feng." What do you mean? Sima Lingxian revealed a mocking expression as he said indifferently, "Haha, unfortunately your strength has not improved at all. You will still lose to me this time. Did you not notice that that person is already here?" Zhao Feng's expression changed, and the light in his eyes began to rapidly change. An azure whirlpool of light began to spin in the depths of his eyes. A blurry scarlet figure appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. The scarlet figure flickered and quickly vanished from his vision, quickly changing directions. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. This figure wore yellow robes and carried a scarlet saber on his back. His eyes were slightly red. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. He's back. Some of the martial practitioners who were watching from a high vantage point revealed horrified expressions when they saw the yellow figure, appearing to be extremely panic-stricken. The Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. 3 years ago, Huang Yun was the absolute overlord of the younger generation of Dark City. After he left, Sima Lingxian and Zhao Feng slowly rose to fame. This was especially so for Sima Lingxian. He rose very quickly, already showing signs of surpassing Huang Yun. Now that Huang Yun returning before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, there would definitely be a fierce battle at this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. First, there was the strong appearance of the white-robed bladesman, beating up the outstanding talents in a drunken state. Then, there were the cultivators from the outer sea, stirring up trouble and eyeing covetously. Then, there were the veteran overlords returning to Dark City. It would be difficult not to look forward to this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. After not coming for 3 years, the great bandits of Dark City seemed to have weakened again. Huang Yun glanced at the drunk outstanding talent lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He did not hide his disdain at all. Huang Yun raised his head and looked between Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Sima Lingxuan's face. The two of you are pretty good. 3 years ago I predicted that you would rise up. However, I did not expect you to rise up so quickly. However, you have a demon in your heart. If you do not get rid of it, you will find it hard to advance. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Sima Lingxuan's heart sank. 3 years had passed, but this Huang Yun was still as strong as before. He could see through Sima Lingxuan's weakness with one glance. Sima Lingxuan's demon was Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had killed Sima Lingxuan's father and once trampled on him. If Sima Lingxian did not defeat Xiao Chun, he would find it hard to undergo a true transformation. However, a demon can be a shackle or a motivation. If you really think that, you will suffer a miserable defeat at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Sima Lingxuan's eyes. He did not fear this returning overlord. Huang Yun smiled faintly, still feeling confident. You are not a match for me. In that case, how about I be your opponent? Just as Sima Lingxian was about to reply, a voice suddenly rang out on the second floor. A figure with a strong aura charged over, knocking away many cultivators peeking around before landing heavily on the ground. This person's eyes appeared somewhat chaotic, and his skin seemed like metal, flickering with a faint luster. Clearly, he was not of the human race or the fiend race bloodline, looking extremely strange. This was a mixed blood of humans and demons, possessing the bloodlines of both humans and high-ranked iron demons. It's him, Mo Ran. He is one of the cultivators from the outer sea who caused the most trouble in Dark City recently. Since he is here, then the Ices Lung Exine and the Storm Seas Oyingfeng will definitely be here as well. This is the true gathering. This is just the beginning. The moment this person appeared, many cultivators immediately recognized him. He was the human demon sea's young expert, Mo Ran. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and 2 men appeared on the second floor one after another. One of them was tall and exuded a strong aura. This was the Storm Sea's Oyingfeng. The other had a frosty expression, looking cold and emotionless. This was the Ices Ling Exine. The true gathering of outstanding talents had just begun. These words were not wrong at all. The 5 people here represented the strongest outstanding talents in Dark City. Including Xiao Chun and Ba Yan who left, the strongest outstanding talents were all here. Huang Yun revealed a cruel smile and said, Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting has never benefited outsiders before. With me, Huang Yun, around, you will not be able to break this record. Is that so? Let's see how capable you are. The human demon sees Mo Ran smiled coldly as he charged over. Mo Ran's body flickered with light, looking like he had a body of steel. He was heavy and sturdy, and every step he took produced loud bangs. Mo Ran was like a running mountain. His aura was startling and unparalleled berserk as he punched. Huang Yun narrowed his eyes, and his slightly red eyes turned completely scarlet. He did not draw his saber but also sent a punch. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, producing a loud, ear-splitting sound. The 2 each took 10 steps back, and the entire conflagration restaurant shook continuously. Huang Yun, who carried the scarlet saber on his back, said coldly, You are merely a so-so. With just this bit of ability, you cannot force me to draw my saber. The expressions of the Storm Sea's Oyingfeng and the Ices Ling Exine changed slightly. Huang Yun was indeed somewhat scarily strong. As a bladesman, Huang Yun actually used his fist to receive Mo Rant's move. If Huang Yun had used his saber, the result would have been different. You had best not come to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting half a month from now. Otherwise, if you lose too miserably, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The boundlessly tyrannical Huang Yun left behind these words. Then, a scarlet light flashed as he left the conflagration restaurant. How arrogant! Do you think that this is all my trump card? Mo Ran was not convinced at all. He pushed off the ground and charged forward fearlessly again. Now only 4 people remained. Sima Lingxian glanced at the other 2 foreign cultivators. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he said, "Since you are already here, it would be a pity if you only exchange 1 or 2 moves." That is precisely the case. The Storm Sea Zhouyangfeng and the Ice Seas Ling Xian said at the same time. A series of probing exchanges quickly took place in the restaurant. Everyone wanted to test each other out. However, no one would expose their trump cards. Everything would only erupt at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. At this moment, Xiao Chun was completely drunk and unconscious. He did not know anything about what happened after that. He did not know that a few strong people had arrived after him. This time he was completely drunk. In the rock castle, Ba Yin carried Xiao Chun all the way to his courtyard. The sound startled Yu Bingyun, who was busy repairing the dragon-subduing platform. When Yu Bingyun saw the unconscious, blood-soaked Xiao Chun covered in wounds, her expression changed visibly. Her face turned cold, and a dense murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The appearance of that murderous intent startled Ba Yin. He found it hard to imagine that the pure and holy Yu Bingyun would have such a horrifying side. What's wrong with him? Who injured him? Ba Yin quickly explained what happened in the conflagration restaurant in detail, dispelling Yu Bingyun's doubts. He drank 100 cups of peak-grade wine in a row. Yu Bingyun's murderous intent vanished, and she showed some shock on her face. For a wine to be called peak-grade wine, it would have a strong after-effect. Even the blue-robed emperor could not drink too much. Drinking 100 cups like Xiao Chun was simply unheard of. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to do so. After that, Xiao Chen's actions were even crazier. He beat up the outstanding talents while drunk, fighting alone against so many outstanding talents. He was truly drunk. If it were the rational Xiao Chen, he would not have done such a crazy thing. That is what happened. Don't blame me for not helping out at that time. It was so chaotic. I was afraid that it would become even more chaotic after I went in. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 1178. After Ba Yin tossed Xiao Chun onto Yu Bingyun, he finally felt some relief. This Xiao Chun brother looked refined and refined. Unexpectedly, he went crazy. Even a battle maniac like him, who everyone feared, felt ashamed of his inferiority. Yu Bingyun felt slightly stunned. She wanted to call out to Ba Yin, but he had already gone far away. Then she saw Xiao Chun stumbling, looking like he would fall over. She panicked and quickly rushed forward to catch him. Yu Bingyun looked at the sleeping Xiao Chun on her shoulder for a long time. Then she smiled bitterly. That's good. This fellow probably has not had a good sleep for a long time already. Since you carried me once, I'll carry you once as well. This place was still a long distance from Xiao Chen's bedroom. Yu Bingyun would not be able to bring herself to carry Xiao Chun over. Yu Bingyun said somewhat mischievously. Then she copied Ba Yin and carried Xiao Chun to the bedroom. He is really heavy. After placing Xiao Chun on the bed, Yu Bingyun gently breathed out. Then she looked at the bloodstains on Xiao Chen's face that had not been cleaned off. For some reason, Yu Bingyun recalled the time in the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. Every time the Bloodsword Sovereign tried to stand up, he would vomit blood all over his face. Unknowingly, Yu Bingyun's hand moved down and touched Xiao Chen's face. However, she withdrew her hand immediately, like she recalled something. Then she shook her head and brought over a basin of water to wipe Xiao Chen's face clean. Then she called a maidservant over to help Xiao Chun change his clothes and clean his wounds. After everything was done, Yu Bingyun returned to the bedroom. She saw that Xiao Chen's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. Xiao Chun had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it were in the past, even the slightest movement would startle Xiao Chun awake. However, this time, due to the aftereffects of drinking 100 cups of peak quality wine, even after someone changed Xiao Chen's clothes, He still did not react. Xiao Chen could only be said to be drunk. After sighing, Yu Bingyun picked up Xiao Chen's blood-stained white robes. Then she quietly closed the door and turned to leave. Xiao Chen had a dream. The dream was hazy but real. He dreamed of Seven-Horn Mountain, of his father who chased him out of the clan, of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, of Lu Riyue, of Bai, of Feng Feishue. He dreamed of many people. He happily chatted with these people and felt extremely relaxed. But in the end, he saw that those people were running as fast as they could behind him, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up to him. He wanted to turn around, but an invisible force prevented him from doing so. The road ahead was a bridge, and on the opposite side of the bridge stood a door. On the door stood a blurry figure. However, Xiao Chen knew who that was. That was the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor of the Dragon's Gate. He was an unparalleled and tyrannical existence who swept through the world, an invincible existence. Even though Xiao Chen had been dead for 10,000 years, he could still hear his name no matter where he went. Only he could trample on that emperor's gate. Xiao Chen had too many questions in his heart. He wanted to ask Xiao Chen why he came to this world. Why did Xiao Chen become enemies with the world, causing the Xiao clan's descendants to fall into such dire straits? Why did he leave such a huge mess for Xiao Chen? Pa! Suddenly the bridge broke. As Xiao Chen ran over, filled with anticipation, it suddenly broke, and he fell into a bottomless abyss. The rapid fall, the suffocating fear, and the indescribable loneliness made him cry out loudly. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the wooden bed in his bedroom. He looked around before reacting somewhat slowly. So it was just a dream. My head hurts. After a while, Xiao Chen's head ached. His tongue tasted bitter, dry, and tasteless. He felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. The side effects of drinking too much and sleeping too much forced Xiao Chen to lean back on the bed. Xiao Chen rubbed his temples with both hands as he circulated his energy to eliminate his fatigue. Soon, all sorts of discomfort vanished from Xiao Chen's body. Replacing it was a sense of relaxation that he had never experienced before. His body relaxed, but his heart felt strangely empty. Xiao Chen tossed aside the blanket and got off the bed. However, he stumbled and fell to the ground. How long have I been asleep? My body is not listening to me at all. Xiao Chen was somewhat at a loss. Then he tried calling out to Ao Jiao. However, he discovered that there was no response. Strangely, Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao were not in the immortal spirit ring. However, the connection between the item spirit and its master was still there. He was sure that nothing had happened to Ao Jiao, so Xiao Chen felt much more at ease. Xiao Chen got up and paced around the room. Then he stretched his limbs and let his law energy flow through his meridians, activating his qi and blood. As Xiao Chen's qi and blood stirred, his entire mind became empty. He entered a state of clarity that he had never experienced before. It was incredibly profound. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that he had entered a state that all cultivators dreamed of, one with heaven. This state of one with heaven would not last for long. Xiao Chen had experienced it once when he broke through in the lower realm. So he quickly sat down cross-legged. Without any other choice, Xiao Chen used all this precious time on comprehending Instant of Glory. Instant of Glory was currently Xiao Chen's strongest martial technique. It was a martial technique that allowed him to execute everything he learned. It was already comparable to a medial-grade profound martial technique. Furthermore, its might was far from what a regular medial-grade profound martial technique could compare to. Currently, this move only had a rough outline. Xiao Chen had only scratched the surface, not even reaching small perfection. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity to comprehend one with heaven. The blazing sun, snowflakes, blue dragon, broken leaves, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flew out of Xiao Chen's body, forming a profound picture. As Xiao Chen comprehended, more and more mysterious phenomena of martial techniques came out of his body. Four-season saber technique, myriad heaven divine fist, subduing dragon profound slash, thunder dragon chop, thunder dragon steps, flawless bright moon, thousand-year flame, thousand-year death. There were close to 100 martial techniques of various sizes. As time went by, Xiao Chen's understanding of Instant of Glory deepened. The directions this move could extend to were practically boundless. Eventually it reached two paths, time and space. When the wondrous state vanished, Xiao Qin's comprehension came to a sudden stop. Although he had not managed to make a qualitative leap in instant of glory in such a short period of time, Xiao Qin managed to see the future path of this move. The state of time and space are too profound. It is not good to bite off more than one can chew now. However, I have gained a lot from this comprehension. With a thought, the instant Xiao Qin stood up, the many mysterious phenomena in the room stopped. Several mysterious phenomena disappeared, leaving only the bright moon, the night sky and the winter snow, forming a picture of the cold moon and snow. Although the previous instant of glory was very soul-stirring and boundlessly grand, it was too chaotic in the end. There was no way to control it. Every time it was executed, it would exhaust a vast amount of law energy. Actually, there was no need for several mysterious phenomena to appear. It was not that the more mysterious phenomena one had, the more glorious they would be. Sometimes, to show glory, all one needed was a simple patch of yellow sand. Xiao Qin waved his hand, and the cold moon acupoint picture disappeared. Then he said indifferently, "In the past, the instant of glory was just wandering outside the door. This time I have finally entered the room. I will not go astray." With the direction and the right path, there was no need to fear the long road or the rugged roads. One would eventually climb to the peak of instant of glory. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the neatly folded white robes on the table. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing simple sleeping robes. There was also a letter on the clear wind robes, signed by Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun left a letter. Did she leave already? If not, there would be no need to leave a message like this. How long have I been asleep? Xiao Qin's heart was filled with questions. However, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were not around at this time. Feeling a little empty, Xiao Qin opened the envelope. The elegant handwriting made one feel a sense of lightness. The contents of the letter were not long, only 200 or 300 words. However, the contents of the letter deeply touched Xiao Qin. I wonder how much longer you are going to sleep for. It has already been 10 days, and you still have not woken up. I can only leave without saying goodbye. Actually, my destination is not the human demon sea. I want to go to the ice sea and the storm sea. I want to help the lunar palace find 2 things to refine a new transcendent divine weapon. In the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave abode on Blackwater Island, there was a moment when I really thought I was going to die. I even gave up resisting. Maybe you don't know it yourself, but on the verge of death, your voice was like a ray of light that shone into hell. I shed my first tear. You and I are very similar. We both carry a great deal of pressure on our shoulders. Compared to you, what I've endured is really nothing. You're much more tired than me. It's rare to get drunk in life, but you have to wake up after that. Don't give up hope. Don't indulge your arrogance. The world is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. Let's not give up. I will wait for you to become a martial emperor. If one day you need to undergo the tribulation of wind and fire, I will definitely come and help you. Take care. We will meet again if we are fated. XXX Yu Bingyun stay. XXX was a blob of smeared handwriting. Xiao Qin couldn't see it clearly, but that wasn't the point. The main point was the concern in Yu Bingyun's words. It made one feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, this mysterious girl had such a warm side. According to the contents of the letter, Xiao Qin had slept for at least 10 days. That was a long nap. Xiao Qin put away the letter, feeling somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Yu Bingyun's departure and the various scenes in his dream. Now that he thought about it, he could not calm down. He kept feeling somewhat empty, like he had lost or forgotten something. Looking at the clear wind robes on the table, Xiao Qin held them in his hands. He could not help but recall the first time Lu Ruyu addressed him. After putting on the clear wind robes, Xiao Qin pushed open the door and went out. He discovered that the entire rock castle was deserted. Aside from the guards of some important places, most of them had left. Xiao Qin strolled around the courtyard, heading for the dragon-subduing platform. Before he went to the conflagration restaurant, the dragon-subduing platform had nearly been repaired. Since Yu Bingyun had already left, she should have already dealt with the final matters. When Xiao Qin arrived at the backyard, he was somewhat surprised to discover an old man in sackcloth robes. This old man had an ordinary air and an extremely thick beard. looking around excitedly on the dragon-subduing platform. "Who are you?" Xiao Chun asked somewhat warily. This old man's appearance was very strange. Earlier, when Xiao Chun sent out his spiritual sense, he did not sense anyone else in the courtyard. The hemp-robed old man turned his head and smiled. "You're awake. Don't be nervous. This is my home. If I wanted to take away your dragon-subduing platform, I would have plenty of opportunities to do so while you were asleep." Chapter 1179. Xiao Chun looked carefully. Although he could not make out this person's cultivation, he could still sense the aura of rock and flame. This person should be an older generation Emperor Wu with a high cultivation in the Rock Castle. He was more knowledgeable and recognized the complete dragon-subduing platform. Since that was the case, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about it. When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Chun, he looked like he had lost something, so he asked with a smile, "Young man, what's wrong? You seem to be out of it after sobering up." Xiao Chun was not willing to elaborate. He asked, "Does Senior know how long I slept for?" "Not that long, just about half a month. Unfortunately, I missed the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It started today." Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? No wonder the people in the castle were not around. They must have gone to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting to support the Flame Rock Castle's Ba Yan. Strange, why are you not reacting at all? Isn't it a pity to miss the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? The hemp-robed old man asked. As Xiao Chun walked around the dragon-subduing platform, he discovered that Yu Bingyan had indeed finished repairing it. All he needed to do was leave a spiritual mark and he would be able to use it. After hearing the old man's words, Xiao Chun answered, "Naturally, it is a pity. However, it is already too late. Even if it is a pity, it is useless. I will take this dragon-subduing platform and leave." "You are rather indifferent. I heard that you can drink a lot. Are you interested in having a drink or two with me?" The hemp-robed old man took out a bottle of wine. He did not put on any airs as he invited Xiao Chun with a smile. Xiao Chun did not know what Ao Jiao was doing. She had not returned yet, so he could not leave for now. There was no harm in drinking a few cups. After receiving the wine cups, the two, one old and one young, casually sat on the steps and clinked their cups. After a few cups, Xiao Chun's mood slowly improved, and he spoke more with the old man. Their topics ranged from martial techniques to wine tasting, to geomancy to ancient secrets. They talked about everything. The hemp-robed old man's horizons startled Xiao Chun slightly. As the old man spoke, he inadvertently revealed many things that Xiao Chun had not heard of. There were also some insights on the martial way that were even more direct, pointing out the flaws in the martial way. Xiao Chun did not seem like an ordinary martial emperor at all. Even if he were a martial emperor, his knowledge would not be as broad as Xiao Chun's. If he had not been there personally, he would not have been able to explain the secrets of several forbidden lands so clearly. He even knew the great forbidden lands like the back of his hand. For example, the hemp-robed old man knew the Mirage Immortal Palace, which Xiao Chun was very interested in. The timing of this Mirage Immortal Palace's appearance is uncertain. Its location is also unknown. Even in the forbidden lands, it is considered rather mysterious. Unless it appears on its own, there is no way of knowing where it is. The hemp-robed old man took a sip of wine and continued, "Unlike the heart of the ocean, where one can enter the immortal graveyard and the distant sea dragon grave at any time, there are many good things in there. However, there is danger at every step. If one is not careful, even a sovereign martial emperor might fall in there. Not just anyone dares to enter." Xiao Chun felt curious. He asked, "What are the secrets behind the 8 great forbidden lands? After so many years, has no one figured them out?" When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he could not help smiling. "It is not that no one has figured them out. It is just that no one dares to be sure. For example, this Mirage Immortal Palace. If I were to guess, it would be the temporary residence of a powerhouse from the ancient era. It is very possible that this powerhouse eventually advanced to martial god, and left this abandoned land of ours." Xiao Chun's expression changed. "Is there really a martial god? Martial god is just a title. I'm not sure if there is one or not. However, there are definitely existences higher than prime. Every sovereign martial emperor is very clear on this. It is just that we sadly live in this abandoned land. every powerhouse of the martial way that left erased all traces of their existence. At this point, the hemp-robed old man revealed a clear trace of sadness and sorrow in his eyes. This trace of sadness and sorrow was something Xiao Chun had seen in the Haotian martial emperor's eyes before. It was very similar, both expressing a kind of helpless rage. You definitely do not want to reach my level in the future and face the same sadness and helplessness, right? The hemp-robed old man suddenly asked seriously. Xiao Chun did not understand. Then, the hemp-robed old man pulled him up and tossed him a medallion. So muster up your fighting spirit. Don't look so dejected. Don't give up on the path that you have been persevering on. Wine is not used to numb your fighting spirit. It is used to ignite it. You still have to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Pa! The hemp-robed old man smashed the wine cup in his hand. Then an irresistible tyrannical aura appeared from his body, making breathing difficult. The hemp-robed old man picked up Xiao Chun and tossed him into the air. A spatial tear opened. Just as Xiao Chun was about to resist, the power of space sucked him in. Then the spatial tear quickly closed. Flame Rock Sovereign, you old fellow. Where did you toss my Xiao Chun to? Ao Jiao, who rushed back from outside, happened to see this scene. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. When the hemp-robed old man saw Ao Jiao, his insufferably tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, Big Sister Ao, don't be angry. I just tossed him to where he belongs. Don't call me Big Sister, you old man. The sound of a fist rang out. The livid Ao Jiao sent the hemp-robed old man flying with a punch. Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was held once every 5 years. Every time it was held, it would be incredibly grand. This was especially so for this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There was the strong return of the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, the rising popularity of the new expert Sima Lingxian, and the sudden emergence of the 3 great experts of the Outer Star Sea. The intense battles were confusing, with climaxes rising one after another. Until the end, the victor would remain a mystery. This was because the peak experts of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were too close in strength. No one could make a judgment beforehand. Everyone thought that with Huang Yun's strong return, he would continue his dominance from back then, sweeping through everyone and becoming the champion in one go. Who could have imagined that Sima Lingxuan's rise would surpass everyone's expectations? Since the start of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, he had never been defeated. His momentum flourished and his popularity soared. The human demon Sees Mo Ran, the ice sees Lung Xian, and the storm sees Ouyang Feng also made everyone's eyes light up. They defeated Lu Yun, Zhao Feng, and the other popular outstanding youths of Dark City one after another. The only thing that the crowd found unfortunate was that the famous white-robed bladesman, who had beaten up the crowd in a drunken manner, did not come to participate. According to the rules of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, if a cultivator with the Outstanding Talent token did not participate, it would be equivalent to forfeiting. Given this, everyone was disappointed. This was especially so for the cultivators who had seen Xiao Chun compete in drinking with the crowd at the Conflagration restaurant. They all felt very disappointed. These people had rushed over to watch Xiao Chun compete, wanting to witness the white-robed bladesman's glory again. Who could have imagined that the white-robed bladesman would actually forfeit? If not for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting being very eye-catching, he would have left long ago. Round after round of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting continued. Soon the strongest 4 appeared. Huang Yun expended a lot of effort to defeat Bai Yin, obtaining a spot in the top 4. Next was Sima Lingxian. He defeated the popular Lu Yun, who also used the sword. The 3rd spot went to the human demon Sees Mo Ran. His opponent was Zhao Feng. This was a very dangerous match. After Mo Ran completely demonized, he nearly lost. This was because Zhao Feng had learned a medial grade profound martial technique. If Mo Ran had not grasped it well, he might have been the one to lose. This was a very dangerous match. The 4th spot went to the 2 young experts of the Storm Sea and the Ice Sea. This internal conflict was probably because the organizers did not want the experts of the Outer Seas to obtain too many spots in the top 4, so they made them fight amongst themselves. Lung Xian's and Ouyang Feng's battle was exceptionally marvelous. It allowed the tens of thousands of spectators to experience the different performances of the Will of Ice and the Will of Storm, broadening their horizons. Ba Yan, who had already lost his right to continue fighting, watched very seriously, nodding his head repeatedly. Ba Yan glanced over and saw Huang Yun, who was resting with his eyes closed. Huang Yun seemed to sense Ba Yan's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled in disdain. This immediately enraged Ba Yan. If not for the rules, he would have gone up to fight again. Damn it. If not for the dragon scale armor I obtained outside, this old man would not have lost to you so easily, Ba Yan said, unconvinced. Ba Tu, who was at the side, also said depressedly, Brother Xiao Chan did not come. If he had come, he might have been able to help you vent your frustrations. It is really unfortunate that this fellow did not come. With his strength, he would not have any problems getting into the top 3. He would definitely obtain a medial-grade profound martial technique, Ba Yan said with a nod. Ba Yan nodded. Even now, he still could not see through Xiao Chen's strength. After all, Xiao Chen had gotten drunk that day. Many outstanding talents had gotten drunk as well. Under such unusual circumstances, it was very difficult to judge a person's strength. However, Ba Yan was confident that Xiao Chen would not have any problems getting into the top 3. It might even be possible for Xiao Chen to defeat this insufferably arrogant Huang Yun. The crucial thing was that this fellow had gotten drunk and slept for half a month. No matter how Ba Yan called out to him, he would not wake up. When Ba Lingxian thought about it, he found it both funny and infuriating. Sima Lingxian, who obtained a spot in the top 4, also felt it was unfortunate that Xiao Chen did not come. Trampling on Xiao Chen in public had always been Sima Lingxuan's dream. How could he be satisfied with missing out on such a great opportunity? Hu Qi. A cold light flashed in the storm. Then, a sword light forced Ouyang Feng out of the arena. Finally, the final top 4 was decided. The Ices Lung Xian was more skilled, defeating Ouyang Feng. After the top 4 were determined, they all recovered and drew lots to determine their opponents. Then they returned to the arenas. The arenas of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would merge with each other after every round. After several rounds of battles, there were only 2 arenas left. When the final battle came, they would merge again, leaving only 1 arena. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting slowly entered its climax. After the top 4, it would start with the most anticipated fight for the championship. Just as Sima Lingxian and the other 3 finished drawing their lots and walked up to the arenas, they bowed and prepared to fight. Something strange happened. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the arena. This crack passed through several spatial formations and forced its way in. This sudden scene caused everyone to turn their gazes to the crack in the sky. They had no idea what was going on. Just as the experts in charge of the city lord's residence were preparing to make a move, they received a piece of news. Their expressions changed for some reason, finding this inconceivable. Chapter 1180. Ka. The 2 arenas started to merge without any warning. Before everyone's eyes, they formed a vast arena that slowly rose up, looking like a huge dragon rising up, giving off an extraordinary aura. What's going on? Why did the arenas suddenly merge? The semi-finals have not started yet. This is strange. The experts of the city lord's residence did not attack the person in the spatial tear. Who exactly is it? Why is his entrance so tyrannical? The sudden change completely disrupted the rhythm. Such a phenomenon had never happened in the Outstanding Talent Summits that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At the same time, everyone started guessing who the person who opened the spatial tear was. Ba Yan frowned slightly. He thought of a possibility but could not be sure. The 4 people in the arena were also at a loss. They did not know what was going on. When the spatial tear completely opened, the figure inside finally appeared. A white figure drifted out of the spatial tear, appearing somewhat suspicious. The white-robed bladesman. The moment Xiao Chen appeared, everyone immediately recognized him, causing countless cries of surprise. It really is the white-robed bladesman. Unexpectedly, he appeared in such a manner. However, he has already been deemed to have forfeited. Even if he found an expert and barged in, it would be useless. No matter what, Xiao Chen's arrival caused a huge commotion. This was especially so for the cultivators who came specially for him. They were all very excited, exchanging words non-stop. The 4 people in the arenas all showed different expressions. Some were shocked, some were pleasantly surprised, some were unperturbed, and some were disdainful. The one who felt shocked was the human demon Simo Ran. Naturally, the one who felt pleasantly surprised was Sima Lingxian. Huang Yun was as arrogant as ever, not caring about Xiao Qian at all. Ling Xian's expression was like a block of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. There was no change in his expression at all. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qian. In the direction of the platform, an old man with blazing eyes shouted at Xiao Qian, who was on the platform. Xiao Qian, who had been tossed over from the Flame Rock Castle, was still somewhat dizzy and could not react immediately. Hence, the old man had to ask again. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qian. Hand over your outstanding talent token and verify your identity. Xiao Qian had already guessed where he was based on the scene and the 4 people in the arenas. When he heard the question again, he nodded and admitted his identity, then handed over the outstanding talent token. Very good. Your identity is verified. Hand over the forceful kill token that the Flame Rock Sovereign gave you. Forceful kill token? Is it this? Xiao Qian took out a medallion that the hemp-robed old man had tossed to him. He had not looked at it carefully. Now that he looked at it, there was indeed the word kill written on the front and order carved on the back. When the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene heard the 3 words forceful kill order, their expressions changed at the same time, and they sucked in a deep breath. It really is the forceful kill order. Grandpa actually gave him this chance. Bai Yan's expression turned grave. He said in some disbelief, if Xiao Qian fails, this old man will lose all your face. In the end, the city lord's residence, the organizer of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, was controlled by the 13 Great Bandits. The 13 Great Bandits provided all the prizes. Hence, every Great Bandit had some special privileges. The Forceful Kill token was one of them. As the name suggested, the Forceful Kill token allowed one to forcefully enter the Outstanding Talent Convention. It was given to the outstanding talents who could not make it in time for some reason or missed the deadline. Originally, according to the rules, once one gave up, one would not be able to participate. However, it was different with the Forceful Kill token. One could enter midway. However, there was a price for using the Forceful Kill token. After using the Forceful Kill token, one could only fight for the first rank. If one did not obtain the first rank, it would be considered a failure. Furthermore, one had to take turns challenging others. One had to defeat as many people as there were in the arena. After one defeated everyone, one could turn the tables and snatch the first rank. Not only would one obtain the glory of the first rank, but one would also obtain the rewards for the number of people one defeated. For example, there were currently 4 people in the arena. If Xiao Qian defeated all of them, he would obtain all the rewards for the top 4. However, if he lost to any one of them, the rewards for the other 4 would be doubled. The Great Bandit who gave Xiao Qian the Forceful Kill token would pay for it. To a Great Bandit, the rewards were not something that would hurt them. However, they would lose all their face. In history, no one had ever used the Forceful Kill token and succeeded in breaking through. Everyone ended up in failure. Even now, no one had seen the Forceful Kill token for several hundred years already. After Xiao Qian handed over the Forceful Charge medallion, he learned about its use from the discussions of the spectator stands. There were also some rules. For example, when there were fewer than 4 people, one would have to face the combined attacks of the others after using the Forceful Kill token. If the final champion was already decided, one could not use the Forceful Kill token. Xiao Qian appeared at the right time. There were still 4 people in the arena. However, the restrictions still existed. The other side was still taking turns challenging others, so there was no time to rest. Xiao Qian looked around at the 4 people in the arena. First, he looked at Huang Yun, the young outstanding talent with a scarlet saber on his back. He radiated pride from his entire body. After sizing up Xiao Qian, he no longer paid him any attention. Then he looked at Lung Exan, the cold swordsman of the Ice Sea. From the start to the end, Xiao Qian could not make out his true expression. The human demon Simo Ran took the initiative. When he saw Xiao Qian's gaze, his lips curled up in a smile filled with murderous intent. Finally, Xiao Qian's gaze landed on the grave and stern Sima Lingxian. Xiao Chun felt very complicated about him. The hatred from back then had already faded away. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Both Xiao Chun's breadth of vision and breadth of mind had undergone a great change. Now all Xiao Chun pursued was the great Tao. When Sima Lingxian looked at Xiao Chun, aside from hatred, there was also a fierce fighting spirit. It was like a flame was burning in his eyes. However, when Sima Lingxian saw Xiao Chun's indifferent expression, he felt like this fire was burning in a calm lake, unable to truly burn. The forceful charge token is correct. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, are you sure you want to use the forceful charge token? The old man in the city lord's residence asked from the platform after he checked the forceful charge token. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked in the direction of the platform. Without hesitation, he replied calmly, I'm sure. It was as Yu Bingyun said, it was rare for one to get drunk. However, after getting drunk, one would eventually have to wake up and face the situation. The words I'm sure immediately set the crowd abuzz. Everyone liked the unexpected to happen. It was just like how people hoped for a dark horse to appear in a big competition. Now that Xiao Chun appeared with the forceful charge token, it was an exciting surprise. Very well, you can choose your opponent freely. Let's begin. Huang Yun and the other three did not shrink back at all. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their fighting spirits surged. They did not fear that he would choose them as his first opponent. The others were also guessing who Xiao Chun would choose as his first opponent. It should be the human demon Mo Ran. Of the four, he should be the weakest. It is hard to say. Mo Ran's defense is the strongest. If Xiao Chun chooses him, he will exhaust a large amount of law energy in the first match. It is not worth it. Then it should be Sima Lingxian or Lung Exine. Coincidentally, these two are swordsmen. A bladesman would have an advantage against a swordsman. Everyone had their own opinions. However, no one thought that Xiao Chun would choose Huang Yun. After all, Huang Yun's strength was clear for all to see. I choose him. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chun chose Huang Yun, locking his gaze on this person. According to the rules, the other three left the arena. Everyone was a little surprised by this result. Wasn't it a little too risky to choose the strongest Huang Yun for the first battle? Or perhaps this white-robed bladesman was extremely confident in his own strength and did not care who he chose or not. Everyone saw that when it came to choosing carefully, Xiao Chun did not even think before choosing Huang Yun. If that was the case, then Xiao Chun was too arrogant. You are courageous. Soon you will regret your choice. Huang Yun was clearly enraged that Xiao Chun chose him in the first round. He suppressed his anger and said ruthlessly, That's right. The white-robed Xiao Chun appeared calm and collected. His expression did not change at all. He said indifferently, I am Xiao Chun. Please give me some pointers. In that case, please remember my name, Huang Yun. I am the bladesman who will make your reputation fall in Dark City. Fight! Huang Yun shouted ferociously and made the first move. His figure flashed, and he drew the scarlet saber on his back. When the saber light appeared, blood immediately dyed the sky red. The scene was extremely horrifying. A berserk killing chi surged out from Huang Yun's body. Together with the saber light that dyed the sky red, this saber strike was incredibly strong. The first move he used was a profound martial technique. This Huang Yun is trying to end this quickly. Blood dyeing the world. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's trump card before he became a sovereign personage. This Huang Yun already has some of the Blood Shark Sovereign's demeanor. The white-robed bladesman is in trouble. He should not have chosen Huang Yun. He probably will not be able to last even one match. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. Only now did they realize that Huang Yun had been holding back all this time. Even Ba Yan, who lost to Huang Yun in one move earlier, was flabbergasted. He clearly knew that the other party did not rely on the chaotic Ling treasure armor to defeat him. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and executed Thunder Dragon steps. Then he quickly retreated. His body moved like a dragon, flickering with electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Soon Xiao Chun was forced into a corner. The scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to occupy the entire sky above the arena. Huang Yun's horrifying saber light was like a ferocious man-eating beast. It opened its maw wide, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chun. Retreat again. Xiao Chun, who had already taken 11 steps back, retreated to the edge of the arena. If he took another step back, his body would be in the air. If he fell to the ground, he would be out of the arena, automatically admitting defeat. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart beat faster. No one expected Huang Yun's true strength to be so ferocious. The moment he executed his killing move, he forced the white-robed bladesman to take 12 steps back and fly out of the arena. Ha 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 ha. You are only SOSO. Scram. Chapter 1181. Huang Yun laughed maniacally and soared into the air. Then he chopped down with his saber and knocked Xiao Chun to the ground. Sorry, you should be the one rolling down. After taking 12 steps, Xiao Chun had already pushed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. If he wanted to advance another level and take 18 steps, he would have to cultivate the Thunder Dragon steps to consummation. Xiao Chun did not know how powerful the 12 steps would be when he executed the Thunder Dragon chop. This was because he had only taken 7 steps at most before. However, Xiao Chun knew that the Thunder Dragon chop that took 12 steps could definitely defeat this blood-dyeing the world. Whoosh! Xiao Chun retreated again and again. Just as the yellow cloud was about to soar into the air, he suddenly took a step forward. As Xiao Chun took this step, he instantly drew the Lunar Shadow Saber and launched the Thunder Dragon chop, which had accumulated a huge amount of energy. Thunderclouds filled the sky like an ancient thunder dragon waking up. It roared ferociously and sent down lightning, forcing back the unbridled scarlet clouds. A strange expression appeared on Huang Yun's face. However, he did not have time to think. Amid the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, that white figure had already charged over with his saber. Kung Chang! The saber lights clashed, and Huang Yun was knocked back by Xiao Chun's saber. When Xiao Chun stopped retreating, he knocked Huang Yun back with 1 step. However, this was not over yet. The place where Xiao Chun's feet landed happened to be where he was earlier. The moment his feet touched the ground again, lightning dragons soared out from under Xiao Chun's feet. Electric light burst out, and Xiao Chun moved like a berserk dragon. Xiao Chun walked forward step by step. The speed at which he advanced was 10% faster than the speed at which he retreated. With every step, a lightning dragon soared out from under Xiao Chun's feet, roaring ferociously at the sky and causing lightning to fall continuously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, he took 12 steps in a row. With each step, the number of lightning dragons would double. By the time he finished taking 12 steps, it was unknown how many lightning dragons were dancing around Xiao Chun. Lightning descended from the sky, looking even more horrifying. The scarlet clouds that dyed the sky red were torn to shreds, a tragic sight to behold. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, and the dragons fell to the ground, no longer daring to act presumptuously. As for Huang Yun, who had been clamoring for Xiao Chun to get out of the arena, he was beaten black and blue. He flopped on the ground a few times before rolling off the arena, his body charred. Looking at the tumbling yellow cloud being defeated by Xiao Chun just like that, no one had expected this. The lightning fell, and the dragons fled far away. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the human demon Mo Ran. The person in the second match had made his choice. For some reason, when Sima Lingxian, who had been hoping to be the first to be chosen, saw Xiao Chun's gaze move away from him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he was immediately startled. He immediately extinguished this thought, and his fighting spirit was reignited. Mo Ran, who was chosen, laughed heartily and landed on the arena. Mo Ran's eyes filled with wildness as he looked at Xiao Chun. He said, "I thought that you would choose me last. Unexpectedly, I am the second. You probably do not know how horrifying the defense of my physical body is." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but reveal an interested expression. He said, "How horrifying is it? No matter how strong your defense is, it cannot block endless attacks." "Is that so? In that case, feel free to give it a try." Mo Ran smiled coldly, and his skin, which gave off a metallic glow, started to change rapidly. Soon he could no longer feel any flesh on his skin. It had all turned into hard metal. His entire body turned into a body of steel, completely separated from his physical body. It looked extremely strange. There would always be something strange about the body of a human demon mixed blood, something very strange. Mo Ran stomped heavily, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The ground shook violently. When he moved, it was like a tall mountain raging, shaking the sky and ground. After Mo Ran stomped, he looked at Xiao Chun in a mocking manner, not showing any fear. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. The other party's skin had already turned completely metal. Furthermore, he cultivated a special body tempering cultivation technique, making this body of steel even harder. In terms of physical body, this person's was no weaker than Xiao Chen's Blue Dragon war body. In terms of defense, this person might even be slightly stronger. This was the natural advantage of his bloodline. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Xiao Chen took 7 steps. As a lightning dragon sword, he executed the Thunder Dragon Chop with a vast aura. Mo Ran knew how strong this move was, so he did not intend to clash head-on. He formed hand seals and executed a defensive martial technique, defending with all his might. Dang! The Thunder Dragon Chop broke through Mo Ran's defensive barrier, but its might weakened significantly. When it struck Mo Ran's body, it gave off metallic sounds. However, Mo Ran's skin did not move at all. The might of 7 steps was not enough. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and took 12 steps. Then he executed the move that chased Huang Yun off the arena. However, Mo Ran had already seen this move before. He knew very well the might it contained. Xiao Chun did not think of breaking it or clashing head-on. He brought out his full potential, purely defending. Kasie! The defensive barrier broke again, and the saber light struck Mo Ran's body, knocking him back step by step. Sparks flickered endlessly on his body. However, Xiao Chun still did not severely injure his opponent, unable to injure him severely. Mo Ran smiled faintly and casually waved his hand, knocking away Xiao Chen's saber. When he tried to grab the saber, Xiao Chun quickly pulled it away. Even though Xiao Chun did not manage to grab the saber, he was not in a rush. He smiled and said, "It is useless. Unless you can perfectly execute a medial-grade profound martial technique, you will not be able to break my defense." Unexpectedly, he is the one who hid the deepest. To think that his defense is so monstrous. It is indeed monstrous. If Xiao Chun had not appeared and continued fighting, he might have been the champion. His defense is simply too strong. Even the martial technique that Xiao Chun used to defeat Huang Yun could not injure him at all. I really can't think of how to break his defense. Everyone had already seen Mo Ran's monstrous defense. Earlier, Zhang Feng had already executed a medial-grade profound martial technique, but he had not succeeded in breaking his defense. However, even now, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon Chop could not break the defense of Mo Ran's physical body. This was truly horrifying. This physical body is somewhat problematic. Do I have to use Instant of Glory? Xiao Chen's figure floated off the ground. As he looked at Mo Ran, who was covered in sparks, he entered deep thought. Since the other party's physical body is so strong, why is he just standing there and letting me hit him? Xiao Chun remained extremely calm. He did not lose his ability to think independently because of the other party's mockery. This was because Xiao Chun was very clear that purposely mocking the other party was part of the strategy. Mo Ran mocked Xiao Chun from the very start, saying that Xiao Chun would not be able to break his defense. Could this be part of the strategy? Mo Ran wanted Xiao Chun to attack continuously. Then when Xiao Chun was completely fatigued, he would attack again to end the battle. If that was true, then Mo Ran's physical body should have a weakness. Otherwise, with such a strong physical body, Mo Ran would not fear Xiao Chen's martial technique. Then he could just chase after Xiao Chun and attack him. This fellow definitely has a weakness. It looks like the white-robed bladesman does not live up to his reputation. Is that all you are capable of? Mo Ran's lips curled up as he mocked Xiao Chun. Then he walked over step by step, closing in. However, Xiao Chun was completely immune to Mo Ran's mockery. This made Mo Ran even more certain that Xiao Chen's physical body had a weakness. That's it. A thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he stared at Mo Ran's footsteps. From the very start, this fellow's feet had never left the ground. Mo Ran always had one foot on the ground. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, his feet and the ground seemed to follow some kind of pattern. A cycle of being one with nature. That must be it. Mo Ran's strongest defensive state requires his feet to be on the ground. Otherwise, Mo Ran must have some kind of treasure on him like Xiao Qin's Neptune crown. He can only execute the water domain while standing on water. After Mo Ran left the ground, he would not be able to execute that strongest defensive state. What's wrong? Are you prepared to admit defeat? If you admit defeat now, I can let you leave with dignity. Otherwise, I'll make you scram the same way you made Huang Yun scram. Mo Ran's killing chi suddenly gathered and pressed down on Xiao Qian. Mo Ran's exposed skin flickered with a dazzling light. The visual impact was very strong. This was the body of steel that made ordinary people despair. You want me to admit defeat? Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said calmly, You are the one who can't continue pretending, right? How did Huang Yun get down? You'll do the same. Chi. The lunar shadow saber spun around in Xiao Qian's hand before stabbing into the ground. When Mo Ran saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. However, it was already too late. The instant the saber stabbed into the ground, Xiao Qian's law energy poured in frantically. In that instant the ground cracked and a force burst out. The cracked ground turned into countless rocks, which were blasted into the air by this force. Mo Ran bore the brunt of the force, flying into the air along with the rocks under his feet. Whoosh! In the 1,000th of a second after Mo Ran flew up, a saber light as bright as the moon flashed. Mo Ran, who was not known for his speed in the first place, could not dodge at all. When this saber light arrived, Xiao Qian's 60% comprehended saber soul, which was at its limit. Although this flawless bright moon was fast, with the support of the 60% comprehended saber soul, its might was not weak at all. In terms of sharpness, it was even better than the Thunder Dragon chop. Kase! When this saber descended, Mo Ran shrieked miserably. A long bloody gash appeared, nearly chopping off half his body. Blood flowed continuously from the wound on Mo Ran's chest. As he retreated, he left a bloody path on the ground. Mo Ran stood at the edge of the arena. His body wobbled a few times, but he did not get knocked back by the saber. How did you discover it? Mo Ran covered his wound with one hand, appearing extremely shocked. He had not expected his greatest secret to be exposed in just a few moves. At this point the victor was already decided. Xiao Qian was not stingy. He answered honestly, In the next fight there is no need to speak too much. If you overdo it, you will expose your lack of confidence. Chapter 1182. If not for the other party purposely mocking him, causing Xiao Qian to doubt him, he would not have found the other party's weakness so quickly. Clearly, Mo Ran could not accept such an answer. He was stunned for a few seconds before he said, Just you wait. When my Earth-returning origin art reaches the 10th layer, I will no longer have any weaknesses. Then I will come back to take revenge for today. Right after Mo Ran spoke, he quickly left the arena while holding his wound. Then he left the city without looking back. Xiao Qian looked at the other party's departing figure and entered deep thought. He had already found the other party's weakness. In the end, when Xiao Qian chopped down, he did not even manage to break the other party's ribs. This fellow's physical body was indeed ridiculously strong. If Xiao Qian could fix this weakness, he would definitely be a difficult opponent to deal with. Xiao Qian took note of this youth expert from the human demon sea. After winning 2 matches in a row, Xiao Qian remained calm and composed. The spectators found his state incredulous. None of the people who could make it into the top 4 of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were weak. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, geniuses among geniuses. However, Xiao Qian came with the forceful kill token. It looked like he could easily send Huang Yun and Mo Ran away without any mercy. What excellent judgment! Perhaps he can really break the 10,000-year-old record and become the first outstanding talent to succeed in killing someone with the forceful kill token. It is hard to say. The further he goes, the more trump cards he will expose, and the more exhausted he will be. While it looked like he won the earlier 2 matches easily, I am sure that he exhausted a significant amount of his law energy. That's right. Furthermore, Lung Xian and Sima Lingxian are 2 great sword experts. They are not that easy to deal with. They are both aiming for the top rank. I wonder who Xiao Qian will choose for this match. Based on their earlier performances, Lung Xian and Sima Lingxian seem to be about the same. If it were me, I would choose Sima Lingxian. Lung Xian's aura is too scary. I keep feeling that he is unfathomable. After 2 battles, the cultivators who did not have high hopes for Xiao Qian now had a glimmer of hope. They all started guessing the direction of the future battles. After defeating Mo Ran, Xiao Qin's expression still did not change. Xiao Qian looked around at Sima Lingxian and Lung Xian before fixing his gaze on Lung Xian. A cold wind blew, and the temperature in the arena plummeted. Lung Xian said expressionlessly, "I am Lung Xian of the Ice Sea. Please give me some pointers." After greeting Xiao Qian, Lung Xian's aura turned even colder. His gaze roamed around every corner of Xiao Qian's body. The swordsman's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As long as Xiao Qian showed any weakness, he would discover it in a breath's time and launch an attack at lightning speed. Xiao Qian's heart tightened. When he saw the other party's gaze, he knew that he had met a difficult opponent. This opponent was probably more difficult to deal with than the previous 2. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew in the arena. The 2 looked at each other, clashing their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. Instead, they waited for the moment the other party lost his cool. Then, they would make a move and gain the upper hand in one go. In a battle between a bladesman and a swordsman, the moment one made a move, the one who gained the upper hand would determine the outcome of the match. The one who gained the upper hand would not be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this was under the premise that the 2's cultivations were about the same. It was impossible for one to be perfect and flawless. Even if one stood still, one's aura fluctuated, one's state of mind fluctuated, one's thoughts fluctuated, and one's blood flowed at a steady pace. Without exception, there would always be an opening. A light seemed to flash in the 2's eyes amid the cold wind. At the same time, they caught hold of the other party's small opening and instantly attacked. The 2 drew their sabers and swords at the same time. Before they clashed, the Berserk Lightning Saber Soul and the Cold Sword Soul formed their own auras and clashed intensely. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly, spreading to every corner of the arena. It was like there were thousands of swords and sabers clashing with each other. Saber lights and sword images flickered everywhere. Lightning and ice clashed. Thunder roared together, tearing out countless bolts of lightning. The ice was merciless, and thousands of snowflakes drifted down. Dang! The 2 leaped up. Amid all sorts of mysterious phenomena, their figures flickered, and their sabers and swords clashed for the first time. The hum of the saber and the sword was like a dragon roar, piercing through the clouds and tearing apart the dark clouds. A strand of golden sunlight descended, looking like holy light. It focused on the instant Xiao Qian and Lung Xian clashed, forming a shocking scene. Whoosh! 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 The 2 retreated the moment they clashed, executing their strong movement techniques and quickly exchanging moves. Every time the 2 clashed, the sound of sabers and swords clashing would turn into clear dragon roars soaring into the clouds, tearing through the clouds and sending down a strand of golden light. Be it Xiao Qian's thunder dragon steps or Lung Xian's mysterious footwork, they were both extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to clearly see their movements. Only when the sacred light descended did the 2 figures solidify into a picturesque scene in front of everyone's eyes. Watching the 2's intense battle was like looking at an extremely marvelous painting. As one flipped through the pages, they gradually entered a wonderful state. As the painting imprinted itself in their minds fluctuated, and their bloodlines swelled. Flawless bright moon. Boundless water moon. After another 100 moves, the 2 who were evenly matched, each executed a killing move and started an intense clash, trying to gain the upper hand. 2 bright moons appeared behind each of them. Xiao Qian's saber light was the radiance of the bright moon when it was at its most resplendent, boundlessly tyrannical. However, Lung Xian's sword light was the serene, peaceful, and inseparable entanglement of the sea and the bright moon. It was much more complicated than Xiao Qian's simple tyranny. The 2 moons clashed. One side was the flawless moon, shining with unparalleled radiance. The other side was the reflection in the water. On the surface it looked like a moon, but in reality it was still a layer of cold water. After one move, the clouds in the sky, which were riddled with holes, completely shattered. A vast expanse of golden light poured down like a waterfall. Compared to the dark sky around them, The two people bathed in golden light appeared incredibly holy, even though their clothes were tattered and their bodies were bleeding profusely. There was an indescribable aura lingering around them. It caused people to feel a sense of worship in their hearts for no reason. The reason for this was that the two of them were true bladesmen and swordsmen. They possessed the extremely rare saber soul and sword soul in this world. Xiao Chan stood upright while holding his saber. Drops of blood slowly dripped off the tip of his saber. On the other side, drops of blood also dripped off the tip of Lung Xian's sword. The moment the two executed their killing moves, they simultaneously injured each other. However, the results were very different. Xiao Chan looked at Lung Xian and said, "Your sword technique is on par with my saber technique. However, my physical body is much stronger than yours. If we continue fighting, you will be the one to lose." Lung Xian's complexion paled slightly. He tacitly agreed with Xiao Chen's words, but he did not intend to admit defeat. "I still have one more chance. If I cannot defeat you with this move, I will admit defeat." This Lung Xian before Xiao Chan possessed a unique level of attainment in sword techniques, and was very strong. If not for his saber soul slightly restraining the other party and his physical body being much stronger than the other parties, Xiao Chan would not have been able to gain such a huge advantage in the earlier move. In the same move, Xiao Chen's saber light pierced through the other party's left chest. However, Lung Xian's sword light only opened a wound in his right shoulder, not even breaking a bone. Lung Xian's icy sword intent continuously corroded the wound, making Xiao Chan feel extremely uncomfortable. However, compared to Lung Xian's wound, Xiao Chen's was in a much better state. In terms of sword techniques, Xiao Chan believed that Lung Xian was no weaker than him. This was even because Lung Xian spent most of his time on his attainment in sword techniques. In terms of technique, Lung Xian might even be stronger than Xiao Chan. However, Xiao Chan held the advantage mainly because he had created his own flawless saber Dao. Unfortunately, Xiao Chan did not just cultivate saber techniques. His body tempering also stood out from the crowd, looking down on everyone. Unless the other party's sword techniques were much stronger than Xiao Chen's, Lung Xian would not be able to defeat Xiao Chan if they were evenly matched. Upon hearing that Lung Xian wanted to compete with him again, Xiao Chen's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of sword strike could make the other party feel that he could turn the situation around despite being at such a disadvantage? Xiao Chen said seriously, "Very well. I'll give you the opportunity to execute this sword strike. I will not drag this out." If Xiao Chan dragged things out, he would only need to exchange another 100 moves, not giving Lung Xian a chance to execute that sword strike. By relying on his physical body, Xiao Chan would be able to secure victory in this battle. Now, if Lung Xian sent out that sword strike, victory would be uncertain. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He had never intended to participate in this outstanding talent summit meeting in the first place. It was just an accident, throwing the flame rock sovereign into this whirlpool. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. If Xiao Chan wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. As for victory or defeat, Xiao Chan was already very indifferent to it. His mental state already far surpassed that of his peers. Surprise flashed in Lung Xian's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan agreed so readily. It seemed like Xiao Chan was even more indifferent to victory than Lung Xian himself. "Many thanks." Lung Xian bowed slightly and said sincerely after a while of silence. Such a scene moved the expressions of all the cultivators present. They could not help but admire the breadth of mind of the white-clad bladesman. Even after gaining a great advantage, Lung Xian could still calmly take a step back. All for the sake of seeing the sword strike that the other party said could defeat him. In everyone's mind there were two words: the demeanor of a king. Naturally, the one who felt this the deepest was none other than Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian kept feeling that he was on a completely different level from Xiao Chan. Even though their cultivations were similar and their martial techniques and cultivation techniques were weaker, Sima Lingxian still felt like he could never catch up. But he had a feeling that he would never be able to catch up. An indescribable sense of despair and pain appeared in his mind. Sima Lingxian's right hand, which held the sword, trembled. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his nails dug into his flesh. Scarlet blood seeped out. "You are too polite. You and I are both passionate people. There is no need to be so reserved. Please. Xiao Chun extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Then he took a stance and held his breath. He did not dare to be careless when facing this unknown sword strike. Chapter 1183. Lung Exine quickly reached out and pressed a few acupoints on his wounds, preventing them from worsening. Then he took a deep breath and started to circulate all the law energy in his body. This sword move is called Million Mighty Ice Soldiers. It is a move that I created myself. It is not perfected yet, and even I cannot control its might. Brother Xiao, please be careful. Million Mighty Ice Soldiers? What a tyrannical name. They all say that your understanding of the will of ice is unique. In that case, I look forward to it. Buzz. Lung Exine's expression turned solemn, and the sword in his hand started humming. This humming was different from an ordinary sword humming. Everyone could hear the lofty sentiments of a powerful army amid this humming. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in all directions. A vast, hot-blooded killing chi continuously spread out from Lung Exine's body. It was hard to believe that the berserk killing chi came from Lung Exine, who looked like he did not have any hot-bloodedness at all. Lung Exine vomited a mouthful of blood on his sword. The humming sword suddenly stopped. All the aura in his body suddenly condensed and he thrust his sword forward fiercely. After that, Lung Exine stood where he was and quickly brandished his sword. Sword lights dazzled everyone's eyes. In one breath, Lung Exine executed more than 100 different sword moves. With one sword move, a million mighty ice soldiers swept through the four seas. Cold lights flickered, and absolute shadows drifted about. The moisture in the air froze under this sword move. These shadows turned into many illusory figures. Each of these figures held a sharp sword, and their long hair fluttered in the wind. The sword lights that Lung Exine sent out from where he stood shone on these figures. However, these figures became even more indistinguishable. Furthermore, the sword moves of each figure were different. It was like the sword lights that Lung Exine sent out from where he stood reflected on these countless figures. Sword images filled the arena without end. Although 1 million mighty ice soldiers was an exaggeration, the vast and boundless aura made everyone feel the tyrannical aura of 10,000 horses galloping through the air. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. As these boundless sword images charged over, they gave off a vast aura that could sweep through the world, making everyone feel extremely insignificant. No wonder this Lung Exine placed all his hopes on this sword move. This was indeed a horrifying sword move. His mind fell into a state of unprecedented nervousness. With a tap of his foot, he spun backward. Every time Xiao Chun spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would emerge from his body. In the first circle, a blood moon flew out. The red moonlight revealed a desolate feeling that reached the bottom of one's heart. The second time, blood-colored pale remnant flowers flew out of his body. The pale remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. On the third lap, a vast expanse of snow appeared under Xiao Chun's feet, and he couldn't see the end of it. Azure dragon images flew out from the fourth circle. A white-robed bladesman surrounded the dragon images. The dragon roars revealed the tyranny of a bladesman. On the fifth round, Xiao Chun stopped in his tracks. He turned around and slashed out with his saber. Before coming here, he had comprehended that the mysterious phenomenon that instant of glory required was not a blind number but a precise combination. The mysterious phenomenon moved according to Xiao Chen's will, forming different scrolls of glory to deal with all sorts of martial techniques. This was the true instant of glory that he comprehended after crossing the threshold. The blood moon, the pale remnant flowers, the snowy ground, the dragon images, the bladesman, and the 1 million mighty ice soldiers in hot pursuit. When Xiao Chun executed the final saber strike, everything instantly gathered and formed an incredibly glorious scene. Such a scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A blood moon hung high in the sky, boundless snow fell on the ground, and pale remnant flowers drifted in the air. A powerful bladesman soared into the sky, facing the 1 million mighty ice soldiers alone. The moment Xiao Chun executed such an incredible martial technique, it deeply shocked all the spectating cultivators. Gorgeous, glorious, tyrannical, and profound. This saber strike was the instant of glory. With this saber strike, what can the 1 million mighty ice soldiers do to me? Lung Exine's sword strike was already an eye-opener. Unexpectedly, the will of ice could be used in such a manner. However, Xiao Qin's saber strike toppled everyone's understanding. It turned out that the saber could be used in such a manner as well. State of space? That's not right. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm still far from it. I still have a chance. Ling Xian, who had stopped swinging his sword, was slightly startled. Then determination appeared in his eyes. Ling Xian pressed 2 fingers on his left hand against the blade of his sword. Then he ferociously sliced upwards, sending out a string of scarlet blood droplets. The glorious picture scroll was immediately stained with blood, and the desolate picture seemed even more miserable. The 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers, who were already suppressed, trembled. Their bodies were stained with blood as if they wanted to struggle free. Still not giving up? In that case, I will force back your 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. The tyrannical air of a king flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He pointed with his left hand, and the painting suddenly shattered. The instant the painting shattered, strands of spatial power tore it apart and made it dim. However, with the support of Ling Xian's blood, these sword-wielding figures did not get torn to shreds. These mighty ice soldiers, whose might had decreased significantly, still charged at Xiao Qin majestically. Lofty sentiments welled up in Xiao Qin's heart. He held his saber with one hand and rooted his feet to the ground, not taking a single step back as he hacked down. Boom! 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 Xiao Qin brought out his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul without holding back. Then he materialized the blue dragon battle armor and chopped down again and again. Thunder rumbled endlessly. With the roar of 10,000 bolts of lightning, the weakened 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers were forced back. One man and one saber forced back 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The countless sword-wielding figures forced Ling Xian to stop. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. I've lost. Ling Xian accepted his defeat. He smiled bitterly and bowed politely, admitting defeat. Then, he picked up his sword and silently left the arena. If Xiao Qin had not reached the threshold of instant of glory, allowing him to assemble the painting as he pleased, he would not have been able to block this sword strike. In the past, the instant of glory would not have been able to block this sword strike. Even now, Xiao Qin had not won easily. Ling Xian's law energy was nearly exhausted, and his body was riddled with wounds. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of spectators all stood up and cheered for Xiao Qin and Ling Xian, who left the arena. The reason was none other than that the final clash between the saber and the sword was simply too marvelous, inspiring excitement in everyone's hearts. They wished they could experience it for themselves. However, given Xiao Qin's current state and the fact that he still had to face this final battle, everyone could not help but worry. Unexpectedly, after the cheers ended, Xiao Qin's final opponent, Sima Lingxian, made a shocking decision. Huang Yun and Mo Ran, and Ling Xian were defeated one after another. Now Xiao Qin, who came with the forceful charge token, only had to face his final opponent, Sima Lingxian. However, in Xiao Qin's current state, he had used several killing moves consecutively and fought continuously. Furthermore, his opponents were all outstanding talents of the same generation. His law energy was nearly exhausted, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. This was especially so for Ling Xian's 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. Although Xiao Qin had relied on his own strength to force back the 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, he was significantly injured as well. Mist covered his bloody wounds. With the obstruction of the ice sword in tent, Xiao Qin found it hard to recover from his injuries. If Xiao Qin wanted to recover quickly, he had to stop and focus on removing the ice sword in tent. After that, given his physical body, his wounds would heal in a few breaths. However, according to the rules of the challenge, Xiao Qin had no time to stop. He needed to drag his body to face his final opponent. However, under such a situation which favored Sima Lingxian, he unexpectedly said, "I admit defeat." Sima Lingxian's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes filled with pain and his right hand, which held the sword, trembled. No one knew why he was in such a situation. After saying such a thing, Sima Lingxian suddenly chose to admit defeat despite holding the upper hand. It really caused an uproar, and many people didn't expect this. The old man in the city lord's residence was clearly stunned for a while. After a long time he said, Sima Lingxian, have you thought it through? Are you really going to admit defeat? In such a situation, even if I win, what is the point? What is the point? 10 years have passed, and I am still inferior to him. What is all my hard work worth? Sima Lingxian seemed to enter a berserk state. His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with despair and pain. Ha! Suddenly, Sima Lingxian drew his sword and chopped it with his palm. This treasure sword that had accompanied him for 10 years broke. The treasure sword broke into many pieces, injuring his palm until it bled profusely. Such a scene stunned everyone. They did not know what kind of blow Sima Lingxian had suffered. The empty-handed Sima Lingxian looked at Xiao Chun with a complicated expression. Then he rushed off into the distance without looking back. Aside from Xiao Chun, no one knew what happened. As Xiao Chun watched Sima Lingxian leave, he felt sorrowful in his heart. He understood Sima Lingxian's helplessness, despair, rage, and pain. Back then, when Xiao Chun first left Mo City in the Sky Dome realm, he lost to Chu Chaoyun in half a move. That was also a kind of helplessness and despair. Xiao Chun was fortunate. In the final battle of the Five-Nation Youth Competition, he defeated Chu Chaoyun and got rid of his heart demon. From then on, he set off on an even more glorious path. However, Sima Lingxian worked hard for 10 years and made a name for himself in Dark City. However, when Sima Lingxian saw that he still could not defeat Xiao Chun, his heart inevitably crumbled and he fell into complete despair. This was how cruel this great age was. Sima Lingxian waited for despair. In that case, what awaited Xiao Chun was despair as well. If Xiao Chun saw the undefeatable Chu Chaoyun 10 years later, would he crumble like Sima Lingxian today? No matter what, the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting came to an end. Xiao Chun became the first outstanding talent to use the forceful kill token in 10,000 years. Xiao Chun obtained all the prizes for the top 4 places, a total of 5,000 essence stones and 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was full of climaxes and surprises. All sorts of changes dazzled everyone. The white-robed bladesman's powerful charge and defeat 3 people in a row. Furthermore, he beat up the crowd while drunk and chopped down the metal testing puppet with one saber strike. This would definitely spread Xiao Chun's name everywhere. This was especially so for the final battle with Lung Xian. It was an eye-opener, a sight that left everyone sighing in amazement. That moment of glory was something that all the cultivators present would never be able to forget. It would be forever imprinted in their minds. Chapter 1184. After rushing back to the Flame Rock Castle with Ba Yan and Ba Tu, Xiao Chun handed 2 of the 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques to the 2 of them. He only kept 1 medial-grade profound martial technique for bladesmen and the 5,000 essence stones. Not to mention the importance of the medial-grade profound martial technique, just the 5,000 essence stones were already a bountiful harvest for Xiao Chun. With so many essence stones, he would have no problem quickly cultivating to peak Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. By the time he reached the Human Demon Sea, his cultivation would have reached peak Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. At that time he could go to the Thunder King's cave to search for the Death Fruit. The timing would be just right. After arriving at the Flame Rock Castle, Xiao Chun immediately headed to his courtyard. How could he not know that the hemp-robed old man was the famous peak expert of the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign? The moment Xiao Chun entered the courtyard, he discovered that Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man were currently working on the dragon subduing platform. They were doing major renovations to the already repaired dragon subduing platform. What are they doing? That's not right. How did Ao Jiao get together with this old man? Xiao Chun felt like his brain could not keep up. After sleeping for half a month, too many things had happened that he did not know about. Little Yellow Feather was the first to discover Xiao Chun. It let out a sharp cry and immediately flew over, landing on Xiao Chun's shoulder. Xiao Chun tossed an astral core to Little Yellow Feather. This made the little fellow very happy, flying around Xiao Chun. The hemp-robed old man raised his head and smiled. Big sister Ao Jiao, look who is back. Bang! When Ao Jiao heard that, her face darkened. She raised her hand and punched, sending the hemp-robed old man flying again. This startled Xiao Chun. He stepped forward and said, Ao Jiao, this is a senior. Don't mess around. Who knew? Ao Jiao smiled and said, Senior. Let's see if he dares to call me senior. Ignore this old man. How is the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? Did it fail or succeed? That old geezer sent me away, and without a word of discussion, he threw you over. I was so worried. Ao Jiao asked out of concern, changing to a smiling expression. She revealed a charming smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chun thought to himself, it looks like these two are old acquaintances. He relaxed and gave a simple account of what happened at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Haha, I was right? I told you not to worry, but you did not believe me. The hemp-robed old man walked over while laughing. He did not put on any airs, not showing the temper of a sovereign martial emperor at all. Ao Jiao's face darkened, still ignoring him. Half an hour later, Xiao Chun finally understood the relationship between Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man, the Flame Rock Sovereign. 1,000 years ago was when the Thunder King Sang Mu was at his peak. At that time, Sang Mu was already a famous martial emperor, known as the strongest person under sovereign martial emperors. Several sovereign martial emperors did not even dare to fight with Sang Mu, fearing that they would lose their reputation if they lost. When Ao Jiao accompanied the Thunder King to the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign was only a child of 13 or 14 years old, just starting to show his talent. The Thunder King was very discerning, immediately recognizing the Flame Rock Sovereign's talent. While he was in the Black Sea, he taught the Flame Rock Sovereign for some time. Although they were not master and disciple, they could be considered half a disciple and a guide. Later, when the Flame Rock Sovereign broke through to Emperor Wu, the Thunder King personally protected him, preventing his enemies from interfering and allowing him to successfully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The Flame Rock Sovereign returned the favor. When the Thunder King broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he risked his life to help Sang Mu clear his sovereign tribulation. The two were like teachers and friends. In the Flame Rock Sovereign's heart, the Thunder King Sang Mu would forever be a senior and a good friend. He felt even more gratitude and respect. Hey, speaking of which, senior, why do you keep calling Ao Jiao big sister? Xiao Chun asked casually after he understood what was going on. When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard that, he guffawed endlessly. Then he said in a sorrowful tone, it's a long story. Back then I was also very miserable. Under someone's punches I was forced to call her big sister. If I did not, I would have been taught a lesson. Just thinking about it makes me feel bitter. Now I call her that the moment I see her and I still get beaten up. The Flame Rock Sovereign's aggrieved expression made Xiao Chun smile involuntarily. He roughly understood what was going on. After sleeping for 1,000 years, Ao Jiao still looked like a little girl. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign really became an old man. If such a person continued to call her big sister, he would definitely get angry. However, anger was anger. Xiao Chun could tell that the two's actions were mostly playful, reminiscing about the past. After playing around, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a serious expression. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, I heard from Big Sister that you want to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance? The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting ended. However, the discussions about the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were far from over. All the cultivators in Dark City, from the most popular conflagration restaurant to the simple and crude wine stalls at the roadside, discussed this extraordinary Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The reason was none other than this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There were simply too many things worth discussing. The magnificent martial techniques that the white-robed bladesman displayed, the unique comprehensions of the will of ice and the will of storm, the previous overlord Huang Yun's unexpected defeat, and so on. Of course, there was also the most shocking scene. When Sima Lingxian held the upper hand, he suddenly forfeited and admitted defeat. Sima Lingxuan's strength went without saying. After Huang Yun left, he was the most dazzling of all the outstanding youths in Dark City. Many people had expected that the biggest highlight of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would be the peak showdown between the old and the new outstanding talents. However, such a dazzling outstanding talent, who received so much attention, suddenly crumbled after Xiao Chun displayed his strength. This was simply incomprehensible. Some people said that Sima Lingxian had the air of a gentleman and did not want to defeat Xiao Chun, who was in a terrible state. Others said that Sima Lingxian could tell that Xiao Chun still had trump cards that he had not used yet. If he lost to Xiao Chun under such circumstances, he would lose even more face. However, no one could guess what the truth was. The scene of Sima Lingxian drawing his sword and chopping it off with one palm was a ghastly sight. There had to be a story between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian that others did not know. However, if the person in question did not say it, others would never be able to guess it. However, the more unfathomable something was, the more it piqued people's curiosity. They could not forget it and discussed it endlessly. As for the main character of this incident, after Sima Lingxian rushed out of Dark City, he appeared dispirited. He walked forward in a daze, not knowing where he was going. He turned a deaf ear to the pointing of the passers-by, completely ignoring them. After 10 years of hard work and boundless glory, Sima Lingxian felt lofty and hot-blooded, wanting to wash away his shame. However, reality was cruel. Those who wanted to chase after Sima Lingxian could only see his back. He was as tall as a mountain, forcing people to look up at him. Blood flowed continuously from Sima Lingxian's hand as he walked. He did not know how long he had walked, but the edge of Dark Island was already before him. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. However, suddenly Sima Lingxian stopped. His chaotic mind suddenly paused. He saw a familiar figure at the edge of the island. That was an imposing figure standing in front of the sea. The vast and boundless sea did not seem like much. Only this figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Hu Qi. That figure slowly turned around and moved 10 kilometers like he had teleported. Then, he appeared before Sima Lingxian. Adoptive father. Sima Lingxian could not say anything. His voice sounded choked with emotion. This person was the newly promoted Great Bandit of the Black Sea, the sovereign martial emperor Sex Buxiong, Sima Lingxian's adoptive father. Sima Lingxian thought about how his adoptive father nurtured him, how much he hoped for him, and how much he cared for him like a relative. Sima Lingxian choked with emotion. He felt very useless. Guilt filled his heart, and tears almost flowed out uncontrollably. When Zhong Buxiong saw this scene, his heart ached slightly. He patted Sima Lingxian's shoulder and did not say anything. Sima Lingxian could no longer control himself. He rushed forward and hugged Sima Lang, crying bitterly. Adoptive father, this child is useless. In the end, I did not manage to take this step. I have let adoptive father down. What kind of pressure did a 7-foot man have to endure to make him burst into tears? In this black sea that did not believe in tears and did not pity the weak, Sima Lingxian cried so sorrowfully. Zhong Buxiong did not say anything. He only released Sima Lingxian after he had cried enough. This vicious and merciless person, who killed all the cultivators of the previous Great Bandit's bloodline, revealed a benevolent expression in his eyes and a faint smile on his face. I know about the Outstanding Talent Summit meetings matter. At the last moment you chose to let go. In my opinion, you did not use an unfair battle to obtain victory to numb yourself. I feel very gratified. If you had really chosen to make a move in that battle, in my opinion, you would not have been able to walk out of the shadow of hatred. Even if you became a martial emperor, you would not have been able to be conferred a king. Zhong Buxiong slowly said something that Sima Lingxian did not expect. Sima Lingxian gaped and said, Adoptive father, don't overthink. You did well. Don't place too much importance on this mental barrier. In everyone's life, there will always be some opponents who will make you feel despair. You will never be able to surpass them. What we need to do is not to compete with these people. Back then, your father did not understand, harming you and harming himself. Living in this world, we have to live for ourselves, not for our opponents. Sima Lingxian did not understand. He asked anxiously, Adoptive father, are you asking me to resign myself to fate? It is not resignation. Let me ask you this. In the past 10 years, have you slacked off? No. Have you given up on working hard? No. Have you felt that you are wasting your time, not improving at all? No. A few quick questions caused Sima Lingxian's confused eyes to slowly light up. Now, he answered with more and more strength. Do you still feel that you are useless? Sima Lingxian replied sullenly. No. Very good. In that case, let me tell you. Xiao Chen swept through all the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's younger generation. Even the disciples of the primes lost to him. In the heavenly starry ocean, he defeated all the outstanding talents with one move. Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Among these people are the descendants of primes, the successors of the deity sovereigns, the disciples of the ghost monarch, the disciples of the corpse god. Every one of them is an outstanding talent. Zhong Buoxiong enunciated every word with a heavy tone. Chapter 1185. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Adoptive father, you never told me all this before. I never told you either. If Xiao Chun does not advance to martial emperor within 4 years, he will have only 20 more years of lifespan, becoming a meteor and disappearing in a flash. Zhong Buoxiong continued. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he was flabbergasted. This news was simply too shocking, completely unexpected. You feel that he is so strong that he makes others despair, putting you under a mountain of pressure. However, can your pressure be greater than his? Zhong Buoxiong continued. Look at him. He looks like he is about to collapse. Many people in the heavenly starry ocean are laughing at him. After the Qing emperor, many people in the Kunlun realm are waiting for him to become a meteor. In terms of pressure, among the outstanding talents of this generation, no one can surpass him. Zhong Buoxiong continued. I can accept that your talent is not as good as his and your luck is not as good as his. However, don't lose to him in this aspect. A man has to cry unbridledly for once. Tears are the most precious thing in this world. You have to celebrate the fact that you can still cry. Some people can't even cry when they want to. Zhong Buoxiong's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Sima Lingxian and startling him to his senses, freeing him from the mental barrier that had plagued him for 10 years. Unexpectedly, there were too many unexpected things. The person whom Sima Lingxian regarded as his lifelong rival had actually experienced so much in the Kunlun realm in the past 10 years. Adoptive father, thank you. Sima Lingxian had many things to say, but he did not know how to express them. He could only say thank you. Zhong Buoxiong smiled happily. He knew that Sima Lingxian had completely broken free of his mental barrier. In this age of geniuses, Sima Lingxian's future accomplishments would definitely surpass his own. Zhong Buoxiong did not have any children. Back then, when he saved this child from the hands of the Black Sea pirates, he knew that this was a gift from heaven. Ha ha ha. Come, father will bring you out to drink. Wipe away your tears and let's go celebrate. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not know about Sima Lingxian's transformation. At this moment, he was in the Flame Rock Castle, receiving an exceptionally serious interrogation from the Flame Rock Sovereign. Are you going to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance? Of course he had to inherit it. Otherwise, how could he obtain the extinct death fruit? If he did not cultivate the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor, he would not be able to break through the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm and enter the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm within a year. Therefore, when he heard from Ao Jiao that there was a death fruit in the treasure left behind by the Thunder King, Xiao Chun agreed without much thought. In fact, he had already guessed that there was a hidden story. With the huge amount of resources left behind by the Thunder King, with Ao Jiao's concern for him, she should have told him long ago. In the end, it dragged on until he had to obtain the Thunder King's relic before he agreed to bring him to the location of the Thunder King's relic. Seeing Xiao Chun nod, the Flame Rock Sovereign looked at Ao Jiao and asked, Big sis, you did not tell him what kind of responsibility there is for inheriting the Thunder King's relic, right? Ao Jiao revealed a complicated expression. Then she shook her head and did not say anything. Indeed, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed an expression of understanding. Then he looked at the confused Xiao Chun and said, Big sis did not tell you. In that case, I'll tell you. The person who inherits the Thunder King's relic has to take revenge for him and find out who killed him. Xiao Chun felt confused. There did not seem to be anything wrong with this. Since he inherited the Thunder King's relic, taking revenge for him was naturally reasonable. Brat, it looks like you really do not know what the consequences are for inheriting the Thunder King's relic? The Flame Rock Sovereign said with a grave expression. If it were that simple, I would have inherited the Thunder King's relic many years ago. The Flame Rock Sovereign showed some helplessness on his face. A clear trace of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. The Flame Rock Sovereign was a completely different person from his usual joking attitude. Given the Flame Rock Sovereign's current cultivation, he would not gain any benefits from inheriting the Thunder King's relic. What the Flame Rock Sovereign wanted to do was to take revenge for the Thunder King. However, the matter did not seem that simple. Hence, the Flame Rock's sovereign did not dare to make a move casually. Perhaps he felt a deep fear of this unknown enemy. The Flame Rock's sovereign said unhurriedly, "You don't understand. You simply don't understand how strong the Thunder King was back then. When he advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he could already challenge the Prime Thunder King. However, he only barely lost to him by one move." In the past, Xiao Chun did not understand how strong the Thunder King was. However, when he heard Ao Jiao talk about the Thunder King, Sang Mu lost to the Thunder King by one move, Xiao Chun did not have a clear idea. However, the scene at the King Conferral Ceremony, where the Thunder Sovereign faced the Heaven-abandoning deity Sovereign and the Heaven-punishing corpse god alone without any fear, showed how strong the Thunder Sovereign was. Even when two primes worked together, they could not suppress the Thunder King. In other words, if Sang Mu had not challenged the Thunder King but Emperor Forsaken or the Heaven-punishing corpse god, the winner would definitely have been the Thunder King Sang Mu. The faction behind the person who dares to kill the Thunder King might involve a prime. Xiao Chun felt like this was a blow to his head. The number of primes in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Including the primes of the oceanic world, there were no more than 2 hands. Primes represented the strongest people in this world. They had already touched the bottleneck of the peak of the martial epoch. No wonder Ao Jiao had not been willing to tell Xiao Chun, not wanting him to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. If the one who killed the Thunder King was a prime, then it would be impossible for Xiao Chun to take revenge. Most of the primes of the Kunlun realm were gathered in the Kunlun continent. Back then, the Thunder King had been surrounded and attacked in the Kunlun continent. In that case, was the prime who killed him the deity race's Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, or the Heaven-punishing corpse god? When Xiao Chun raised these questions, the Flame Rock Sovereign rejected them all. He shook his head and said, "No, the Thunder King is not dead. These people would not dare to make a move on Big Brother Sang Mu. He killed the bearer of luck of my human race. The Thunder King's revenge will not rest until he dies." Those who feared the Thunder King's revenge would definitely not make a move. That was to say, the few primes of the Kunlun realm on the surface were not the ones who killed the Thunder King. This was because these primes all had factions and clansmen behind them that they could not bear to part with. They would not dare to fall out with the Thunder King. In that case, if it was not these people, then who was the one behind this? The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss? The 18 demon monarchs were all as strong as sovereign martial emperors. The top few were even as strong as primes. There were detailed records of all these during the past few demonic tribulations. However, if the demon monarchs wanted to cross the barrier of the sky and enter the Kunlun realm, they would cause a startling commotion. If the demon monarchs really did this, then the cause of the Thunder King's death would not be a mystery to this day, something that no one could resolve. Based on the current information, after the duel between Sang Mu and the Thunder King, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's ancestor leaked the information, revealing Sang Mu's whereabouts. After that, Sang Mu fought with the mysterious Cultivator with severe injuries, leaving behind an irreversible fatal wound. At this point, there was no hope for him. The news of the Thunder King's death quickly spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. After that, the Thunder King went to the Phoenix's Passion Palace, a holy land, to ask for a lunar stone with divine nature to protect Ao Jiao. After that failed, he killed the holy scion of that time and forcefully snatched away the complete divine-grade lunar stone. After that, the Thunder King made arrangements for his inheritance and returned to the Sky Dome realm, the place where his legend began. Because the Thunder King was already a dead person, although he broke the rule that Emperor Wu could not come to the Sky Dome realm, he did not receive any blame or investigation. Who would care so much about a dead person? Whether the mysterious cultivator who left a fatal wound on the Thunder King was dead or alive was still unknown. Right now, the only key to solving this mystery was the Eternal Heavenly Sword ancestor. In the past, no one knew of the existence of this Eternal Heavenly Sword ancestor. They even thought that he had died long ago. However, Xiao Chen knew that not only was this person alive, but he was also closely related to the Thunder King's death. There was still a chance. As long as Xiao Chen could pry open this person's mouth, he would be able to learn the truth behind the Thunder King's death. I will inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. Even if the person who killed him will drag in a prime, I will not have any fear. Xiao Chen never hesitated. Even if it was a prime, he did not fear it. He only hesitated because he wanted to figure out the crux of this matter and see if he could solve this mystery. Since the mystery could be solved, there was no need for Xiao Qian to hold back. The Flame Rock Sovereign did not feel surprised at Xiao Qian's choice. He sighed and said, "I knew that you would not hesitate because of this. However, you should not push yourself too hard at any time. There are still many people behind you who care about you. Worry about your own life. Don't make those people sad." As the Flame Rock Sovereign said this, his gaze wandered around Ao Jiao. The person he was referring to went without saying. Feeling the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Old man, don't try to boost his morale with your words. My Xiao Qian might be able to become a prime in the future and sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world." The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, "Sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world. This goal is really big. Even the current Thunder King is only shaking the world with his might." Whether it was a joke or a bold statement, sweeping through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, this ultimate goal was deeply imprinted in Xiao Qian's heart. 3 days later, Xiao Qian went to the Dark Blood Pool to collect the final reward of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Perhaps Xiao Qian's physical body had already reached a certain level, and needed to rely on the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art to improve it. The Dark Blood Pool did not have a significant effect on Xiao Qian. After coming out, Xiao Qian took his leave in a low-profile manner. Then he left Dark City and headed for the distant Human Demon Sea. When Xiao Qian thought about Yu Bingyun, who had agreed to travel with him, he felt somewhat disappointed. However, he still had to walk this path. If he wanted to sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, he had to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years first. The white-robed bladesman left just like that. However, many cultivators would never forget his deeds for the rest of their lives. After this short trip to the Black Sea, the name of the white-robed Xiao Qian would become a legend among cultivators thousands of years later. Whether Xiao Qian was willing or not, his legendary journey would continue. Whoosh! The bright and beautiful sunlight descended. The sun that Xiao Qian had not seen in a long time returned to his eyes. After flying at full speed for 10 days, the Flood Dragon War Chariot finally brought Xiao Qian out of the Human Demon Sea. It was time to say goodbye to the lingering dark clouds, the most distinctive dark clouds of the Black Sea. During this short trip to the Black Sea, Xiao Qian had gained a lot. He obtained the life and death art that the Blood Sword Sovereign left behind on Blackwater Island, and found the secret technique for breaking through to great perfection in advance, the Blue-Robed Emperor. Chapter 1186. At the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, Xiao Qian successfully obtained an authentic medial-grade profound martial technique and several thousand essence stones that could support him until he reached peak great perfection of the Blue-Robed Emperor. He got to see outstanding talents from different sea regions. While they might not be a match for Xiao Qian, they gave Xiao Qian a different combat experience. Xiao Qian now knew that there was always someone better. On the path of the martial Tao, there would always be geniuses who could come up with wondrous ideas that he could not even imagine. In 10 days, Xiao Qian had a rough understanding of the medial-grade profound martial technique that he obtained. He discovered that this medial-grade profound martial technique was extremely hard to comprehend. This medial-grade profound martial technique was called Thousand-Year Hegemony Establishment. It was boundlessly tyrannical and involved the will of kingship, as well as some of the mysteries of the state of time. Even the current primes could not comprehend the state of time. Naturally, Xiao Qian did not either. As Xiao Qian read on, it was as he expected. The one who researched this martial technique was a powerhouse from the ancient era, Emperor Wu. That was the Kunlun realm's most glorious era of the martial Tao, when martial emperors were as common as clouds and sages filled the streets. Xiao Qian estimated that he would need at least 1 month to understand the meaning of the martial technique. After that, he would need another 5 days to understand some of the basics. After that, he would practice for half a month to see if he could use it as he pleased. If Ba Tu and Ba Yu, who also obtained medial-grade profound martial techniques, or Zhao Feng knew about such a fast comprehension speed, they would definitely cry. That Zhao Feng worked hard for 2 months and barely managed to execute a medial-grade profound martial technique. He could not control it freely at all. Its true might was not even as strong as the inferior-grade profound martial techniques that Xiao Qian was familiar with. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front. The wind was as sharp as a saber, seeming like it could tear through the air. Xiao Chun put down the secret manual and looked over. He saw a flock of large birds with metallic feathers 20 kilometers away, flying in his direction in a flock. Xiao Chun sensed that these birds were blue-robed emperor-level ferocious beasts. The strong wind from their wings increased instead of weakening after 10 kilometers. Troublesome. There were too many gales. If an ordinary blue-robed emperor was surrounded by these wind blades, they would inevitably suffer some flesh wounds. Frowning slightly, Xiao Chun's eyes shone with a golden light and a white light. The solar true flame and the lunar true flame flew out at the same time and chased each other. Soon, an enormous Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared before the war chariot. All the wind blades that flew over were completely incinerated when they collided with the flame diagram. After Xiao Chun withdrew the yin-yang flame diagram, he waved his hand, and little yellow feather flew out excitedly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun flew towards the flock of ferocious birds. When these large birds got close, they were no longer a threat to Xiao Chun. They were suitable for Little Yellow Feather to practice with. Ignoring Little Yellow Feather's situation, Xiao Chun took out the sea chart and looked at it. He felt somewhat melancholic as he discovered that the sea chart stopped at the Black Sea. The Human Demon Sea was already at the edge of the oceanic world. Most of the sea region between the Black Sea and the Human Demon Sea was the Desolate Sea. Furthermore, it was very large. There were very few accurate sea charts in the heavenly starry ocean that could record such a large area. Xiao Chun could only find a general direction and explore it slowly. Driving the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiao Chun continued his journey. For the remaining 10 days, Xiao Chun only saw the vast sea and speckled desolate islands. Occasionally, he ran into all sorts of ferocious beasts. However, he did not see anyone. Xiao Chun wondered if this Flood Dragon War Chariot was too fast, causing him to go in the wrong direction. If the war chariot was too fast and went in the wrong direction by the time he reacted, he might end up in a completely different direction. On this particular day, Xiao Chun finished cultivating and used the essence stone in his hand. The instant he opened his eyes, he happened to see a group of cultivators in the air. He immediately revealed an expression of joy. After more than 20 days without seeing anyone, one could easily imagine Xiao Chun's current mood. Under Xiao Chun's command, the 4 blue-robed emperor-level flood dragons sped towards that group of people. This was a group of blue-robed emperor-level experts. The leader was a gray-robed, middle-aged man with a mature air. He was a consummation blue-robed emperor-level cultivator. When he saw Xiao Chun driving the Flood Dragon War Chariot over, he waved his hand and immediately got everyone to raise their guard. Friends, there is no need to worry. We do not have any malicious intentions. We are just here to ask for directions. Xiao Chun stopped the Flood Dragon War Chariot 5 kilometers away and made his intentions clear, lest there be any unexpected problems. What a strong war chariot! The 4 flood dragons are all blue-robed emperor level. This is probably the peak king grade war chariot. It is really awe-inspiring. Big brother, that brat seems to be only a great perfection blue-robed emperor-level cultivator. Furthermore, he is alone. As Xiao Chun sized up this group of people, they all sized up Xiao Chun as well. When they saw the Flood Dragon War Chariot, their eyes lit up. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the gray-robed, middle-aged man as well. However, when he saw Xiao Chun, he quickly calmed down and stopped his restless subordinates. This is the Dragon Grave Sea. Where did you come from? The middle-aged man asked as he performed a cupped fist salute. This gesture also expressed his goodwill. It was an unspoken rule among cultivators. Xiao Chun put away the Flood Dragon War Chariot and arrived before this group of people with a flash. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I come from the Dark Sea. What sea region is this Dragon Grave Sea? I have never heard of it before. Can you tell me how far it is from the Human Demon Sea?" The gray-robed man smiled and said, "The Dragon Grave Sea is just a small sea region. It is normal not to have heard of it. However, I believe you have heard of the Distant Sea Dragon Grave, one of the 8 great forbidden lands." Distant Sea Dragon Grave Sea. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he guessed something. He said, "Could it be that one of the 8 great forbidden lands, the Distant Sea Dragon Grave, is in this Dragon Grave Sea?" The gray-robed man nodded and said, "This is how the Dragon Grave Sea got its name. Our group is planning to go to a dragon grave to adventure. If you want to go to the Human Demon Sea, the direction is correct. However, it is still very far away." Xiao Chan thanked the gray-robed man and asked, "Can you sell me a sea chart? I can pay a high price for it." Unexpectedly, the black-robed man shook his head and rejected Xiao Chan. Just as Xiao Chan felt suspicious, the black-robed man pointed in a direction and said, "If you follow this direction for another 500 kilometers, you will see an archipelago. It is very cheap to buy a sea chart there. There is no need to spend a lot of money to buy it from me." When Xiao Chan heard this, he could not help having a good impression of this middle-aged man. He said, "I am Xiao Chan. Can I know your name? If we meet again in the future, I will definitely thank you heavily." The gray-robed man smiled faintly and said, "I am Lu Hao. There is no need to thank me heavily. It is just a small favor." After they parted, one of the gray-robed man's companions immediately said excitedly, "Big brother Lu, how could you just watch as a fat lamb slipped away? Indeed, just that flood dragon war chariot is worth tens of millions of black astral coins. It is much better than us going to the dragon grave to try our luck. It is just a great perfection, blue-robed emperor. There are so many of us, and Big Brother is a consummation blue-robed emperor. What is there to fear?" The gray-robed man's expression turned serious as he said coldly, "You are short-sighted. Not to mention this person, just his eyes alone made me not dare to underestimate him. Just based on the fact that he heard your discussion and still dared to come alone, it means that he is not someone we can deal with." Seeing that there were still a few people in the group who were not convinced, the gray-robed man could not be bothered with them. This group had been put together at the last minute and did not have a deep relationship with them. Some people's hearts had already changed. There was no point in trying to force them to stay together. "If any of you want to leave the group, you better scram now. Otherwise, you might end up harming everyone after you go to the dragon grave," the gray-robed man said coldly. The moment the gray-robed man said that, a few people immediately felt tempted. Without saying anything else, they flew in the direction that Xiao Chan had taken. When these people were far away, Lu Hao said indifferently, "There is no need to care about them. They are already dead people." Lu Hao's confident tone sent a chill down the backs of some of the people who did not go. After putting away the flood dragon war chariot, Xiao Chan, who was dressed lightly, followed the direction that the gray-robed man Lu Hao pointed. After walking for 1 hour, he finally saw the silhouette of an island. That was right. It was indeed a group of islands densely packed together, forming a large group of islands. If one looked down from the sky, one would discover that the silhouette of this group of islands resembled a coiling dragon. Normally, one would not see any islands in the desolate sea. Now that he saw so many islands, Xiao Chan revealed a gratified smile. He no longer had to worry about going the wrong way and getting lost. Suddenly, Xiao Chan frowned. He lowered his head to look at the sea under his feet, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, when he sent his spiritual sense to the bottom of the sea, he revealed an expression of relief. Xiao Chan had only exchanged a few words with that gray-robed man. However, based on his intuition, Xiao Chan concluded that this gray-robed man was more cautious and experienced. Although this gray-robed man was greedy, he could control himself well. He knew who he could offend and who he could not. When Xiao Chan noticed that someone was following him at the bottom of the sea, he found it strange that the gray-robed man had returned. When he used his spiritual sense to see that it was the other three, he understood. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a faint smile as he stopped. He could not be bothered to waste time with these people. He circulated all the law energy in his body and took the initiative to strike the sea, throwing a palm strike. A resplendent bright moon that looked like fire exploded in the deep sea, kicking up towering waves that surged up continuously for 50 kilometers around. When Xiao Chan raised his palm strike, he executed his killing move, the 1,000-year flame. The bright moon exploded in the water, carrying Xiao Chen's lofty aspirations. It kicked up 1,000 layers of waves and soared through the clouds. Following a few cries, 3 figures leaped out of the water. All of them were covered in wounds, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Although the vast explosive force of the 1,000-year flame was split among the 3, it was somewhat reduced. However, these three were caught off guard. They were still thinking about how to sneak attack Xiao Chun when the thousand-year flame struck them while they were unprepared, severely injuring them in an instant. The unexpected palm strike immediately dispelled these three's thoughts of robbing Xiao Chun. Horror appeared in their eyes as they tacitly split up and fled. Since Xiao Chun had already made a move, he had no intention of letting these three off. If they wanted to target him, then they had to be prepared to pay the price. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he executed Thunder Dragon steps. With every step he took, hundreds of lightning dragons shot out of the seawater. Chapter 1187. One step, one saber strike. After 3 saber strikes, the 3 figures merged. The already severely injured 3 people were chopped in half by the Thunder Dragon chop. This place was already not far from that island. Many cultivators passed by this place. When these people saw Xiao Chun's means, they were all skilled and bold. They did not fear him at all as they pointed and discussed the saber techniques that Xiao Chun executed in soft voices. What an incredible bladesman! I don't think I've seen him before. He is probably new. He is only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but he can erupt with the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor. He is indeed strong. That's nothing. After all, this dragon grave sea does not lack experts. It is not strange. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. This was a small interlude and the discussions of the bystanders. However, Xiao Chun did not care too much about them as he rushed to the island. Xiao Chun arrived at a nearby island and bought a sea chart from a shop. Then he spent a little more black astral coins to obtain the information on the Dragon Grave Sea. As its name suggested, the Dragon Grave Sea was named after the distant sea dragon grave, one of the 8 great forbidden lands. The distant sea dragon grave was somewhat similar to the savage continent's dragon burial mound. They were both mysterious lands where dragons were buried. However, one was on land and the other was the sea. Other than the famous forbidden ground, the distant sea dragon tomb, there were other dragon tombs of various sizes and dangers in this region of the sea. The dragon graves contain true dragon remains worth cities as well as all sorts of natural treasures. If one could obtain any one of them, they would make a huge profit. Furthermore, the dragon graves in this sea all contained extremely precious burial items, which was very wondrous. It was like these distant ancient true dragons were a race with their own civilization. The burial items included not only all sorts of secret treasures, divine materials, but even martial techniques. Hence, there were many foreign blue-robed emperor cultivators in this archipelago. All of them came to explore the dragon graves, hoping to obtain fortuitous encounters that belonged to them. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He was not interested in these dragon graves. Instead, he thought that since there were so many dragon graves, there would definitely be a lot of dragon soul secret treasures and all sorts of natural treasures. Xiao Chun had always needed secret treasures containing dragon souls. Now that the blue dragon body nourishing art had reached the crucial point of the second layer, he urgently needed some secret treasures containing dragon souls to help him break through. There were also many heavenly and earthly treasures. There might even be the flower of life that he needed. The death fruit was among the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. There was no need to worry about it. As for the flower of life, it was something that gave Xiao Chun a headache. Normally, the flower of life only appeared in the human demon sea. Furthermore, it was extremely rare and had not been seen for many years already. There was little hope of finding it here. However, it was good to try his luck. If he could not find it, he would go to the human demon sea to think of another way. "Boss, are there any underground markets here?" Xiao Chun asked the shop owner. Normally, such places would have markets, providing a place for those who risk their lives to obtain treasures from the dragon graves to trade. If he wanted to find good things, he would have to go to the underground market. After all, many of the items were obtained by killing others. It was impossible to sell them openly. If he wanted to make a move quickly and safely, he could only do so through the underground market. Although the shop owner was not a cultivator, he had been doing business here for a long time. Naturally, he knew about this. He answered, "Our island is too small. We do not even have a market. Naturally, there is no underground market. The underground market of the Dragon Grave Sea is on Treasure Dragon Island. You can go there and ask around." "Many thanks." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and thanked the shop owner. Then he flew to Treasure Dragon Island. In the sea chart, the island where Treasure Dragon City was located was the largest island in this archipelago. It occupied the center of the island, where all the adventuring foreign experts gathered. Xiao Chun walked casually on Treasure Dragon Island. When he glanced around, he saw a group of blue-robed emperor cultivators walking together. Furthermore, they were all great perfection blue-robed emperors at the very least. Small perfection blue-robed emperors were nowhere to be seen. They were not even worth mentioning. The order on the island was extremely chaotic. Fighting and killing could be seen everywhere. This did not surprise Xiao Chun. The movement of cultivators in the Dragon Grave Sea was very high. Aside from some merchant associations that occupied this place for a long time, there were no sects or clans here, so they could not set any rules. The largest city on Treasure Dragon Island was Treasure Dragon City. In terms of size, it was no smaller than Blackwater City, which Xiao Chun had seen before. However, in terms of style there was no comparison at all. It looked extremely ordinary. There were no guards at the city gates. Actually, there was no need for guards. No one would obediently walk through the city gates. They all flew in without any fear. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this place is extraordinarily chaotic. After going to the underground market, I have to leave quickly. The location of the underground market was not hard to find. The entrance was in a restaurant in the city. Behind the market were the few strongest merchant associations in the Dragon Grave Sea. No one dared to cause trouble there, maintaining a pretty good trading environment. After Xiao Chun paid, he was easily let in. Then, he followed the long and narrow secret path of the restaurant and arrived at the underground market. The market was made up of several trading streets. Wealthy cultivators could rent a shop and sell their treasures. Most cultivators chose to set up stalls. There were many people on the streets. The cultivators on the main street traded in all sorts of things. The other streets were more detailed, either secret treasures, natural treasures, medicinal pills, or secret manuals. Xiao Chun first went to the place where secret treasures were traded. Then he casually strolled around. The streets were very crowded. Many cultivators were like Xiao Chun, wandering around the streets. The secret treasures on display at the stalls were all very unique. They looked ancient and gave off a heavy ancient aura. Occasionally, the words carved on the secret treasures were filled with an ancient charm and a foreign aura. After casually chatting with the stall owner, Xiao Chun learned that these were Dragon Race secret treasures from an extremely distant era. Dragon Race? I've heard of true dragons before. What's going on with the Dragon Race? They actually know how to refine their own secret treasures? Xiao Chun asked, feeling it was strange. That stall owner had nothing to do, so he chatted with Xiao Chun for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Who can say for sure what happened during the ancient era? It is probably millions of years ago. It is not surprising that there was a glorious dragon race. This was the post-ancient era. Before the post-ancient era, there was the glorious ancient era. Before the ancient era, there was the desolate ancient era. Before the ancient era, there was the distant ancient era. The gap in time was too large. What Xiao Chun had a better understanding of now was that glorious ancient era, which was at the peak of the martial Tao. Xiao Chun knew very little about the desolate ancient era, and even less about the history of the distant ancient era. There were not even many remnants left. Xiao Chun thought about it and agreed. After the end of the immortal epoch, there were too many mysteries in this world. It was not strange that a glorious dragon race appeared during the distant ancient era. Friend, are there any secret treasures containing dragon souls here? I would like to purchase some. Do you know where I can find them? Xiao Chun asked after putting down the secret treasure in his hand. Secret treasures containing dragon souls? The stall owner smiled and said, "In that case, you have come to the right place. Every secret treasure here has some degree of dragon soul in it. After all, the original owner was a dragon race cultivator. In theory, the spiritual mark left by the original owner is a dragon soul. There is such a thing." This piqued Xiao Chun's interest. He casually picked up a secret treasure and sent in his spiritual sense to search for the spiritual mark left by the original owner. After a while, Xiao Chun felt this spiritual mark and could not help feeling disappointed. It was indeed a dragon soul. However, it was too weak and would not have any effect on Xiao Chun. This is a little too much, right? Xiao Chun smiled and put down the secret treasure. The stall owner did not deny it. He smiled and said, "It is indeed too much. You should be cultivating some kind of cultivation technique that requires the assistance of a dragon soul. In that case, it should be enough for you to buy a superior grade king grade secret treasure. The one you took earlier was only an inferior grade king grade secret treasure." When Xiao Chun heard this, he tested it out. Indeed, it was as the stall owner said. The spiritual mark left by a superior grade king grade secret treasure was an extremely strong dragon soul. This probably had something to do with the original owner's strength. The stronger one was, the stronger the spiritual mark would be. "Alright, I'll buy the 3 superior grade king grade secret treasures you have." The stall owner's words were true. Xiao Chun happily paid the bill, spending 2 million black astral coins to buy all 3 superior grade king grade secret treasures. The stall owner had a wide smile on his face as he watched Xiao Chun search for more secret treasures. He muttered, "I wonder where this noble clan's young master came from. He is really straightforward, making a deal with one price." Following that, Xiao Chun verified his guess. It was indeed as the stall owner said. As long as it was a superior grade king grade secret treasure of the dragon race, it would all have a strong dragon soul. However, Xiao Chun did not make a big purchase. There were many eyes in this place and there were many experts. There was no guarantee that someone would target him. Choosing a cautious method, Xiao Chun spent 2 days in a low-profile manner sweeping up all the superior grade king grade secret treasures on this street. Xiao Chun's luck was pretty good. He even found a peak-quality king grade secret treasure with a terrifyingly strong dragon soul in it. Although it did not have any intelligence, its ferocious nature still remained, injuring Xiao Chun's spiritual sense. After sweeping through all the secret treasures, Xiao Chun spent more than half of the 70 million black astral coins he had. After that, he rushed to the street where natural treasures were sold, trying to find news about the flower of life. In the end, he was unlucky. There was no news at all. Everyone said that it was a species on the verge of extinction. The flower of life had never appeared in the Dragon Grave Sea before. This was an expected result, so Xiao Chun was not overly disappointed. After he left, he rented a room in a restaurant and started to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chun had already reached the peak of the blue dragon body nourishing art's 2nd layer long ago. He only lacked divine materials and he would be able to break through. Now Xiao Chun had bought many secret treasures containing dragon souls and easily made breakthroughs, cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art to the 3rd layer. Xiao Chun still had a considerable number of secret treasures containing dragon souls. He had not exhausted all of them, so he decided to continue cultivating in one go, stabilizing his cultivation of the blue dragon body nourishing art's 3rd layer. When Xiao Chun thought about the cultivation of the azure dragon body nourishing art, it was not something that an ordinary person could cultivate. The resources required were vast. Up until now, Xiao Chun had spent close to 100 million black astral coins. However, he had only reached small perfection of the 3rd layer. There were still 6 more layers, each more important than the one before. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had discovered a shortcut. Secret treasures containing dragon souls could increase his cultivation speed. If he had not discovered this secret, the expenditure would have been even more horrifying. Chapter 1188. However, the benefits were clear. After condensing the blue dragon battle armor, Xiao Chun's physical body would surpass that of the fiend race geniuses with the heavenly spiritual body. 10 days later, Xiao Chun used up all the secret treasures containing dragon souls, including that peak-quality king grade secret treasure. More than 40 million black astral coins were gone just like that. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. The moment he stood up, the bones in his entire body gave off crackling sounds. Xiao Chun opened his acupoints and dragon-shaped energy leaked out uncontrollably, spreading throughout the entire room and forming hazy dragon clouds. His entire body felt very comfortable. Xiao Chun felt that his physical body had improved by another level, and his vital qi had increased to 20 dragon force. With a thought, Xiao Chun circulated his energy, and his vital qi surged in his body, giving off dragon roars. After reaching the 3rd layer, Xiao Chun condensed the blue dragon battle armor for the first time. This time, the blue dragon battle armor no longer covered his entire body. Instead, it truly permeated his skin and flesh, forming an incomparably close connection. It felt like it was his own skin. There was no discomfort at all. The battle armor wrapped itself even tighter, and its surface glowed like flowing water. There was also a formless tyrannical aura of kingship surrounding Xiao Qian as the battle armor appeared, making him look like a human-shaped dragon. If Xiao Qian continued cultivating this when he brought out the blue dragon battle armor, his entire physical body would change, forming a physique that was somewhere between a human and a dragon. Kasie. With the thought, sharp spikes popped out of Xiao Qian's arms, ankles and other joints. Then he stretched his limbs and clenched his fists. He could feel a gushing river-like energy. Fortunately, this was a superior room with sufficient space and decent soundproofing. This allowed Xiao Qian to familiarize himself with this new blue dragon battle body without worrying too much. Right now, a normal great perfection blue-robed emperor is no longer a threat to me. I just don't know how big the gap is between me and half-step Emperor Wu. Xiao Qian withdrew the dragon power from the blue dragon armor and returned to his white robe. His eyes revealed a fiery light as he murmured. The blue dragon body nourishing secret art had stabilized at the 3rd tier, and his strength had increased. This made Xiao Qian extremely eager to fight, and he really wanted to have a great battle with the half-step Emperor Wu. However, he was not an arrogant person who would make trouble out of nothing. He would never take the initiative to provoke a half-step Emperor Wu, or think that he was invincible in the blue-robed emperor realm and challenge a few great perfection blue-robed emperors at the same time. Xiao Qian's mental state allowed him to control the inflated confidence that came with his increase in strength. All the major characters who had seen him before, like the Haotian Emperor and the Flame Rock Sovereign, were extremely shocked by Xiao Qian's mental state. It was truly remarkable for Xiao Qian to have such a mental state at such a young age. As the saying went, the greater one's ability, the greater one's desire. Many outstanding talents in history could not overcome this obstacle of desire, ruining their bright futures in their own hands. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Qian intended to have a drink before leaving this chaotic place. After pushing open the door, Xiao Qian walked down the corridor. Just as he reached the corner of the 2nd floor, he saw another argument about to turn into a fight. The status of this restaurant in Treasure Dragon City was somewhat like that of the Conflagration restaurant in Dark City. Because there were secret passages leading to the underground market, it had always been very popular. Going in and out, there were many people at every moment, and this was how the conflict arose. Someone in the hall wanted to go out. In the end, an extremely fast youth knocked into that person. The youth who knocked into that person had a fiery temper and started cursing on the spot. Where did this dog come from? How blind! How dare he block my Duguayo's path? How reckless! How could the middle-aged man who was knocked into endure this? He had not even lost his temper, yet the person who knocked into him became angry. How preposterous! An intense fight immediately unfolded. Although fighting was prohibited in the underground market, it was not prohibited in the restaurant. The people in the restaurant were used to fighting and whatnot. Seeing that there was something interesting to watch, a group of people came over from the railings of the various floors with wine cups in hand to watch the excitement. Everyone remained as calm as still water, chatting and drinking, commenting on the situation. This was one of the wonders of the Dragon Grave Sea. It's this Duguayo again. He is still as arrogant as before. That middle-aged man is probably in trouble. He is probably new and has not heard of Duguayo's name before. When Xiao Qian heard the discussions, he could not help but feel interested in this Duguayo. Based on the discussions of the others, this Duguayo was about 50 years old. Duguayo looked extremely young. Clearly, he had advanced to martial sage long ago. However, his appearance would not change beyond 100 years old. Of course, in the Kunlun realm, 50 years old was indeed a very young age. One could not use the standards of Xiao Qian's previous life to look at it. Xiao Qian asked the person beside him, "What is this Duguayo's background?" That person wore luxurious clothes and took a sip of wine. He seemed to be in a pretty good mood. That person introduced excitedly, "This fellow's background is incredible. He is one of the top 10 young experts of the human demon sea. He is only 50 years old, but he already reached consummation blue-robed emperor. There will not be any problems with him advancing to martial emperor in the future. How enviable. Thinking about it, I spent 100 years as a great perfection blue-robed emperor before I advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor. That is already an incredible talent. Compared to this fellow, it is nothing. Xiao Chun felt enlightened. However, he did not think that it was incredible. Becoming a consummation blue-robed emperor at 50 years old was indeed an incredible talent. However, compared to his generation, he was still far from it. Not to mention Xiao Chun just comparing Diwuk's group of people, who knew what kind of improvements they had in the astral battlefield. As long as they could persevere and survive, they would probably have reached great perfection blue-robed emperor by now. Furthermore, most of them were only about 30 years old. Given the talent of this group of people, they would not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor in less than 5 years. If they had some other fortuitous encounter, they might even be able to reach consummation blue-robed emperor in 2 or 3 years. As for Xiao Chun himself, even without the blood sword sovereign's life and death art, he would be able to reach consummation blue-robed emperor in another 3 years. In this great age, when those outstanding talents with luck improved, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they advanced by leaps and bounds. Why do you look like you are not convinced? The cultivator in luxurious clothes holding up a wine cup raised his eyebrows. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything, continuing to watch the intense battle between the two in front of the door. After watching for a while, Xiao Chun guessed the result. Although that middle-aged man was also a consummation blue-robed emperor and was pretty strong compared to Du Guiyou, his movement technique, strength, martial technique, and physical body was far weaker. However, compared to Du Guiyou, Xiao Chun's movement technique, strength, martial technique, and physical body were far inferior. Defeat was just a matter of time. Now that Xiao Chun knew the result, he lost some interest and stopped paying attention to the battle in front of the door. Taking advantage of this opening, Xiao Chun picked a good seat on the second floor and ordered a table full of food and wine, minding his own business as he ate. However, the result somewhat exceeded Xiao Chun's expectations. Just as the middle-aged cultivator was about to lose, a half-step Emperor Wu appeared. A strange black snake tattoo hung down on this dazzling bald man's head, covering half of his face. That snake head happened to overlap with his left eye, looking extremely sinister. The moment the bald half-step Emperor Wu revealed his cultivation, he immediately shocked the crowd and saved that middle-aged cultivator. Big brother! When the middle-aged man saw the bald man arrive, he revealed an expression of joy. So it is a friend of the bald-headed snake Wu Ku. No wonder he dares to oppose Du Guiyou. Clearly this bald man was quite famous. Many people in the restaurant knew him. The moment he appeared, many people recognized him. Young man, there is no need to be too arrogant. I will not bother with you this time. Wu Ku looked coldly at Du Guiyou. Then, he quickly led the middle-aged cultivator away from this place. Although Du Guiyou did not fear this bald man, he knew that he was not a match for him. If he fought head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Seeing the other party leave, Du Guiyou cursed unhappily. Then he headed for the second floor. Du Guiyou looked around and immediately spotted a good spot for Xiao Chun. Then he walked over. Scram! I've taken a fancy to this spot. This was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. To the others, Du Guiyou's actions were very normal. I'm stronger than you, so I have the authority to tell you to scram. If you are as strong as a half-step Emperor Wu, you can tell Du Guiyou to scram as well. When most people encountered such a situation, they would pinch their noses and leave. In the Dragon Grave Sea, this was not a big deal. Interesting. This brat was unconvinced earlier. Now that he ran into Du Guiyou, he has no choice but to accept it. The well-dressed man who introduced Du Guiyou to Xiao Chun earlier said with a smile as he held up his wine cup. Xiao Chun ignored Du Guiyou's words. He calmly drank his wine and ate as if he did not hear what Du Guiyou said. You are seeking death. Du Guiyou was already in a bad mood in the first place. Earlier, he suffered at the hands of the half-step Emperor Wu. Now, an insignificant great perfection blue-robed emperor dared to clash with him. His anger immediately flared up. Du Guiyou raised his hand and punched at Xiao Chun. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed in Xiao Chun's calm eyes. Xiao Chun gently flicked his right hand, and one of the 2 chopsticks in his hand flew at Du Guiyou's eyes like an arrow. The other quickly spun and clashed with Du Guiyou's fist. Whoosh! The strong wind was like a saber. The spinning chopsticks kicked up a sharp gale, blowing up all the hair in front of Du Guiyou's forehead. This allowed Duguayou to see even more clearly. The chopstick stabbing at his eyes was like an unparalleled treasure saber, boundlessly sharp and containing a horrifying saber intent. Duguayou's face sank. He had not expected to run into an expert. His thoughts raced. He could not think of any other way to deal with this aside from retreating. Bang! When the spinning chopstick struck Duguayou's fist, he immediately felt pain. Without hesitation, he quickly pulled back his fist to protect his eyes and quickly retreated. Xiaochen smiled faintly. His right hand moved as fast as lightning, moving at a dazzling speed to grab the chopsticks flying at Duguayou's eyes. When Xiaochen retreated, the second spinning chopstick happened to turn around. The two chopsticks returned to Xiaochen's hands. Then he picked up some food and drank some wine. However, he still did not look at Duguayou. After testing the waters, Xiaochen's simple and miraculous two chopsticks easily forced back the enraged Duguayou, shocking everyone present. Chapter 1189. If not for the people present having extremely sharp eyes, they would not have been able to tell that Xiaochen had stopped picking up food. The most shocked person was none other than the finely dressed man. He choked on his wine and coughed endlessly. Dang! Xiaochen put down the wine cup in his hand heavily. Then he raised his head and looked at Duguayou with a sharp gaze. He said, "I was just looking for someone to practice with. You are a pretty good opponent. However, this place is too small. I believe you feel restricted as well. How about we go somewhere else?" Duguayou was indeed a pretty good opponent. Xiaochen was not lying when he said that. Duguayou was strong even among the consummation blue-robed emperors. Duguayou's earlier punch had been executed in a moment of desperation. There were countless openings. Even though Xiaochen easily forced him back with two chopsticks, he could not deny Duguayou's strength. Xiaochen could clearly recognize this point. If Xiaochen wanted to defeat Duguayou, he would have to put in some effort. After all, Duguayou was 20-odd years older than Xiaochen and possessed great talent. Furthermore, he was a demon mixed blood. However, that was all to it. Duguayou was just slightly harder to deal with, not enough to scare Xiaochen. Duguayou was young and frivolous, brimming with vigor. How could he endure such provocation? He grinned and said, "It is just some flashy moves and you dare to spout nonsense in front of me. You are truly bold. I will do as you wish. You can choose any location in this treasure dragon city. The two of you are outstanding young talents. There is no need to make such a big fuss over such a small matter." Just as the two prepared to make a move, a voice rang out in their minds at the same time. This was a voice projection. Furthermore, it was sent to two people at the same time. The technique was very exquisite. Xiaochen's and Duguayou's expressions changed at the same time. They both sent out their senses, trying to find the person who sent the voice projection. In the end, the two were somewhat shocked to discover that they could not find the person who sent the voice projection at all. He had seen the two's every move and was clearly not far away. However, with the two's cultivations, they did not discover the other party immediately. Xiaochen swept out with his spiritual sense and could only determine a rough direction. The person who sent the voice transmission should be in a private room on the 5th floor. However, they did not know which booth it was. The cultivation of the person who sent the voice projection should be much higher than theirs. Half-step Emperor Wu. In their minds, these 4 words appeared at the same time. There was actually a half-step Emperor Wu in this restaurant. Immediately, they did not dare to act rashly. They did not know what the person who sent the voice transmission was planning. There's no need to keep looking. If the two of you are willing to stop here, you can stay at this restaurant tonight at noon. I will give you a good fortune. The meaning behind his words was clear. He fancied the strength of the two of them and wanted their help. When Duguayou heard that, he relaxed. This was not the first time he encountered such a thing. In the Dragongrave Sea, those who wanted to adventure in the Dragongrave Sea would usually team up and explore together. Aside from a few bold and talented people, very few people would travel alone. However, this was Duguayou's first time encountering a half-step Emperor Wu wanting to team up. This immediately piqued his interest. Consider yourself lucky. There's something going on today, so I'll let you live for a few more days. Duguayou smiled proudly and ignored Xiaochen. Then he went to another table and started eating. Xiao Chun also guessed the intention of this person. However, he did not know what the other party was up to, so he decided to wait and see first. When the person who sent the voice projection saw that the two did not make another move, he stopped speaking. Clearly, he already had the two in his grasp. "Ao Jiao, do you think I should go on this trip?" Xiao Chun was originally planning to leave. When he suddenly received such an invitation, he could not help feeling interested. Why not? This person is so secretive. Furthermore, with the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, he still wants to find helpers. Clearly, the dragon grave that he wants to explore is extraordinary. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, rationally continued her analysis for Xiao Chun. The most important thing is that with your current strength, you should be able to escape unscathed from a half-step Emperor Wu. You can consider yourself qualified to work with this person. You do not have to fear him playing any tricks. In that case, I'll listen to you. I'll go and see what's going on tonight. A tense battle suddenly came to a halt. This confused several of the cultivators on the second floor. However, this was the Dragon Grave Sea. There would never be a lack of topics to talk about. Soon the restaurant regained its bustle. Xiao Chun returned to his room and took out an essence stone to cultivate. Then, he quietly waited for the other party to summon him. The cultivation of the essence stone allowed Xiao Chun's cultivation speed to improve at a gratifying rate. It had only been a short month since Xiao Chun left the Black Sea. However, he already reached the peak of great perfection, blue-robed emperor. Right now, Xiao Chun was using the essence stone to temper his cultivation, laying down a good foundation. After cultivating to the peak of great perfection, blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chun's heavenly laws had already doubled, reaching more than 20,000. Furthermore, as Xiao Chun continuously tempered his heavenly laws, they became extremely dense, not loose at all. There would not be a situation where the heavenly laws only had quantity but no quality. Now, Xiao Chun only needed to continue tempering his heavenly laws and obtain the flower of life and death fruit. Then, he could use the life and death art to condense a heart of an emperor and break through to consummation, blue-robed emperor. The night was as cool as water, and the moonlight was clear. Xiao Chun, who was cultivating, heard soft footsteps. He opened his eyes and stopped cultivating, knowing that the news he was waiting for had arrived. Knock! Knock! Someone knocked on the door. A manservant outside said, "Dear guest, there is an honored guest in a private room on the 5th floor who has an invitation for you." Xiao Chun pushed the door open and accepted the invitation. After asking which private room it was, he sent the manservant away. There was no content in the invitation. It was just an invitation that did not reveal anything, making it seem extremely mysterious. "I hope that you will not disappoint me." After putting away the invitation, Xiao Chun carried some anticipation and caution as he went to the 5th floor and knocked on the door to the private room. After presenting the invitation, someone invited him in. It turned out that there was a secret room inside. There was a secret pavilion in the private room. There were many people in the secret pavilion, including Dugu Ao, who had already arrived. There were a total of 9 people. Including Xiao Chun, there were 10. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chun had a rough idea of the situation. Aside from the black-clad old man sitting in the middle, who was the half-step Emperor Wu, the other 8 people were all consummation blue-robed emperor cultivators. The other 8 were all consummation quasi-emperors. Furthermore, they were more or less on the same level as Dugu Ao. Regardless of whether they were stronger or weaker, they all hid very deeply. A middle-aged couple sat on the right. They carried swords on their backs. Among the group of ruthless people, they were the ones with the least evil aura. Beside the half-step Emperor Wu was an extremely aged old man. This person was probably the oldest in the entire secret pavilion. Xiao Chun estimated that he was at least 800 years old. This old man wore a straw raincoat and looked very aged. He looked like he did not care about the affairs of the world. When he saw Xiao Chun arrive, he did not even bat an eyelid. There was also a great fatso with a lustful expression. He did not hide his gaze as he stared at the pretty, middle-aged woman with the sword on her back, making that middle-aged swordsman very unhappy. The remaining 3 were 2 women and 1 man. They were all from the fiend race. Their baleful auras were very dense. Who knew how much blood they had on them? One of the women was from the poison spider race. She used black spider silk to make an indistinct spider silk robe. She had a voluptuous figure and a sinister face, giving off an enchanting air. The poison spider race was considered a rather rare fiend race in the oceanic world. Xiao Qin's gaze lingered on them for a while longer. One of the women was from the silver shark race. She wore a black veil on her head and showed a cold expression. Xiao Qian could not make out what she was thinking. The other was a fiend race man from the huge elephant race. He had dark skin. When he saw Xiao Qian arrive, he appeared extremely hostile. This was an extremely elite and luxurious team. Not only did they have the half-step Emperor Wu leading them, but the consummation blue-robed emperor that came was also an excellent one. With such a strong team, what kind of dragon grave could they not enter? Yet, the leader of this team was still worried, inviting Xiao Qian and Du Guiyou over. Boss Yang, even if you cannot find anyone, you don't have to make up the numbers. You even managed to recruit the great perfection blue-robed emperor. The huge elephant raceman said indifferently when he saw Xiao Qian's hostile expression. Not just anyone can go. Don't throw your life away. After saying that, the huge elephant raceman took a step forward and placed his hand on Xiao Qian's shoulder. Then he exerted force, wanting to push Xiao Qian out. The huge elephant race was famous for their boundless strength. They were born with great physical strength. Just a gentle push from them could exert millions of kilograms of force. Everyone knew that the speed at which vital qi circulated was much faster than law energy or veritable essence energy. With a thought, one could send out their vital qi. When several people saw the dark-skinned man suddenly make a move, they expected what would happen next. Xiao Qian would definitely get pushed out and crash into the walls of the secret pavilion. However, to their surprise, when the dark-skinned man made his move, Xiao Qian, who was wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, arrived first and placed his hand on the dark-skinned man's shoulder. After that, there was a loud bang, and the dark-skinned man's body shot out like a cannonball. Then he fell to the ground, caught off guard. This scene was rather comical. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes lit up. When they looked at Xiao Qian again, they all revealed cautious expressions. This was especially so for Du Guiyou, who was clearly surprised. He had not expected Xiao Qian to have such great physical strength aside from his flashy actions. While Xiao Qian's speed was a factor in pushing the huge elephant race cultivator away, his physical strength could not be underestimated. Enough. There is no need for you to test the person I chose. The half-step Emperor Wu raised his head and rapped the table, shouting to stop the dark-skinned man, who wanted to get up and continue fighting. Everyone has no objections to Du Guiyou's strength. I believe everyone has no objections to this little brother's strength, right? Yang Kai said indifferently. Haha. To be able to make a giant elephant race cultivator suffer such a great disadvantage in terms of vital qi, how could we have any objections? The fatty said with a smile, making the dark-skinned giant elephant raceman extremely unhappy. However, due to Yang Kai's face, the dark-skinned man could not lose his temper, so he could only endure sullenly. All the cultivators expressed that they had no objections. After Yang Kai introduced himself, he looked at Xiao Qian and said, "Since little brother is here, you must have guessed some of my thoughts. In that case, I'll make it short. This old man discovered an 8-star dragon grave that no one has visited before in this dragon grave sea. If little brother is interested, you can join us." Chapter 1190. If you are not interested, it does not matter. I will knock you out and make you sleep for a few days, lest news of us leak out. An 8-star dragon soul. Furthermore, it was an 8-star dragon soul that no one had visited before. With a thought, Xiao Qian somewhat understood why this Yang Kai was so mysterious and even cautiously invited so many people. Yang Kai wanted to form a large and luxurious team of elites. Right now, nearly all the known dragon graves in the Dragon Grave Sea had been visited by people, raiding them over and over again. Even if they could gain something, it wouldn't be much. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how valuable an undiscovered dragon grave would be. The reason why Yang Kai invited so many people was none other than an 8-star dragon grave. It was already second only to that great forbidden land of the distant sea dragon grave. While it was valuable, the risk was ridiculously high. Even with Yang Kai's half-step Emperor Wu's strength, he would not be able to take it all by himself. As for knocking out Xiao Qian and making him sleep for a few days, that was probably just a lie. If Xiao Qian did not agree, The people here would definitely gang up on him and silence him. This matter concerned their own interests. How could they show any mercy? Xiaochen thought for a while and finally chose to agree. He also wanted to see what kind of treasure land an 8-star dragon grave was. Good. Little friend Xiaochen is indeed righteous. In that case, I will say this first. I will take 20% of the treasures in the dragon grave. You can split the rest evenly based on your own abilities. Of course, the scattered treasures along the way will belong to whoever finds them first. There is no need to split them evenly. Yang Kai suggested a relatively fair method of splitting the treasures. Then he continued, since you are all in the same team, you are all in the same boat. No matter what grudges you have in the past, as long as the team is not disbanded, you are not allowed to kill each other. This is especially so if you kill each other for the treasures. I'll say this first. I will cripple whoever makes a move first. The danger of an 8-star dragon grave is greater than you imagine. Don't harm the entire team over this trivial matter. Given the strength of the half-step Emperor Wu, Yang Kai's words were very threatening. Of course, it was hard to say exactly what would happen. Which one of them wasn't an arrogant and unruly existence? Who didn't have the strength to protect themselves, dared to cooperate with half-step Emperor Wu? Everyone expressed that they would not do such a thing. Then he raised his head and said, "Good. If you have nothing to prepare, you can set off now." None of them had anything to prepare, so after a brief discussion, they went their separate ways and gathered at the seabed outside the Treasure Dragon Island. After all, a team of 10 people would be too eye-catching, and it would be easy for news to leak. Xiaochen, be careful. Although there are many burial items in the 8-star dragon grave, it should be equally dangerous. Who knows what strange things you might run into? Just as they were about to set off, Ao Jiao reminded him. Every time Xiaochen took a risk, she would worry about him. Xiaochen nodded and said, I know. I still have that golden plume feather, that little yellow feather left behind. It is enough to escape. It's best not to use it. Ao Jiao thought to herself, if I open the treasures left behind by the Thunder King, my strength should increase. At that time I will be able to help Xiaochen a lot. Xiaochen only hoped that everything would be fine with Xiaochen before that happened. Half an hour later, everyone had arrived at the agreed location under the sea. Yang Kai led the way without saying a word. Following Yang Kai's footsteps, the group descended continuously. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. After descending for more than 100,000 meters, they reached the bottom of the sea. This place was already in the deep sea. Occasionally, one could see some strange glowing fish, colorful corals, and all sorts of mines amid the darkness. The world at the bottom of the sea was not dull. There were huge trees, winding seamounts, strong ferocious beasts, and many others. Clearly, Yang Kai was very familiar with this area, having explored it several times. With great familiarity, Xiaochen led the group to a continuous, towering underwater mountain range and stopped. Whoosh! Yang Kai propped up a huge energy barrier and isolated the seawater, encasing everyone inside. Then he pointed in a direction and said, that is the entrance to the Dragon Cave. However, there is a formation sealing it. We need to break it forcefully. The group looked in the direction Yang Kai pointed. 10 kilometers away, 2 ancient mottled stone doors locked a huge cave. Let me do it. The dark-skinned man of the huge elephant race stepped forward and walked out of the energy barrier. Then he started running wildly in the seawater. The huge energy caused the seawater to surge. Yang Kai did not stop him. He had checked the stone doors of this cave before. After so many years, the might of the formation had decreased significantly. It would not be difficult to break them. Bang! Xiaochen punched the stone doors, and the entire mountain range started to shake. Countless stone chips fell off the stone doors. However, there were no obvious cracks. Boom! 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 After 10 odd punches, the stone doors shook and looked like they would collapse at any moment. However, they did not collapse. They were very resilient. Yang Kai frowned slightly. The toughness of these stone doors surpassed his expectations. Even after so many years, they could still withstand such torture. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the middle-aged couple. Then he said, help him. The middle-aged couple each formed a sword art, and the swords on their backs came out of their scabbards with a clang. They were like two deep-sea dragons, traveling 10 kilometers in one breath and crashing into the stone doors. Bang! The stone doors completely shattered. Then the two swords returned to their scabbards. This extremely beautiful move attracted many gazes. The dark-skinned man was the most depressed. After spending 10 odd punches, the two swords shattered it. Let's go. After we enter, do not split up. After Yang Tian said that, he took the lead. The group of people followed behind. However, Xiao Chan, who was at the back, felt that the atmosphere here was somewhat strange. So he used the dragon-seeking art to check the geomancy of this place. In the end, he was somewhat surprised to discover that this place was not the place of the dragon renegade. As the saying went, those who go with it live, those who go against it die. Only the dragon vein where the dragon renegade resided was the best place to bury the dead. As Xiao Chan continued to speculate, he was shocked to discover that this was not the dragon vein where the dragon renegade resided. Instead, it was a place where the dragon veins intersected. This thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Just as he was about to continue thinking, he discovered that Yang Kai was already looking over. So Xiao Chen stopped speculating and followed. Not wanting to arouse the other party's suspicions, Xiao Chen quickly followed behind the group and headed for the entrance of the dragon grave. The instant Xiao Chen entered the pitch-black entrance, he strangely discovered that although the stone doors were shattered, the seawater could not flow in. As Xiao Chen continued walking, the space inside grew larger. Buildings appeared one after another. The style of the buildings was unique. They were crude and simple, giving off a feeling of strength. Compared to the extravagant style of the modern buildings, these buildings appeared rather plain. However, they did give off a feeling of the ancient era's style. Most of the remnant was very dilapidated. The buildings had collapsed and people were lying all over the place. It was difficult to see the full picture, which was somewhat unfortunate. The others were not interested in the buildings of the dragon race's era. They had already experienced it in other dragon graves long ago. However, the further in the group went, the more they felt that something was wrong. This dragon grave seemed too calm. The surroundings were filled with the sound of a group of people stepping on rubble. The strange atmosphere in this quiet environment made one's hair stand on end. It was cold and sinister at a depth of more than 100 kilometers. Walking in an undiscovered dragon grave was not very comfortable. Xiao Chun looked around and felt that this place did not look like a dragon grave. It looked like a corner of an ancient era's city. How could a dragon grave be built in a city? As Xiao Chun felt suspicious, he used his strong spiritual sense to capture some indistinct black qi in the air. That qi seeped out from the ground. It was extremely small but extremely sinister. Xiao Chun was not the only one who sensed it. Dugu Ao, the human-demon mixed blood, was extremely sensitive to this demonic qi. After he sensed it, he frowned slightly and reported his discovery. I don't know what's going on with this place, but there is actually demonic qi seeping out from the ground. After hearing Duguayo's explanation, Fatso, who was in the group, added, "This place is indeed strange. It is ridiculously large. However, I do not see any natural treasures. All I see are all sorts of buildings and demonic qi. There's also demonic energy coming out. Is this a dragon tomb?" The others felt the same way. Aside from the straw-caped old man, they all looked at the half-step Emperor Wu Yongkai at the front of the group. Yongkai said indifferently, "I used a specialized secret treasure to test it. Should not be wrong. There is definitely a peak dragon race expert buried here." Xiao Chun had heard of a secret treasure that specialized in testing dragon graves before. This was a secret treasure unique to the dragon grave sea. It could detect the aura of the dragon grave master at the bottom of the sea within 1 kilometer. Then it would display different stars based on the strength of the aura. Such a secret treasure was extremely rare. However, its accuracy was nearly 100%. Since Yongkai said that, then it should not be wrong. The group did not dwell on this problem for now. They arrived at the remnant and cleared the passageways, walking here and there. When the group arrived at a winding corridor, they looked forward. Statues of dragon race cultivators stood on both sides of the corridor. They wore ancient battle armor and held halberds in their hands, standing upright with their heads held high. Indeed, these are the grave guards of the dragon race. They only appear in dragon graves. There are many of them. This is somewhat problematic. When Duguayou saw these dragon race statues, he relaxed his frown. The others were very knowledgeable and recognized the grave guards of the dragon race. After verifying that this was a dragon grave, they all revealed smiles on their faces. However, they did not act rashly. The grave guards of the dragon race were all as strong as the small perfection blue-robed emperor. There were nearly 200 grave guards in one corridor. They did not know if there were any more grave guards around the corner. If they were surrounded by so many mausoleum guards, even if they were lucky enough to escape, they would still be heavily injured. Charge over! The dark-skinned huge elephant race youth appeared fearless. Without waiting for the group to discuss, he charged over. When Yang Kai saw the situation, he wanted to say something. However, after some thought, he could not be bothered to say anything, so he directly charged over. When facing these grave guards, there were no tricks. Although the dark-skinned huge elephant race youth was rash, he did not have any good ideas. Directly charging over was the most direct method. Chapter 1191. So. The group moved very quickly. After taking 10 steps, the mausoleum guards on both sides of the corridor instantly came to life and charged at the group. The first to bear the brunt was the black-faced huge elephant race cultivator. His strength was not as weak as the others imagined. The black-faced young man punched out, and the instant the statue jumped down, the head of the black-faced young man exploded. In this environment, he had a unique advantage by unleashing his explosive and swift moves. This allowed him to charge around unhindered, sweeping through everything before him. Don't be fooled by how ferocious he was right now. If the number of winding corridors increased, and he used up the law of energy later on, he would be the one to die the most tragic death. This place can't stop me. Great Fatso chuckled. Faced with the mausoleum guards that continuously jumped down, his body was like a rubber ball bouncing around. Although it was comical, it did not take long for him to catch up to the black-faced man at the very front. The middle-aged couple, who had been swinging their beautiful flying swords, paled in comparison to the huge elephant race cultivators in such an environment. Every step they took was arduous. However, the couple cooperated well. Although they moved slowly, they were not in any danger. The various sword images formed a screen of swords, blocking the mausoleum guards outside the screen of swords. The old man took out a fishing rod and sighed. I'm already so old, yet I still want to compete with the young. It's really not easy. Although he said that, the fishing rod in his hand was not the least bit careless. With the old Taoist combat experience, he made full use of the characteristics of the terrain in this corridor, and turned it into his advantage. Every time Xiao Chun attacked, he stopped at the right time, using the least amount of strength to kill the tomb guards, not wasting any of his energy. The extremely charming venomous spider race woman felt somewhat restricted in this winding corridor. She could not bring out the advantage of her martial techniques. She didn't have the experience of the old man in the raincoat, and she wasn't like the middle-aged couple who helped each other. As a result, she was surrounded by danger. In this corridor, she was in the most danger. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough. It was just that she wasn't suited to fight in such a complicated environment. The other fiend race woman was very domineering. She held a sharp silver saber in her hand, and a sharp saber chi shot out in all directions. She definitely would not allow herself to be surrounded. She rushed forward continuously. Duguayou smiled coldly as he executed an exquisite fist technique in this place. Combined with his movement technique and speed, he was able to perfectly bring out the state of his fist technique despite being surrounded. The river surged and flowed without end, causing him to be like a flood. He followed the concept of his fist technique and charged through the winding corridor. There were no mausoleum guards that could stop him. After a round of danger, everyone in the team displayed their unique martial techniques. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Xiao Chun could tell who was stronger with one look. Xiao Chun more or less knew about everyone's strength. Xiao Chun had the easiest time walking through this winding corridor. Big Fatso was able to avoid the tomb guards with a flick. By relying on his movement technique, Duguayou could execute the perfect state of his fist technique despite being surrounded. This already showed the weakness of these tomb guards. Although there were many of them, they were not fast enough. Xiao Qin's Great Perfection Thunder Dragon Steps was no weaker than those twos. In fact, it was even stronger. Naturally, it would be easier for him to move. As Xiao Chun walked, every step he took left behind an afterimage. Every time he brushed past a large number of tomb guards, electric afterimages flickered. Xiao Chun moved through this dangerous killing corridor like he was taking a leisurely stroll, appearing very relaxed. Xiao Chun, who was originally the last to leave, quickly caught up to the Venom Spider Race woman, who was surrounded by danger. Without saying anything, Xiao Chun immediately made a move to help, killing the tomb guards behind the Venom Spider Race woman with a palm strike. When Xiao Chun's palm strike landed, dazzling saber lights came from the fallen tomb guards. Then they became riddled with holes and could no longer climb back up. When the tomb guards behind were all killed, the Venom Spider Race woman immediately felt much more relaxed. She thanked Xiao Chun, who was passing by. Xiao Chun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He did not pay much attention to this. Even if he had not made a move, this Venom Spider Race woman would not have died here. However, she would have ended up in an even more miserable state. The other party definitely had trump cards. Executing Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chun continued forward. As he strolled, electric images flickered, allowing Xiao Chun to move unobstructed and at ease. Soon, Xiao Chun overtook the middle-aged sword-wielding woman. Although the two were slow, they were very safe. Since they did not need Xiao Chun's help, he naturally would not make a move on his own. As Xiao Chun watched the afterimages flash by, he brushed past the tomb guards again and again. The middle-aged couple felt startled. Unexpectedly, this great perfection blue-robed emperor, whom everyone initially looked down on, actually had so many tricks up his sleeve. Not only did Xiao Chen's vital qi rival that of a huge elephant race cultivator, but his movement technique was also very good. As Xiao Chun continued forward, he overtook the straw-caped old man. Now, this old man did not even need Xiao Chen's help. Given the old man's combat experience, he did not give the tomb guards any chance to surround him. Instead, he used the terrain to his advantage, swinging his fishing rod and squeezing the tomb guards together, restraining each other. I am indeed getting old. The youths these days are all scarier than the last. As the straw-caped old man watched Xiao Chun walk past him, he sighed in a manner that seemed both real and fake. Then he swung his fishing hook, and the transparent fishing line tore off the heads of 3 more spiritwood guards. Then they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. The next person Xiao Chun overtook was the Silver Shark Race Bladesman. This girl was clearly pretty, but when she moved, she looked ferocious and boundlessly tyrannical. However, when he moved, he looked ferocious and boundlessly tyrannical, causing others to involuntarily retreat when they saw him. The other party's saber technique was too tyrannical. The scattered silver saber chi nearly filled the entire corridor. Xiao Chun did not want to attract any trouble. He gently pushed off with his feet, and his figure drifted like a leaf, passing through the berserk and dense saber chi. The Silver Shark Race Bladesman stopped what she was doing. When she saw Xiao Chen's movement technique, she was slightly stunned. She thought to herself, this fellow is pretty strong. If I have a choice, I should do my best not to get into a conflict with this white-clad youth. As Xiao Chun overtook one person after another, the last person to leave, Xiao Chun arrived first despite starting later. He arrived at the vanguard, keeping pace with Duguao, the Great Fatso, and the black-skinned youth. This was why Xiao Chun purposely hid his strength. If he wanted to, he might be on par with Yang Kai. However, there was no need to expose his strength too early. It was enough to follow behind the other party and ensure that he did not suffer any losses. The other 3 who were keeping pace with each other all felt unconvinced and wanted to surpass each other. This was especially so for the Great Elephant Race's black-skinned youth and Duguao. Unfortunately, they all had their own strengths. It was not easy for anyone to surpass the other. The corridor wound around 9 times before reaching the end. Fatso, who was bouncing around like a rubber ball, immediately panted heavily after he stopped, feeling incredibly tired. The black-skinned youth, who had exhausted a lot of energy along the way, was also incredibly fatigued. He quickly sat down and circulated his energy to recover. Duguao closed his eyes and rested, showing no intention of moving. Although his fist technique flowed endlessly, it was also endless. It had a kind of self-circulation effect, so the drain on his energy was not ridiculously high. However, Du Guiyou was also extremely tired and did not want to move. Only Xiao Chun appeared extremely relaxed, looking like nothing had happened as he sized up his surroundings. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he felt somewhat surprised. However, he did not think too much about it. Soon, the straw-caped old man rushed over without panting or blushing. After that, the silver shark race woman, the venom spider race woman, and the middle-aged couple arrived one after another. After the chaotic battle in the corridor, they managed to make it through without any mishaps. Yang Kai was not in a rush to scout ahead. He waited for everyone to rest and recover to their peak state before resuming their journey. At the end of the corridor was an empty remnant. After passing this remnant that did not yield anything, an ancient forest appeared before the group. An ancient forest appeared in front of everyone. The trees were blood red, and it was unknown how long they had been here. These are dragon blood trees. The ancient dragon race used their own blood to water these trees to grow. If no one visits this place, we will definitely be able to find some dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, so he recognized these slightly sinister and terrifying ancient trees at a glance. Dragon blood flowers were natural treasures that grew in dragon graves. They were extremely precious and could strengthen a cultivator's bloodline and improve their aptitude. They were also one of the main ingredients for refining the dragon blood pill, worth cities. The dragon graves outside had been visited several times already. It was practically impossible to obtain dragon blood flowers. The large forest of dragon blood trees here gave everyone hope. They had heard of dragon blood flowers before, but this was their first time seeing dragon blood trees. We agreed that the natural treasures we find along the way will belong to whoever finds them first. Don't fight with me for them. The dark-skinned huge elephant race youth was not afraid of any danger here. He was the first to charge into the forest. How could the others be willing to fall behind? They quickly entered the forest, searching for dragon blood flowers. Xiao Chun was also somewhat interested in these dragon blood flowers. They could improve one's aptitude and physical body and strengthen one's bloodline. To him, who possessed the blue dragon martial spirit, they should be even more effective. Maintaining caution, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and entered this dragon blood forest as well. Silently, Xiao Chun arrived at a dragon blood tree. After making sure that there was no one around, he opened his heavenly eye. In this place, spiritual sense and perception were more or less limited. If one wanted to find dragon blood flowers, they could only rely on their eyes. With the heavenly eye, Xiao Chun held a great advantage. When Xiao Chun opened his heavenly eye, his vision immediately enveloped the entire forest. He could clearly see every tiny corner of the forest. These scenes turned into scenes flashing continuously in Xiao Chun's mind. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers. Soon, Xiao Chun easily found more than 100 dragon blood flowers. Aside from a few that were too far away and difficult to obtain if someone got too close, Xiao Chun was confident of obtaining most of them. After the heavenly eye closed, Xiao Chun took a deep breath and unfurled the freedom wings. Then, he executed thunder dragon steps and started searching this dragon blood forest. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun, who was doing his best, moved like a shadow in the forest. He weaved through the place and collected the dragon blood flowers one by one. Chapter 1192. In the forest, the dark-skinned youth saw a dragon blood flower and immediately revealed an expression of joy. Then he raised his leg to pick it. However, a figure flew over like the wind and landed on the branch first. Then that figure picked the dragon blood flower. Xiao Chun, what is the meaning of this? I discovered it first. Are you trying to break the rules that Boss Yang set? When the dark-skinned youth saw that it was Xiao Chan, he became so angry that he trembled. He cursed loudly, showing that he would not let this matter rest. The angry shout attracted the attention of the surrounding people. As they looked at Xiao Chun, who was on the tree branch, they all had complicated expressions in their eyes. Xiao Chun was too fast and his eyes were sharp. More than one person had seen Xiao Chun moving around. Every time he stopped, he would reap a harvest. Hence they had long since felt jealous. Now that the dark-skinned youth had found a reason to do so, the others had other thoughts. More and more people gathered. Even Yang Kai appeared. Xiao Chun knew that the matter had blown up. His performance was too eye-catching. However, Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He looked coldly at the dark-skinned youth below and said, "You are overthinking. What Senior Yang said is that it belongs to whoever obtains it first. It is not that whoever sees it first gets it." Regardless of who saw it first, Xiaochun saw it first. He had seen all the dragon blood flowers here with his heavenly eye. No matter what, Xiaochun was in the right. The dark-skinned youth was slightly stunned. He had not expected Xiaochun to retort like that. He was not good with words, so he did not know what to say. "I don't care. I saw this dragon blood flower, so you have to give it to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaochun said coldly, "Feel free to be impolite. Let's see if I am afraid of you or not." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was getting tense, Yang Kai quickly said, "Xiaochun, just let him have this dragon blood flower. You do not lack one. Even if all the people here were to work together, we would not have as many harvests as you." When faced with Yang Kai clearly siding with the dark-skinned youth, Xiaochun did not think of taking a step back. Just because I am capable and obtained more than others, I have to give it to someone else? That makes no sense at all. Furthermore, in this circle, if one showed weakness and took a step back, there would be no end to it. The human heart would never be satisfied. One cannot take even one step back. Xiaochun remained indifferent. He placed the dragon blood flower in his spatial ring, and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, silently expressing his stance. Just as Xiaochun and the two were on the verge of a fight, dragon flower big saber Xiaochun and dragon saber. Dragon blood Xiao dragon blood flower. The blood in Big Fatso's hand was only half an inch long, but the piece of meat in its mouth was half the size of a palm. It could be seen how sharp its mouth was, and how terrifying its antennae were. The situation was extremely strange. The sudden appearance of the crimson worms and Big Fatso's painful screams made everyone look over. Looking at the bloodworms devouring the meat at an extremely fast speed, they were shocked. "How dare you eat this Lord Fatty's meat? I'll crush you to death." Big Fatso was unable to restrain his anger. He clenched his fists, and it was impossible to tell how much power was contained in that clenched fist. Fatso's palms exploded. However, what was shocking was that when Fatso released his palm, the crimson worm was not dead yet. It flapped its wings and jumped onto Fatso's right cheek. With a few bites, it bit off a large piece of meat on Fatso's face. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw that bloody and horrifying face. The speed of the crimson worm was too fast, and the crimson worm was very resistant to pressure. Hence, this tragic scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Whoosh! Yang Kai's reaction was the fastest. He flashed over at lightning speed and caught the crimson worm, saving Fatso's life. "Quick, let's go. This is an ancient mutated insect, the dragon bloodworm. It lives in groups. Let's go quickly. Let's go quickly." Horror flashed in the eyes of this half-step Emperor Wu. He did not explain much at all. He flicked his finger and killed the dragon bloodworm. Then he took the lead and dashed into the forest. The others did not understand what happened. However, when they saw Fatso's miserable state, who would not feel fear? They could no longer care about the grudge between Xiaochun and the black-skinned youth. They chased after Yang Kai, rushing forward. Buzz! 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 The sound of countless dragon bloodworms flapping their wings resounded in the forest. Many dragon bloodworms came out of the trees, a ridiculously large number. Xiaochun and the others revealed extremely unsightly expressions. No one had expected such a situation. "We are surrounded." Yang Kai retreated from the front. Even with his half-step Emperor Wu's strength, he did not dare to leave the group and charge forward alone. In the blink of an eye, the situation had turned into a life-and-death situation. No one could relax in this dragon grave. The group formed a circle and faced the flying crimson worms. No one dared to be arrogant and fight them alone. Everyone had seen the toughness of the dragon bloodworms for themselves. Only by focusing their attacks into a line could they kill these dragon bloodworms in one strike. However, this way the area of attack was much smaller. Against the thousands of dragon bloodworms everywhere, it was not easy to kill them. The 10 people moved extremely fast. They did not dare to relax at all, afraid that the dragon bloodworms would get on them. They were afraid that the dragon bloodworms would come into contact with them. When they thought about what had happened to the fatty, And what would happen if the dragon bloodworms came into contact with them? No one dared to relax. Xiao Chen's physical body was very strong. However, he was not arrogant enough to let the dragon bloodworms test his physical body. The energy of the lightning saber soul was infused into the saber, not leaking out at all. Xiao Chen stood at the side and continuously sent out a screen of electric saber light. If there were no one behind him, even with Xiao Chen's strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to defend against these strange worms. Even now he was not at ease at all. He was extremely nervous. Every time he swung his saber, he used his full strength. He had not been in such a mental state for a very long time already, when he used his full power. Even Xiao Chen was in such a difficult situation. The other situation was easy to imagine. The venom spider race woman shot out a spiderweb from her hand and caught many dragon bloodworms. However, before she could show joy on her face, the other dragon blood bugs flew over and chewed up the spiderweb in no time. Although it did not have any substantial effect with this talent, it made things a little easier for her. Of the 10, the one who had the easiest time was probably the straw-caped old man. His straw cape was woven from some unknown grass. A formless smell spread out, reducing the number of dragon bloodworms on his side. However, this old man also had a cautious expression. He did not relax at all. The effect of that straw cape should have a time limit. There are fewer dragon bloodworms over there. Let's break out of the encirclement. The venom spider race man shouted as he looked in a direction with a strip of cloth covering half his face. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and said indifferently, "That is the direction to go back." The moment Yang Kai said that, several of the people who had revealed joy froze, no longer saying anything. Breaking out of the encirclement in the direction to go back would mean returning. No one would be willing to go back when faced with the temptation of an 8-star dragon grave. Don't hold back any trump cards. Old man, you take the lead. We will charge out together. Otherwise, we will exhaust ourselves here. Yang Kai moved his hands. In the blink of an eye, strong winds shot out, and densely packed dragon bloodworm corpses appeared under his feet. The direction that Yang Kai was guarding had the most dragon bloodworms. Naturally, he wanted to switch places with the straw-caped old man because of the straw-caped old man's straw cape. The straw-caped old man hesitated for a while before saying, "All right, I'll take the lead. However, this old man will say one more thing. You had best not have any other thoughts. Otherwise, we will all die here. Don't play tricks with your lives. Charge." The straw-caped old man, who had been looking somewhat lethargic, now gave off a strong aura. His horrifying might was no weaker than Yang Kai's. This old man had lived for a long time. His cultivation was ridiculously strong. When he suddenly erupted, it startled everyone. The others also knew that it would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a matter of life and death. So they did not hold back any of their trump cards. The venomous spider woman let out a soft cry and revealed her demon form. She had transformed into a huge black spider with 8 legs, and each leg was as sharp as a peerless saber. With a single swing, a large number of dragon bloodworms were cut down. Yang Kai displayed his half-step Emperor Wu's strength. For the first time he drew his weapon. It was an ice spear. As he swung it, it gave off a knife-like cold chi. Xiao Chen looked around. Aside from Dugu Ao, everyone else had revealed some of their trump cards. Even though Dugu Ao already had several wounds on his body, Xiao Chen did not see him bring out the innate ability of his demon half-human bloodline. The 10-man team did their best to charge at the horrifying number of dragon bloodworms in front. Compared to the chaotic battle in the corridor earlier, the dragon bloodworms in this forest were even harder to deal with. Furthermore, this seemed to be only the second stage of the dragon grave. Everyone finally experienced the dangers of the 8-star dragon grave. With the 10 of them exposing some of their trump cards, they finally managed to charge through the forest full of dragon bloodworms. Everyone had more or less wounds on their bodies. Each bite from a dragon bloodworm tore off a large piece of flesh. Such a simple and crude method of injury was not only painful but also impossible to recover from. However, Xiao Chen felt somewhat depressed. As he looked at the wounds on his arm, which were much smaller than the others, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Chen's physical body was very resistant to these dragon bloodworms. He could not bite through them at all, so he did not need to be so nervous earlier. If Xiao Chun had materialized the blue dragon battle armor, he would have been able to walk out of this forest unscathed. However, that was one of Xiao Chun's great trump cards. He would not use them if he could. Damn! This fat lord really does not need to lose weight anymore. Fatso, who was the most severely injured, cursed in pain as he looked at the uneven wounds on his body. The others did not have time to laugh at him. They all anxiously treated their injuries. No one had an easy time breaking out of this encirclement. 1 hour later, Yang Kai was the first to stand up. He said, "Let's continue." Chapter 1193. The exploration of the dragon grave had just begun. Naturally, they could not stop here, so they continued moving forward with twists and turns. After that, they experienced several dangers comparable to the dragon bloodworms. Finally, they arrived at the burial ground. This was a place where the remains of true dragons were buried, a place with precious burial items. Strange, why is there a line of words here? Yang Kai, who was the first to enter the burial ground, had sharp eyes and saw a line of words on a stone wall. Let me see. The moment he said that, everyone's interest was piqued. The dark-skinned youth squeezed his way over and read. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor was here. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor was here. When the dark-skinned youth read this, he was completely stunned. The others were stunned as well. This was something that one would normally laugh off when they saw it. However, it was happening in this 8-star dragon grave. Furthermore, it was an 8-star dragon grave that no one had visited before. A person from 10,000 years ago actually played such a joke on people of later generations. This was simply unexpected. Let me see if it's real or fake. This is too funny. The great Fatso did not believe it. He pushed away the dark-skinned youth and looked carefully. There were indeed 8 average-sized words on the stone wall. The words were written in a flamboyant style, containing a strong aura. This allowed these simple words to remain clear and intact, even after 10,000 years. Yang Kai frowned and said, "It is hard to say if it's real or fake." However, the person who left these words was able to tear space and enter the dragon grave. He was definitely an expert. The words he left behind also contained a formless aura. He infused his mind, qi, and spirit into them. He was at least a sovereign martial emperor. Yang Kai's cultivation was the highest. He was a half-step Emperor Wu. The conclusion that he came to was very convincing. The Qing Emperor was here 10,000 years ago. What good things could there be? We are going to end up empty-handed. This is really depressing. After overcoming so many difficulties and arriving at this burial ground, we still end up empty-handed. It is hard to say. Given the Qing Emperor's judgment, he might not be interested in these burial items. Perhaps he just passed by and did not touch anything. The group of people discussed among themselves. They were all shocked by the sudden appearance of these 8 words, and there were all sorts of discussions going on. The most shocked person in the crowd was naturally Xiao Qian, who had seen several portraits of the Qing Emperor. He was extremely familiar with the aura of the Qing Emperor. With just a glance, he was able to confirm that the words were left behind by the Qing Emperor. It couldn't be wrong. Standing in front of the stone wall, Xiao Chun was in a daze. He stretched out his hand and stroked the words. At the moment of contact, Xiao Chun's expression changed greatly, and he took 10 steps back. Xiao Chun looked at these words in horror. Unexpectedly, the Azure Emperor's shocking martial technique was left behind in these words. The instant he touched them, he felt an aura that could destroy the world. In the boundless void, there was nothing but a saber slashing towards him. Xiao Chun felt like he was there, and the saber would kill him in the next moment. He could not resist at all. As long as the saber charged over, there would be no way for him to survive. This was the scene that Xiao Chun saw earlier. Under the cover of these 8 words there was a powerful killing move. What is the Qing Emperor trying to do? Xiao Chun's heart trembled. He knew that the Qing Emperor would not leave these words here for no reason. When Xiao Chun thought about all the strange things he saw when he first entered, this dragon grave was definitely extraordinary. Don't touch it randomly. This is the writing of a powerhouse. It contains an unparalleled aura. It contains the essence, energy, and spirit of a powerhouse, as well as killing intent and aura. Be careful not to lose your life. Yang Kai warned as he looked at the retreating Xiao Chun. Yang Kai's words made the others, who wanted to touch the words, stop thinking about it. Xiao Chun glanced at this person and did not say anything about his discovery. He said sullenly, "Thank you, but I'm fine. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly go and see if the burial items in the dragon grave are still there. That is the important thing." Fatso, who had a cloth bag tied to his face, said anxiously, changing the topic. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Come with me. According to what we agreed on earlier, if there are any burial items, I will take 20%. You will split the rest evenly after that. I will be the one to take inventory of the treasures here." "That's what we should do. Boss Yang, don't worry," the dark-skinned youth said. The others all expressed their agreement. This time Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Then, his figure flashed as he headed to the front of the burial ground. Inside the sturdy cave, in the depths of the burial ground, the group saw the towering remains of a true dragon. Beside the remains were boxes filled with them. Presumably, it contained the funerary objects. It was just that he didn't know if it had been opened by anyone. The true dragon remains were still there. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. With this true dragon remains, this trip was worth it. That's not right. Even though millions of years have passed, the true dragon remains of an 8-star dragon grave should still have lingering might. Although this true dragon remains is huge, its bones are glowing, and its spine is 200 meters long. It is not worthy of an 8-star dragon grave. The straw-caped old man's eyes lit up. After he glanced at the true dragon remains, he immediately voiced his doubts. The others suddenly understood and also noticed this mysterious phenomenon. This is probably not the main grave. The remains of the dragon grave's master are still somewhere else. Let's not care about that for now. The boxes here have not been opened yet. The burial items are still there. Let's split the things here first. Yang Kai's expression showed that he did not care too much about this problem. As he spoke, he opened a box. Damn! There are so many essence stones. When everyone saw the treasures in the box, they could not help exclaiming. There were rows of glistening essence stones piled up in the box. There were at least 2,000 of them. Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued opening the box. There was another box of essence stones. After opening 12 more boxes, 10 of them were filled with essence stones. The crowd piled them up into a small mountain. When they counted the number, there was a total of 25,000. Everyone had smiles on their faces. This trip was worth it. The other 2 boxes contained all sorts of dragon race secret treasures. Without exception, they were all Peak King grade secret treasures. There were more than 20 of them. No wonder there were so many adventurers in the Dragon Grave Sea. Even before they finished exploring it, they already had such a harvest. This was indeed a holy land for adventuring, worthy of people rushing over. Yang Kai said, "Good, let's split it up now. According to our agreement, I can take 5,000 of these essence stones and choose 4 Peak King grade secret treasures first. Since the true dragon remains are still intact, we will not dismantle them first. When we are outside, we will sell them as a whole and split them evenly." Although the others were dissatisfied with such a split, they could still accept it. After all, Yang Kai was the strongest. Furthermore, he was the one who discovered the dragon grave, so there were plenty of burial items. Xiao Chun did not mind. Of all the scattered gains along the way, he was the one who obtained the most, so he was already very satisfied. Dong! 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 Just as Yang Kai prepared to split the treasures, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared at the fork in the burial ground. The person leading this group was the bald-headed Wu Ku, the half-step Emperor Wu with a snake tattoo on his head, who had stopped Duguayou back then. With Wu Ku in the lead, the other group also had about 10 people. They were also all consummation blue-robed Emperor teams. Their strength was no weaker than that of Xiao Chen's team. When this group of people saw the mountainous pile of essence stones, their eyes immediately lit up with intense greed. When facing this group of people that suddenly appeared, the 10 people on Xiao Chen's side instantly kept their guard up, coldly looking at the other side. Although this was rather surprising for them to run into other teams in this unvisited dragon grave for the first time, these people were all experienced. However, the people here were all experienced. They did not panic at all. They were very experienced. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Wuku, unexpectedly, you found this dragon grave as well. The bald-headed Wuku smiled coldly and said, I was wondering who came in before me. So it is you. In that case, I am not surprised. Cut the crap. The burial items here are barely enough to split between the two teams. If you are willing, I can give you half, Yongkai said, knowing Wuku's strength. He wanted to reconcile with him if possible. A murderous intent flashed in Wuku's right eye, which was covered by the snake head. He said, Don't you know my style? Attack. Unable to reconcile, Yongkai decisively made his choice. He spoke at the same time as Wuku. The sudden battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the relatively vast burial ground, Yongkai and Wuku were the first to fight. The others on both sides didn't hesitate either, each choosing their own opponent and fighting together. The sword-wielding middle-aged couple fought a pair of fiend race brothers who worked well with each other. When the half-masked first fatso saw a pretty girl on the other side, he could not help but smile. Then he excitedly leaped over, wanting to fight this person. Your opponent is me. However, he was blocked by a middle-aged man who was waving a long spear. This made him extremely depressed and furious. The straw-caped old man sighed. Then, his figure flashed as he charged at an old man of similar age on the other side. The silver shark girl's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she faced the pretty girl that first fatso had taken a fancy to. This girl was unparalleled in beauty. However, the flickering light in her eyes was incredibly cold, making one tremble in fear. Dugueo and a demon mixed-blood cultivator fought. The other party was also a youth. The two seemed to know each other and had some old grudges. When Xiao Chun saw this sudden chaotic battle, he felt that it was strange. Isn't this too much of a coincidence for Yongkai to lead us here? Coincidentally, Xiao Chun arrived at this burial ground and bumped into another team. There were so many opportunities earlier, but they did not meet at all. Xiao Chun could not be blamed for thinking this way. He had always been cautious and liked to think ahead. It was better to be prepared. This was a team that was formed at the last minute. The members were not familiar with each other. Anything could happen. However, when this chaotic battle started, no one could avoid it. Before Xiao Chun could think too much, his opponent appeared. This person was also a bladesman. This bladesman wore tight black clothes, and his sharp eyes gave off an ancient air. Chapter 1194. With one look, it was clear that this was a wandering bladesman who made the world his home. The black-clad man carried a saber and walked over to Xiao Chun step by step. He smiled and said, This is great. My opponent is a bladesman as well. Furthermore, a true bladesman. I can feel the soul of a bladesman in you. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Unfortunately, I cannot feel the soul of a bladesman in you. Aside from the sharp saber intent and the vicissitudes of life in your eyes, there is also an inexplicable perplexity in them. That is a perplexity that a bladesman should not have. The black-clad bladesman was somewhat stunned to be seen through with one glance. He smiled and said, Your eyes are really sharp. If not for the fact that you do not have the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor, I would not dare to challenge you. However, even if I cannot defeat you, it is worth it to die in the hands of a true bladesman. Make your move. Although this person's mental state had some flaws, Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. For Wu Ku to take a fancy to this black-clad bladesman, there had to be something extraordinary about him. Xiao Chun raised his left hand slightly and raised the lunar shadow saber. Then he took 3 steps, each step leaving behind an afterimage. With every step he sent out countless electric dragon images. Xiao Chun arrived before his opponent in the blink of an eye. Then, he executed the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. The instant he drew his saber, he brandished it in 81 different trajectories. The black-clad bladesman's eyes lit up. Clearly, this was his first time seeing such a profound drawing the saber. However, he did not panic. He drew the saber on his shoulder and held it with both hands, not in a rush to make a move. He was sensing Xiao Chun's killing intent. No matter how many changes there would always be a true killing intent that would not change. Even if these 81 saber trajectories were all real, he only needed to find the one that contained Xiao Chun's true killing intent and break it forcefully. Then, he would be able to break this wave of attacks. Just as Xiao Chun's saber light was about to strike him, the black-clad bladesman suddenly made a move. He held his saber with both hands and swung it vigorously. A waterfall appeared behind him, and as he slashed with his saber, the waterfall fell right on top of him. Dang! The two sabers clashed, and all sorts of saber trajectories were broken. Xiao Qin's right hand, which held the saber, felt slightly numb. My flying flow strike is not bad, right? Although your eyes are sharp in terms of combat experience and saber techniques, you are far inferior to me. You will lose this battle for sure. After knocking back Xiao Qin with one saber strike, the black-clad bladesman felt that he had figured out Xiao Qin's strength. His confidence soared, so he quickly charged over. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. The Qing Emperor's drawing technique was only his opening move. It was not even a killing move. His opponent had underestimated him. If he didn't explain himself, it would be better for the other party to underestimate him. That way it would be easier for him to win. Saber shadows flew everywhere as the two of them fought back and forth. The entire boneyard was in chaos. Everyone fought their own battles. No one could be distracted. The strength of both sides was about the same. Both sides had their own strengths and weaknesses in the battle, and neither side had too much of an advantage. It was impossible to determine a victor quickly. 1 hour later, the victor of the first battle was decided. Although the great fatso on Xiao Qin's side did his best, he was not a match for the middle-aged spearman. The middle-aged spearman pierced Xiao Qin's chest with a spear. Xiao Qin's eyes opened wide, and he died with a grievance. This was how cruel the world of cultivators was. No matter how dissatisfied one was, being weaker often meant death. At this moment in this intense battle, even if one wanted to retreat, it would be impossible. The middle-aged spearman smiled coldly and drew his spear. Then, he looked around the battlefield and joined his companion's fight with the black-skinned huge elephant race youth. The situation tilted slightly in Wu Ke's favor. On Xiao Qin's side, the venom spider race woman defeated her opponent and killed him. Then she joined in to help her companion. Xiao Qin secretly observed the situation, not in a rush to end the battle before him. He already had a good grasp of the black-clad bladesman's strength. The other party's saber techniques were very strong, and his law energy was relatively vast. However, his saber soul was only 40% comprehended. As long as Xiao Qin brought out his 60% comprehended saber soul without holding back, he could suppress the other party in an instant and end this battle. However, Xiao Qin did not do so. The reason was that this sudden battle looked like a coincidence. However, no matter how he thought about it, it was not a coincidence. The cruel battle continued. The two sides were about the same in the first place. The two leading half-step Emperor Wus did not show any signs of ending their opponent quickly. This battle could only continue, not stopping until one side was dead. Cultivators died one after another amid the sounds of fighting. The middle-aged couple on Xiao Qin's side and the black-skinned huge elephant race youth died one after another. The number of people dying on the other side was about the same. The stalemate still showed no signs of ending. Pu Ci. Du Guiyou and his opponent cried out as they struck each other at the same time, ending in a miserable mutual destruction. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground, Du Guiyou smiled bitterly with his pale face. "It's good that you are dead. I've had enough of these days." After saying that, Du Guiyou fell to the ground. "It's time to end this," the bald Wu Ke, who was fighting with Yang Kai, suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. Then, his figure flashed as he suddenly attacked, charging at the straw-caped old man who had just defeated his opponent. That straw-caped old man had just heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could react, Yang Kai chopped off his head with his sword. The half-step Emperor Wu brought out his full strength. Yang Kai's figure flashed rapidly, killing one person with each sword strike. The Silver Shark Race Bladesman and the Venom Spider Race Woman, who were severely injured and nearly drained of their law energy, caught completely off guard. They died at Yang Kai's hands before they could figure out what was going on. On the other side, Wu Ke moved quickly as well, killing off the remaining people on his side one by one. Something strange happened suddenly, without any warning. It was surprising but not surprising. Pu Ci. Before the black-clad bladesman fighting with Xiao Qin could react, a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in his chest. Needless to say, the one who attacked was naturally the bald Wu Ke, the half-step Emperor Wu with the black snake tattoo on his head. Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. Xiao Chun, who had been on guard all along, silently circulated his profound martial technique the instant the two half-step Emperor Wu attacked. A dragon image drifted about, and a resplendent azure saber light gathered on the saber. Holding his saber with both hands, Xiao Chun brought out his 60% comprehended saber soul. It was like he had eyes on his back as he hacked down with great force. Dang! The sound of the saber and sword clashing resounded. Yang Kai, who had easily killed 3 people, was knocked back 3 steps by Xiao Chun's saber strike, which Xiao Chun had prepared long ago. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. Wu Ku, who was on the other side, was clearly surprised as well. He immediately exploded the black-clad bladesman with a punch. Then he glared at Xiao Chun with his right eye. Suddenly, the snake tattoo that matched Wu Ku's eye appeared. The black tattoo turned into a real snake. Its body continuously grew larger as it charged at Xiao Chun to bite him. This move was extremely sinister. It happened to take advantage of the moment when Xiao Chun turned around and withdrew his saber. This created a dead angle, catching him off guard. However, Wu Ku was not the only one with a spirit pet. Xiao Chun had one as well. A sharp bird cry rang out. Little Yellow Feather quickly came out of Xiao Chun's ring and spread its wings. It instantly entered a berserk state. All the feathers on its body turned golden, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. When Little Yellow Feather clawed, it dug its claws deeply into the black snake's flesh, causing it to cry out in pain. Then it changed its target, turning its head to bite at Little Yellow Feather. Pussy Eye. Little Yellow Feather opened its mouth and spat out a strand of dense solar true flame into the black snake's body. Immediately, the black snake cried out in pain. It fell to the ground and rolled around continuously, looking as if it was in extreme pain. Xiao Chun took advantage of the situation and spread out his arms, distancing himself from Yang Kai and the bald-headed Wu Ku. He hovered in the air, leaning against a wall as he looked at the two coldly. In just a few breaths of time, there were only 3 people left in this burial ground. Such an outcome was truly unexpected. The small mountain-like pile of essence stones flickered with light, giving off a boundless temptation. Then Xiao Chun looked at the bleeding corpses at the side. The saying people die for wealth was indeed true. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "The 2 of you have good means. This Xiao admires you. Everyone says that the dragon grave is dangerous. In the end, it is not as dangerous as the human heart." At this moment, some of Xiao Chun's doubts could already be resolved. Wu Ku and Yang Kai should have discovered this dragon grave at the same time. However, this 8-star dragon grave was too dangerous. If they did not find some scapegoats, they would not be able to enter the burial ground safely. Between the 2 of them, there should be a secret treasure that allowed them to communicate in private. Then, it created a coincidence that the 2 groups met in the burial grounds. With so many treasures around, the 2 teams would definitely engage in a battle to the death. This gave Yang Kai and Wu Ku a chance to deal with the others easily. Naturally, the fewer people who shared the treasures, the better. Wu Ku removed the solar true flame from the black snake's stomach and stood beside Yang Kai. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "The ones who should be admiring you are the 2 of us. Facing so many treasures, you are still able to maintain a calm heart. This is not something that we can do." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Little friend, do you have anything to say before you die?" 2 half-step Emperor Wu against 1 great perfection blue-robed emperor. No matter how one looked at it, victory was assured. Although Yang Kai was surprised by Xiao Chun's strength and mental state, he did not think that Xiao Chun could do anything against 2 half-step Emperor Wu. Then go ahead and try. Let's see who will benefit in the end. Yang Kai's and Wu Ku's expressions changed at the same time. After thinking for a while, they suddenly felt that Xiao Chun's words seemed to imply something. "What do you mean?" Xiao Chun shouted. "What do I mean? Are you still not coming out? Are you waiting for me to drag you out? There is still someone not dead." Yang Kai and Wu Ku were startled. Who could have hidden so deeply, even deceiving the 2 of them? Or was Xiao Chun purposely trying to trick them? Youngsters these days do not know how to respect their elders. This old man is just seeking peace and quiet. There is no need to expose me. There was a drawn-out sigh. Suddenly, a head popped out of the headless corpse of the straw-caped old man on the ground. Then they looked at the head that Yang Kai chopped off earlier. At some point in time it had turned into a pile of dirt and merged into the ground. The straw-caped old man suddenly stood up, startling Yang Kai and Wu Ku. This old fellow was a true wily old fox.